you've got the camo as well. One of these teams can pair that camo with a power item. It can be absolutely dangerous. LeaderNet's going to have the camo. No item to add with it, though. So it's not going to be as deadly as if he also had a shotgun, but he gets some good damage in before going down, and I think those kills should trade out and ultimately lead to some oddball time for Kraken.
Good bait and switch executions going on the P side, the Spiker side of the map, as both teams win a bait and switch. More previously, though, it was Sion winning the bait and switch. Should give them a chance off this reset, but instead it's Kraken with 30 seconds on the board, and they're rolling like they did in that Strongholds. And Eli, it's early. You can't win it early, but you can lose it. This is where Sion have to make their mark. They have to find 3 down. They do, as that is massive. Breaking Shot, the last player alive at the back of A, looking to hold the line, but no, he goes down. Massive opportunity, but a previous play ball reset might make it a little bit harder for Dark Matter to get out. No, it does not. Sion have control and are on the board.
I like the way I just saw Yuzi play that. He's got the Shroud in his pocket, but he just surveyed the area. Do I actually need to use the Shroud on my teammate so he can get the oddball? Decided no, let me save it for a better time. It gets used back here. Granted, it doesn't ultimately lead to value, but I mean, regardless, just intelligently waiting for situations. Don't waste your resources. And if they can continue that, they should be able to come back into this. But for now, it's Kraken with an oddball setup. Now, Sion coming off spawn on the B side. It's because Kraken have extended all the way to that purple street, and they're forcing a smaller spawn area. Breaking Shot now flanking the spawns that he just forced. And these are exactly the type of plays I expect to see from Kraken. These guys are all masters of the spawn system, and they're going to put Sion in difficult positions.
Uzi really trying to pick his spot here with his camo. Wants to find maximum value, but instead trades out 1 for 1. But I guess your consolation prize is that you take 3, 4 down for Kraken. So, all right, you don't see a optimal value out of that camo, but good value in that it starts off that 4 down for Kraken. And now Sion have their best hold of the match.
Sion holding this heaven position. This position always so strong to just see, okay, how many numbers are they sending on the B side? You can use that to deduce how many maybe are pushing on the opposite side. As we see Dark Matter looking like he's baiting the push on the other side. Gunny does still get a kill, but Dark Matter gets one of his own, and it's a 2v2 on the map. Rhett last player alive. It's actually a 1v1 on the map. Zuzi versus Rhett.
Oh,
and Zuzi wins it. Huge play out of Sion. That's going to allow the rest of Sion to spawn here, and now Kraken still have to make a good push.
This is the thing about Streets Oddball, right, Eli? You get that great play out of Zuzi, getting that last starting down for the Kraken, but there's already pressure on the Oddball. You didn't really get much time out of that great play, 2-3 seconds, but it's only a 7-second game. Sion are rolling now. There's the 3 down you need to get at least 5 to 10 seconds of time, and on Streets, it feels like 20 to 30.
This has been so efficient from Sion. They really haven't had significant map control, but the small amount of map control that they've had, they've now converted into the lead with 50 seconds of time. And look at the response, the defensive effort here. They played defense perfectly, and Kraken put themselves in the blender, maybe moving a little bit too fast there.
This is where you reset, take a deep breath, but every deep breath is another second added to the board for Sion, as they are now in the lead, 60 to 42. Let's head into a listen-in with the boys that we just previously mentioned to see how they're coming back, to see how they plan to put their stamp on round number 1.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
All right, a little bit of an issue with the main stage comms, but no issues with Sion's comms as they continue to slay out a spree for Uzi as he has shots on the gun collection. Another camo. Sion has won the last couple of camos, Eli, and that's got to be a big comeback condition for them. That's one of the reasons they've gotten back in this game, and they've now practically doubled up on the lead, but Uzi goes down, and now we finally see Sion go 3 down. It felt like for the last 3 minutes it was all Kraken going down, but Kraken now have the oddball, a chance to come back, but Zuzi finds his way into the back of Tram. No ticket, he just hops over the queue and has a chance in the back of Tram to bring Sion back and win round number 1.
And you saw that. He could have grabbed the oddball, but instead grabs the shotgun. Just wants to apply additional pressure. If he can pick up even one more kill with that before dying, it's going to buy way more time for his team. It's been traded out on both sides. Looks like Ty and Zuzi still alive on that driveway side. They're going to push up. They've been spotted, though. And now they get pinched, so now they're going to be out of the next push as well. This does not look good for Sion. Zuzi and Ty need to respawn before they can make a good push.
Okay, good discipline here from Sion. The undisciplined play would be to push through the C side, the spiker stairs, but they wait for the spawners to all push collectively through, but the fight's being taken to him. Dark Matter goes down, Ty goes down. It's on Uzi and Zuzi to stay alive. This could be the final push for Scion Esports. Kraken have regained control of the oddball and the lead. Uzi eyeing that next camo, but you got to keep an eye on the scoreboard. 86 and rolling to 74. One final push for the Scion Esports crew.
It looked so good when they had the hold, but after they are not the team in scoring position. They've been in a difficult spot ever since. They do get the camo once again, but there's not enough time. They have to go kill the oddball player right now or it's over, and it is. So round one goes to Kraken, but they had to earn it. Scion clearly had strong holds, but not as strong when it came to the pushing side of things.
Unbelievable game. We saw 30 seconds uncontested to start for Kraken, and they got into the 45-50 range, but then Scion answered right back with 60-70 of their own, took the lead actually by 20 seconds. Doubled up on Kraken, surprisingly so, about, I want to say 80 to 45, but the Kraken find the next 45, 55, I guess, seconds to make it a 100 total, and my goodness, what a great game we've got here in a game 4. Elimination opportunity, closeout game for Kraken, back against the wall for Scion. They lose, they go home.
Zuzi with the great oddball grab during all the action, just sneaks that ball all the way to back A. Ty's got the stalker as well, and we know what he can do with it. Zuzi's got a shotty with the oddball. I like this. It's not bad for your oddball player to have the shotty, you know, give him a chance to defend himself. She's gonna be just waiting for someone from Kraken to push in. Breaking Shot has the camo. You have to imagine Scion know about it. And how do they play this?
Breaking Shot.
Wow.
Playing the sneaky predator role with that camo. Previously we saw Scion with a great string of camo usage. Now it's in the suit of Breaking Shot and Kraken. Because of that, they have the oddball now, but not before Scion built a 25-second head start. They look a little bit like Kraken did in that round 1.
Seems like Scion's comfort zone is holding the ball at A, but how do they push from C to A? When Kraken have the setup, they're taking space around the C spawns, which make it difficult for them to get out, and it just feels like they're unable to finally get into a comfortable push. Dark Matter does have some space here, and they have 2 kills. Have to imagine this is the push they've been waiting for.
If Kraken can't shut down this hold for Scion, they'll continue to roll, but Scion go 3 down. There we go. It's going to go back into the hands of Kraken. The bottom A positioning with that oddball, but Uzi is in the back of A. I love this here, creeping his way, crouching his way. That's going to allow Ty's Reaver with the timing on the cafe side to get a couple grenades out, but Uzi goes down. Ty helps out though, trades out, 3v3 for now. Zuzi eventually goes down. Numbers starting to dwindle here for Scion. So too are the shields. Ty gets him back though. Can he get it back in blood? Yes, he does. Breaking Shot goes down. Shotgun in the hands of Ty, and he needs this double. That would be huge, but no, he loses not only his life, but possession of the shotty. 3 go down for Kraken though, and this match is electrically close. 26-27, but Scion regained the lead.
Ty went down, but he did enough damage for that kill to get cleaned up. Uzi's still alive here. He feels like he's just always staying alive at the end of these fights. Now they have PD spawns, so Kraken do not move fast enough to block the PD spawn. Instead, they're going to spawn in C, but that might actually put Scion in a pinch. Oh! But no, Zuzi gets out of it with a huge beatdown. How does he stay alive in that moment? That was insane.
Red, low shields, and he gets the finish. Body shot damage, so he was absolute as Gunplexion. Looking to stay alive. A lot of shield shimmering and beeping here in our ears and on our eyes as this has been what we expect out of Streets Oddball. You don't get a chance to hold on for more than 10 seconds, it feels like, as we have a less than 10-second lead for Scion. However, up by 6 in the round they need it most, facing elimination. Can they ice up? Less than 3 to go.
Bitterness, it's a big kill on Dark Matter. Trying to survey the situation. He knows there's another player lurking here. I don't think he knows exactly where. Tries to throw a grenade to flush out a player in case they were hiding in one of those sneaky spots there, but Uzi big shots on Breaking Shot. Leaderness gonna clean him up though, and this has gone back and forth. No team has really been able to get hold of the ball for so long that it's now reset.
Yeah.
And it's been an all-out war, but who's gonna win the next war? That's gonna be the team that might get the next oddball hold.
Yeah, that long duration of no hold leads to a 2:30 on the clock situation, so that clock quickly diminishes away in real time as Scion looking to find more time, but it's Kraken instead with the lead. We've seen Scion up 6, Kraken up 6. It feels like no team is able to find more separation than just 6 seconds. So close is this round number 2. So close is this series. Could go down though for Scion. And Leaderness looks like he's going to sneak away with the camo. This is where you can find some separation if you're the Kraken.
This is what Kraken have been waiting for. I mean, they've patiently fought through all these situations. Scion have made it difficult, but it's just been a slight edge advantage in so many of these engagements. Now, Leaderness sitting on top of the arcade machine. He's going to play a little bit of Pac-Man while the other team pushes across the map, but decided he's out of quarters. Time to push up. Ty's going to shut down Rhett, who had the shotgun. This is arguably Scion's last chance to stay in this one.
This could be it, 73-32, and what was just a 6-second game when I was last on the mic, Eli, is now ballooned to where Kraken have more than doubled up on the competition. Wow, unbelievable sprint finish occurring before our eyes here as Kraken look to stamp their ticket to the lower finals. Breaking Shot stamping his hold on the oddball, a little bit more time, and now with that clock below 2 minutes, you can sprint for the finish, needing 20 final seconds, but you don't feel so pressed and stressed to do so. But with numbers dwindling for Kraken, I expect the Scion crew to finally push through to maybe get control of the oddball. Breaking Shot, this last player alive, he's still milking time. He's finding a way to separate and rotate. They haven't been able to find him and take him down until 92 seconds are on the clock. What a play there from Breaking Shot.
Breaking Shot just seeing a window of opportunity and taking it. Scion now has to play perfect to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Should Kraken close this one out, it's going to be the end of the line for Scion.
Leaderness looking to shut the door, takes his positioning on the backside of C, making sure that there's no flankers, and he finds one. Ty gets eliminated. 3 go down for Scion, and that will do it. Kraken move on to the lower finals for a chance at a potential rematch with Shopify or a chance to take on that GBX crew, Legend, Tusk, Bound Renegade. Excited to see what they can do with that opportunity. I'm excited to see what this Scion crew can do with more opportunities in game. We talked about how Uzi and Susie just started playing Halo Infinite, their first Halo. Only up from here, as they're a great crew, great teams, and great games afterwards as you see the GG handshake line form.
Yeah, I mean, look at the level of respect between opponents here. You see Breaking Shot giving some credit to Ty, you know, talking through different situations. These guys are all just students of the game, right? Like, despite, you know, going to war, having each other at each other's throats in the game, as soon as the game's over, they're talking through the situations, trying to learn from each other, and I just love that, man. Like, even if you're the side that wins and you tell the other team how you got your win, you know, that just elevates the competition from there on out. It's like, yeah, well, I knew that you're going to do this because, you know, you kind of showed this. It's like
sharing notes.
Yeah, you're sharing notes with each other. You can kind of both get better. You can kind of pick the brain of your opponent and be like, so why did you make this play, or how did you see that? And I don't know. I just love to see that level of sportsmanship here, and that's what makes Halo so special.
It's one of the coolest things about Halo, right? You can beat each other up for months at a time in those scrimmages, online tournaments, major qualifiers, and come to LAN. The trash talk is quite literally in your face. And then afterwards, it's all GG handshakes, and that's probably what you love most about Halo Esports, is it looks like we'll have a winter view with Leaderness. Welcome.
Can we hear him?
Can we hear him, chat?
Say something?
Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you.
All right, there we go.
Try to move this little piece like a little closer.
A little closer?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Boom. Leaderness, welcome to the broadcast desk. I guess the couch. Keeping it casual here this weekend. Fun grassroots vibes. What's this experience been like for you returning to competition?
Oh, it's amazing. Love being out here. I love traveling every event. It's great. Just being able to compete. We had some roster changes right before the event. Didn't know if we were going to make it, but we made it work, and proud of the guys of what we're doing today. So.
Did you guys get any like actual practice leading up to this, or?
No, not with this squad. We did one scrim actually against that team with the 2 other guys, but not with this squad. Nope.
Okay. I mean, I really like watching you guys play. I mean, one thing that I said is like Scion they're a very organized, structured team. They've been together for a long time. But I was like, I'm pretty sure Gunny and them, they know this. So they're going to be coming up with like counter strategies. They're going to know like what they're probably going for on the fly. Like for example, in the Recharge King game, I saw Rhett like kind of just chilling in gold pipes when they're spawning in A, because you know that they want to extend out and get gold control. So I don't know. I love to see the adaptation from you guys throughout those games. Would you say that that's kind of a big part of your success, is that level of small talk and kind of predicting what your opponent's going for?
Absolutely. Whenever you're playing against a structured team like that, you know, you have to really break it down and work together on what you're going to push and take, and different things. They've been teaming forever, so unfortunately everybody knows kind of how they play. So once we make that adaptation of what they're going to push and stuff, we can kind of pivot the map and work together and take what's needed.
Makes sense, yeah, because you know that they're going to be looking for they're going to take maybe an extra 5 seconds to set up what they want to go for.
Exactly.
But if you can go in and disrupt that quickly and just get a kill, which I feel like players like Breaking Shot and Gunny are known for, just flying at your face and disrupting what you're going for. And I see you as kind of in your name, leader Ness. Like I feel like you're kind of the anchor role where like you're just kind of making sure that things don't get too mixy. Like I often see you just holding a position down. Like you can play fast too if you need to, but for the most part, you focus on controlling the map. Is that right?
Yeah, that's pretty close. I mean, whenever I first started, I would say that everybody was calling me the Slayer on the team, but as I've gotten a little bit higher on these teams, Breaking Shot and Gunny are just monsters. So, I would rather just stand behind them, be able to pick up what they put damage on, and then we go from there.
What kind of continuity and previous experience do you have with this team of 4? Because that's unbelievable to come out here. You guys don't look like a last-minute team.
Actually, it's kind of crazy because me and Dylan, last time we were in Orlando together, we were teaming. So we were teaming for HCS Orlando 2 years ago. And then Gunny, I played with in Fort Worth, so we scrimmed quite a bit for a while. And me and Rhett have went to multiple LANs, local LANs together. This is the first LAN they probably dropped a map on. So it's great. It's great having them on our team. We already have the chemistry and everything, so it's great.
Talk us through that game, too. You guys were up 38-28. What happened?
Yeah, we kind of got stuck in a base. We started funneling. We weren't taking the damage correctly. I think we were kind of just looking out, taking damage, unnecessary damage, and they were able to pick us off 1v1, and then we started funneling into them, and they were able to come back and beat us there.
Started staggering you guys pretty much.
Yeah.
It's like almost every single kill. Like there wasn't a single double kill during the run. It was just like single kill, 6 seconds later, single kill. You know, it's like which is the perfect conditions for you guys to just not be able to find your footing.
Right.
Talk to me about Rhett though. We've talked about Breaking Shot and Gunplexion, but like Rhett has really impressed me this weekend. Like I feel like I haven't really seen him in competition that much as of late. Like I'm not really seeing him show up to all the open series. You know what I mean? Like is this guy even playing the game? Because yesterday.
Yeah.
It looked like he was in Soul Snipe's head. I saw Soul Snipe go out of his way to like try to win 1v1s against Rhett, and Rhett was just getting him every time. I mean, what's going on with him? Yeah,
he's definitely a sleeper pick. I think not many people watch him too much. He's been in the college scene, so he's taken off there with Sparty and some of those guys over there. But I think he took a year break in year 2. He played year 1, took a year break, and just did the college stuff. And now he wants to come back this year to compete. And so I thought this would be the perfect event to duel up with him, and we got the 2 demons, so made it easy.
You got plans to go to Atlanta?
I do, yeah. I know they just announced the date, so whenever I get home, I'll probably look at getting work off for that and start moving towards there.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I can't wait to see you guys play again. I mean, the plan is to stick together with the same 4 for Atlanta, at least for now?
I would hope so, but I think Dylan has a team for London. So,
we've heard, yeah.
So he's going to be going to London. I think the rest of us are all free agents, though, so it's kind of up in the air to see what will happen. I'm scrimming with 2 other guys for Atlanta right now, but anything could happen. So.
Well, I've been very impressed watching you guys play, and you especially. I mean, it's been awesome watching just the way you approach the game. I feel like a lot of people don't, I guess, they're not as familiar with you guys as like some of the other household names, like Gunny and Breaking Shot, obviously. But you guys are beasts, man, and I look forward to seeing you guys. You guys are up next. You're gonna play the loser of GBX and Shopify now. Is there anybody? I mean, obviously 2 insane teams, the 2 favorites for the tournament. But if you had to pick a team to play next, who would it be?
I think we held our ground pretty well against Shopify, so I wouldn't be mad playing them. I know Renegade's team is definitely a pickup team, so it'd be kind of cool playing against them and seeing if we could create an upset there. But I'm 1-1 with Shopify, so having another rematch to break that would be pretty cool online. So.
All right. 1-1. When was it that you beat them before?
HCS Orlando. Me and Dylan beat Shopify on.
Oh, sick. Okay.
American bracket. Yep.
little different team at the time.
It was a big different team. But
Still
I hold
impressive
that.
nonetheless.
I hold it.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. You beat Shopify Rebellion, you beat Shopify
Exactly.
Rebellion, right? So 1-1 so far. Maybe an opportunity to go 2-1 in the lower finals, which you have stamped your ticket to. Congratulations again to Leaderness and Kraken for their victory in the lower semis against that Scion Esports roster. We're going to take a quick break, rehydrate, re-rack, reset, and when we return, the winner finals between Shopify Rebellion and GBX will be live. Don't go anywhere. You will not want to miss that match.
You're so much bigger than this, making me stronger every day. We're climbing over mountains, won't let it all stay.
Get running together. Don't help me in this too. It should be all right. We had one more. It's on B.
Double kill. Reversal. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Reversal. Last shot. Ball reset. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Dropped. Pass the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Light speed, work it longer. We a different breed, living larger, chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your 2050 Esports. It's your Titans of Orlando, powered by LVT Halo. And what we're looking at right now is Bound, a little bit of GBX, a little bit of Shopify Rebellion. We're seeing a little of the appetizer, but the main course that is this winner's bracket final. So much implications on the line here. The winner of this going to the grand finals, guaranteed top 3 in the tournament, no matter what happens. But more importantly, having the advantage, being the favorites to win this tournament. On the other side of things, if you end up losing this matchup, you'll have to play at least one more series to try to get your rematch.
Yep.
And then when you get to the grand finals, you'll have to win 2 best of series. You'll have to actually go the gauntlet. It is, I'm going to go out and say it. Whoever wins this matchup wins the tournament. I'm putting my 100% prediction correct. 100% I've been so far my prediction. I'm going to put it on the line right now. Whoever wins the winner's bracket finals is winning this tournament.
That's the first prediction that you've made that has risk to it. That's kind of crazy, right? I mean, yes, there is a little bit more of a difficult road for whoever does lose this series. And you look at Shopify Rebellion, many online wins, right? They're, playing in those online London qualifiers, obviously performance, a lot of people said, very surprised after that fourth place at Arlington. They come in on LAN once again and they put in that work. They're preparing for London. They're bridging the gap. And we talked about this so much. LAN is such a different beast, right? So to come here to the Titans of Orlando and get that practice in is so very important for the squad.
I look at Shopify Rebellion, and I look at the fans and the haters that they've shut up so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Like, literally right after Arlington, there was so many people that kept telling, oh, it was just a fluke. There's no way they can make top 4 again. And look how silly they look after what they've been able to do in these open series, including winning a tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just incredible. I've been a big fan of Shopify Rebellion. They have been my dark horse pick time and time again, and they'll continue going to do their thing. On the other side of things, I said Shopify Rebellion are probably my favorites to win the tournament, most likely.
Yeah.
But when I look at GBX, I look at the way that team is constructed. Bound, Legend, Renegade, kind of cut from a similar cloth. They're not afraid to hold forward, to get aggressive, to pressure the enemy. A lot of times when you have a pickup team, sometimes the play styles may clash a little bit.
Yeah.
But when you have a threesome like that are willing to get in there, and then you have Tusk kind of on the backside, IGLing a bit, giving off amazing comms, but also playing a very good back roll. I look at this GBX roster like, wow, not only are they super talented, but their play styles complement each other.
Absolutely. We got a chance to talk to Soul Snipe yesterday, and obviously they had predicted this matchup to happen, and I think a lot of people looking at the rosters of this tournament had this exact same prediction. Are they going to have enough firepower, right? We talk about Bound and Legend. We talk about Renegade. Is there enough firepower there with Tusk on that, in that quarterback position, as Gunny would call it? Is that enough to take out a Shopify Rebellion roster that just look really good? They did lose a Slayer yesterday to Kraken, which, in that series was impressive by Kraken, but then you saw them kind of pick up pace. Then you saw what they were really capable of in those objective games. They can't slip up here against GBX. It's not only losing the Slayer, but you're playing some of the best Slayers in the game.
On the other side of things, Shopify Rebellion obviously were the best Slayer team at Arlington, going 7-1, only losing a phase, and they lost a Slayer to Scion Esports as well. So both of the teams obviously coming in as the favorites to make it here in the winners finals and even in the grand finals as well. But both teams showing that they bleed. It's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, I'm looking at one thing. Well, it was one big difference I'm seeing right now. It's Shopify Rebellion do have Coach Bestman, who's been there, done that, player behind them.
Yeah.
But I noticed that GBX don't have anybody, and you know what I want to do? I want to be the first person to coach and cast at the same time.
Boy.
So every time that you're yapping about some kind of strategy and all this good stuff, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna run behind, I'm gonna give him some give him some timing, give him some comms, and by the time you're done, you're doing your yapping. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna commentate and give the people some valuable insight. Never been done before. We're about to do it.
Do I yap that much, Tony?
The spawns and the stats and oh my god, you color commentators, you're so annoying, bro. Oh my goodness. I'm joking.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean that would be amazing if you were able to do that.
I get the exciting part. I get to hype up the action,
You do,
baby.
you do.
You talk about all the strategy.
Yeah, we talk about the boring stuff, right?
Oh my goodness.
What's not going to be boring is this matchup in front of you. I think I want to go out on a limb, all right? Listen, I love the Shopify boys. I talked to Soul Snipe yesterday. I told him how he's been through my journey of casting. 3 years ago, I started with casting him. And now, obviously, HCS main stage, my first main stage cast was also him.
Yeah.
But I want to play the other side of the fence. I want GBX to make this interesting for us, right? We love that as commentators, to get to that Game 5, to have a hype series matchup. That's why I'm going to take the other side of things. I'm going to look for Bound, Renegade, and Legend to fire on all cylinders, and then Tusk to be that brain. Like was said, he's one of the smartest players in the game. If he can use his brain and be that anchor player, and then 3 players just running around the map with that firepower, I think they have a chance here.
Yeah, I feel like nobody's ever accused casters of being biased ever, but I'm right there along with you. Like when I used to talk about Suppressed and Soul Snipe and even Druk and Tally back on that Native Red roster, or even formerly KCP, I talked to them about how we've kind of grew up with these guys. We kind of running a parallel, similar line to them as far as our timeline. They've got obviously started their professional career late into Halo 5, and they were doing their things. Well, that's also kind of where we got our casting come up as well. So, but on the other side of things, Bound didn't even show his face
I
until
know.
Halo Infinite LAN.
I
You know, Legend, kind of a similar thing. You know, his come up as well was alongside SLG and the boys, and that Ascend roster at one point with Shady and them. So I feel like on the other side of things, it's kind of a similar story, at least with Bound and Legend. And obviously, huge fans of Renegade and huge fan of Tusk. I remember talking to. I was in a stream one time, and then I just asked him straight, what do you bring to the table? You know, and it's all I always talked about his long range shot. That's what everybody told me about. But out of his own mouth, said, "Well, hold on, I'm not just a long range shooter," which he is. He said, on top of that, you know, he has one of the best comms in the business, and he really has a great mind for the game, which makes sense. You know, he was a coach for FaZe, and he also had the skill to be a player as well. So to have that type of insight as a player, and to see the aggressiveness of the other three players, I would imagine it's just like a winning combination on this GBX roster.
Yeah, I 1,000% agree, and that's why, again, you have Shopify, who, and I think it was mentioned yesterday, I forget the caster, so I apologize for not giving credit, but you mentioned yesterday that, you know, Shopify have done that VOD review against the FaZe and the Optic and done scrims against these teams, but then you have a mix now. Now it's like, you know, you potentially get thrown for a loop, not really expecting what this team's going to bring to the table, and with that, you might take game one of the series, and with game one of the series, that's maybe enough momentum to move throughout the series. And, you know, I think Shopify will read it quick, but I think maybe GBX take this first game.
I actually wonder what is that game one of the series that we're going to be playing now, because I know that's going to be really important. And
wow,
that's LVT for you. He's on it.
He's multitasking, by the way. He was looking at something else, and then he's like, "Oh, you want this? Okay, bam."
Well, game number one going to be capture the flag on Aquarius, and this is going to be really fun to watch. Again, the coordination, the aggression, the pressure that Shopify Rebellion are well known for. You know, obviously attacking that car side of the map most of the time. When Overshield comes up, we're going to see a bit of a shift. GBX, obviously a very good flag team, especially when you talk about what Legend's been able to do with his slaying and his flag running in combo with each other.
Yeah, I mean, Gunny was talking about this a little bit earlier, but, you know, depending on who's spawning first, we always talk about Bound and Legend. You know, one of them is always going to put that damage in, and because they move as a unit together on the map, they're going to be able to clean up those kills. And then, of course, you can't forget Renegade, right? He's going to have that roam route, I would assume, be the roamer on the squad. And then, of course, Tusk. Can't forget about him.
You know, when that music starts, you know what's coming soon. Game number one will be on its way here real soon. But what's hyper-focused in on Aquarius CTF?
Yeah.
I talked about a little bit, you know, favoring that card side, getting into your opponent's utility and just being a nuisance, being that Pistola-like player can be so valuable when you're in that util side. But now you have Overshield spawning towards P. You have Heatwave in the bottom middle. There's a little bit more going on Aquarius that you have to be mindful of throughout the map. What are some of your keys to success when going to a map like Aquarius CTF?
I mean, so obviously you got the Heatwave bottom center, but the big point for me is going to be that Overshield, right? Mm-hmm. It's on the bottom of P, and there's a lot of scrap for that OS right at the start. There's so much that you know has to go into setting up and making sure to get that execution on that Overshield. So I think that's going to be a big factor in this. You can see, of course, the lobby getting prepared here, but I think that those beginning strats are one of the important things. And if I'm looking at GBX once again, you've just got to think about how fast this pace is going to be on this roster, right? I think obviously Shopify Rebellion, one of the fastest teams in the HCS on the side of what we see in SSG, and they even said it themselves. They kind of mirror their playstyle off of SSG, but you've got three very aggressive players on the side of GBX that potentially counter.
I like to think that I'm always actively thinking during the match, and I like to think that, like, you know, even though I'm a dumb play-by-play commentator, I like to really focus in on the micro and the macro of the game. But one thing I noticed in my game that I'm not taking advantage enough on this map specifically is the heat wave. I honestly feel like with some of those close range engagements that I find myself getting into, you know, when I'm trying to live on utility, when I'm pushing from car 3 to the high hall, there's such tight quarters, tight engagements. Even P side, when someone's trying to push up on P, I get into a lot of close quarters engagements. So I'm going to start focusing more on grabbing that key wave. It's in such a non-advantageous position, you would think bottom mid, but even bottom mid at times as a support position could help a teammate get across there, help a teammate get to the flag. So I think I'm going to start focusing in on my own gameplay and starting to put more value in on that heat wave.
Yeah, and we also heard Soul Snipe talk about this yesterday as well. He knows, you know, for instance, FaZe to be a team that always plays for those power weapons. And that heat wave's coming up. There's no delay. Directly bottom center will be a player to pick that up, potentially Renegade. And of course, the OS setting up for that early, making sure you've got that P-side perimeter, maybe a roamer on the car side or a roamer maybe in a base. And it's so very important. Taking a look at the winners bracket here, or the upper bracket, of course, it's played out pretty crazily here. Of course, you said it yourself. It was one game for both Shopify and GBX that got taken off by Kraken and Scion. We didn't expect to see those, but they were both Slayers. I mean, what do you have to say about both these squads and Slayers coming into this next series?
Well, I mean, for me personally, like Slayer's always been that type of game mode where the underdogs really can come out and change the course of a series, maybe build some momentum. You know, Slayer, it can really swing either way. So we've seen that time and time again throughout Halo's timeline, not even just Halo Infinite, for Halo 5, Halo 4, Halo Reach. It's been like that when it comes to those Slayers. But I think in this matchup, I think it's going to be really important because there's a very good chance that we go to a Game 5 and Slayer will be the difference maker between GBX and Shopify Rebellion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what a lot of people predicted. These two teams facing off here in the winners finals. And right off the bat is Shopify Rebellion, 3 down for GBX. Mental with the OS.
And Mental is going to find himself a weak Renegade. Has to get the melee off in order to get the kill. Takes a lot of damage, but still is living. Still's in the utility side of the opposition. Maybe another round of slays needed because down to one-shot cycle goes. Mental somehow stays alive, gets himself a kill, but here comes Tusk. Here comes GBX.
Yeah, GBX really good off a spawn, right? They end up going a couple down pretty staggeredly, but off a spawn, very aggressive, push through and trying to clean up the damage. But again, it's Soul Snipe and the side of Rebellion playing very aggressive, and that flag already moving through.
And that's the beauty of Halo at a high level. You saw some good offense out of Rebellion, some great defense, but an elite adaptation coming out of Shopify Rebellion to get that secondary round of slays, to grab a hold of that flag, and just like that, it's 1-0 for Shopify Rebellion.
And I love the aggression there as well, right? Shopify Rebellion, even though they get that cap, staying aggressive on the map, making sure to hold that positioning. And now it's Tusk playing a little bit of defense on his side, has to recover shields, able to push out, but Shopify, look how aggressive they are. They have top center control the entirety of this moment in the game.
Numbers advantage going towards Rebellion, despite the fact that they had to dedicate resources to punching a flag in. They're still back to the 50. They're back in the base of GBX. This is the type of pressure that you expect to see when dealing with Shopify Rebellion. GBX finally alleviating some of that pressure, now taking space of their own. Can they live here on the 50?
Yeah, when you say the word pressure, I think of GBX and I think of this roster. Legend's gonna get the first one on the Soul Snipe, and it's been a lot of kills here for the side of Rebellion, but look how quickly they answer back. 3 down for GBX.
3 down and an overshield in the hands of Psycho and Shopify Rebellion without any timing loss whatsoever. A flag is pulled and Mental has it all the way halfway across the base. Rebellion have total momentum, but that flag was stopped. I'm not sure exactly what happened on the other side of things. Cyclo's pushed up. Cyclo's putting down pressure, but that flag, it hasn't made its way home. It's Bound that's still putting down damage and being the nuisance, but Cycle, he cycles his way back to his spawn. Now this flag should go in. That's 2-0 Rebellion.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to Bound Renegade when you're Shopify Rebellion. We talked about that yesterday as well. Keeping track of these players, making sure to take them out when they're in those positions like Bound was on the back of their base. Shopify are doing a great job of playing the process, right? Making sure to get these slays, get these isolated players, and get these kills when necessary. That first pick's gonna open things up a bit, and Mental not missing a shot. This is what we love to see. see.
Renegade with the strafe, Mental with the shot. Again, gotta love the level of competition that we are seeing here in the winners bracket final. Some of the best players in the world emptying the tank, leaving it on the line. 3 down, go Rebellion. This is GBX's opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, GBX had to push up, and they're going to do so here. Bound's going to pull the flag towards the utility side. They'll force spawns on the back of flag and on the fridge side. They'll get this flag pretty far through. Not a lot of slays come up, though.
A double push by Rebellion through utility side. Renegade trying to find the best way to position himself, the best way to attack this, as the flag has not made it home. Stopped just short. A goal line stands, but not going to stop GBX from getting what's rightfully theirs, and a triple kill coming out of the Demon. That's another 4 down.
That's what I was talking about. If Renegade can pop off along with Bound and Legend, we're going to have a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Rebellion are that high chemistry roster, but GBX, they have that firepower.
2-1 lead, still in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and it's Legend playing that forward position. Allows Renegade to grab a hold of Overshield. A great distraction, a great bait and switch coming out of them in a 2v2 scenario. Renegade and GBX have all the advantage in the world, and now it's Rebellion approaching the spawners, or excuse me, Renegade approaching the spawners of Rebellion. Renegade's here, nades are down, damage is out. Renegade finds himself the kill, still has a bit of Overshield to work with. Suppressed. He's gonna get it too. It's GBX that has infiltrated the base of Shopify Rebellion.
This is GBX's first Overshield, and I'm gonna be honest with you, they got the value out of that 1 OS that Rebellion got out of 2 Overshield. So Renegade able to do massive amounts of damage. They have 1 cap on the board, trying to convert on this second one, but some more kills have to come through.
Plenty of time on the board for anything to happen. It's still just a 1 cap game at the moment here. GBX's Tusk has already pushed the top car side. Great positioning out of him, but it looks like it's Mental that's willing to trade out his life to make sure he gets out of that power position. Heat Wave is out. Suppressed is here. Both teams fighting for that car side control, but Suppressed just doesn't have the shields to work with.
It's Rebellion with that little bit of sandbox control here. You see Suppressed with that Heat Wave. We talked about it being on the bottom center of the map. It's going to open up the play here. 3 go down for GBX. They're spawning on that fridge side. There's the process and the fundamentals that you see constantly played, but you got to look at both teams. You got to see what slays come out first, and right now it's a trade. Legend and Soulsnipe go down.
And mind you, Suppressed is already pulling this flag, and meanwhile, Mental getting his. That's a reversal medal out of him, and a 3rd flag cap for Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, this is just beautiful out of Shopify Rebellion. They're able to literally isolate players 1 by 1. They take those beautiful angles to make sure there's only 1 player in sight. And they take out that player, and it's just that process, again, that allows them to pull this flag continuously. Now they go bottom center with it.
Yeah, this is what we talk when we talk about that speed and aggression and pressure that they're able to create. Rebellion literally just captured the flag. There's no way, shape, or form they should have the resources that have that type of space to allow them to pull another flag, but they do.
Yeah, they don't. They not only have space to pull the flag, they have space to get another Overshield. That's the 4th flag going in for Shopify Rebellion, and they've got a little bit of OS maybe to work with in the hands of Cycle.
A balanced attack come out of Shopify Rebellion as well. 14 apiece out of Mental and Soulsnipe. Cycle puts his 16th on the board, but everybody doing their job as far as the slays department. And Cycle still being a nuisance right now. I say it all the time, 2nd youngest player in the pro scene, but plays like a savvy veteran does Cycle.
Yeah, I love his use of the Overshield there. Able to do so much damage. A lot of the damage gets cleaned up. They pull another flag here. Couple go down for the side of Rebellion, so GBX has slowed down just a bit that pull, but Rebellion looking to come off a spawn and answer back, and again, they play slow, but they're getting caught this time. Down gets a kill.
3 caps between the two. A little less than 5 minutes on the clock. Still doable here for GBX, but it is going to be tough, especially when you end up losing half the members of your crew. The other half right now trying to find a way to attack, still putting pressure right now. Is Bound behind enemy lines. This could be a huge flank or Mental. He knows it's coming.
Yeah, it's about tracking those players. Okay, we don't see Bound on the map. Where is Bound? He's probably in the back of our base again. Bound does enough damage, though, to get 3 down for Rebellion, so maybe this is GBX's chance to push up on the map and get a bit of pressure, but look at Mental sneaking through again.
Yeah, now on your death cams, you can move 360. You can really not only know where the enemy has been, but know where they're going, know their thought process. And Mental, he was ready for that flank because of that great communication. Shopify Rebellion, and now Mental
I love that.
gets the kill on one end, now is on the other, starts the flag run, gets his shield back, bit of patience now coming in from Mental and Rebellion, and now it's time for him to bring the heat. Finds himself behind Bound, but Bound refuses to go down.
I love that right there, right? They slay through the pull, right? There's only one player that's going to spawn that fridge side because you don't really have the timing on that one player, so you end up pulling towards the fridge side anyway, get the slay, pull through that, but the flag is returned once again.
What feels like the first overshield that Renegade and GBX are able to grab. He gets himself a kill or two, gets himself a bit of damage, but suppressed with the double leads to a full squad wipe for GBX.
Yeah, Rebellion are just having a really rough time right now in terms of pulling this flag. They're going to end up pulling this one, though. Suppress is going to be on the back of the base here. This is beautiful, right? There's one player that's forward, that's Tusk. They're trying to take care of Tusk. Look how quickly he switches over to do more damage to more GBX players.
Legend being a distraction once again, this time to allow Renegade to try to get the return on the flag. Return will go in, and Legend is here. And so are the rest of GBX. They are in the face of Shopify Rebellion, but Rebellion's defense puts multiple down, and just like that, Rebellion, they take back control.
Yeah, they do such a great job of getting 4 dead quickly. You can see these spawns. There's going to be 2 staggered here, but they'll wait for the other 2 to spawn on the back of base. Now they've got them trapped. They find the first kill on the Bound. That opens things up. You see, it's aggression out of Soul Snipe already pushing it to the base.
Another 4 down go GBX. This should be a flag run. No shields, no problem. Ain't nobody on the map to stop you. Bound does get a spawn over toward the P1 side, so he does have first step towards this flag, towards stopping it from going through, but you got 2 members of Shopify Rebellion that are looking to relay it through. Bound with max damage, using the cover, isolates the gunfight. How does he pull that off?
That is massive. It's 3 down for the side of Rebellion. A chance for GBX to get their second cap. There's only 2 minutes left, but another kill comes through.
And that flag has already been started. The reset should come through by itself. Don't think Suppress going to be able to grab a hold of that touch, and we should see the second flag cap coming from GBX. There it is.
GBX have to be fast, though, off this OS pull, right? There's a player that spawned at the back of base. It's Suppress that has the chance to get Renegade here, but Renegade sneaks through the bottom center. 2 kills come out for Rebellion. GBX on the run.
Renegade about to put back-to-back caps in for GBX, because I don't see anybody in position for Shopify Rebellion. Are we about to see a 1-cap game here?
It looks like it is. Renegade puts it in, and now immediately look at him. He's going for that top center control. Bound is starting to heat up as well. 25-20 in this game. Getting pushed here. Suppressed ends up getting the kill, but that's 3 down for Rebellion again.
Surprise was able to get past those grenades. A huge kill out of him, but it may not be enough. GBX were down 1-4, but they may just touch it with less than a minute on the clock. Renegade just doing main slayer type of things. We got a tied up game, ladies and gentlemen.
Who turned on the lights? The switch has been flipped here for GBX. A completely different energy than what we saw in the beginning of this game, and Renegade ain't stopping anytime soon.
40 seconds on the clock. We could see an overtime, or we still have sudden death to work with. And if Rebellion go 4 down, this could be one of the greatest comebacks we've seen in Halo Infinite. Capture the flag.
2 players already snuck through the freeze, though. It's up to Legend to win this fight, and he gets the trade. 2 down for Rebellion. The flag's going through.
There's 2 members of Shopify Rebellion. They're just going to throw some nades, try to get the cross-map shots. Bound already has it on the pillar. He's going to punch it in. That's a win.
Wow.
That's game 1.
A statement being made here. You see the main stage, you see the energy out of GBX, and again, what's interesting about this LAN is there's no white noise, Tony. They can hear it all. Usually there's earbuds. Usually you get that white noise. You don't have to hear the crowd or hear the other team, but here, we're in the grassroots, baby. This, you hear everything, and GBX, they're getting loud.
The crowd is pumped, and so are we. Ladies and gentlemen at home, this was a 1-4 game at one point. Like Shopify Rebellion should have ended it, and the way they were playing, it looked like they were. GBX seemingly coming out of nowhere. What are the percentages? What are the chances that happens? That's crazy.
That's probably one of the biggest comebacks we've seen on CTF Aquarius. We've seen some big ones here, but we're talking about a roster in GBX, a potential, essentially a pickup roster, right? Shopify have to be moving on from that, though. There's where you have to like toss the game, right? Okay, it happened. It is what it is. We move on to the Slayer. 7-1 in Slayers at Arlington, Tony. They're an incredible Slayer team. We'll see if they can close out this Slayer here and tie up the series.
Yeah, that game number 1 really told us a lot. It told us that both of these teams ain't treated us like, a little passing through local.
Right.
They're treating it like a real mysterious, like almost like that HCS main stage type of stuff with $7,500 on the line. I ain't mad at that. I ain't questioning it. That was one of my favorite games that I've ever had the opportunity of casting, and it was just game 1.
It's just game 1.
We still got a whole best-of-5 series. Buckle up, stay with me, old man.
Hey,
I need your energy.
I'm here, man. My bones be cracking when I get up, but I'm gonna tell you, there's one thing to wake me up. It's that series right there, and we've got a packed house here. This crowd is beautiful. They're making noise. They're getting into the game as well, and how can you not? GBX coming through with the incredible comeback, and honestly, for me, Tony, it was the overshields, right? Making sure those overshields have value. We saw Renegade put damage into like 4 different players, but a spotter as well. So 5 different players with that one OS, and then they were able to get a cap off of that, and then they got that OS for that last 2 caps as well.
What was that play? There's no way that Bound gets even a kill right there. Let alone 2.
Legend 2 at the end.
I could never. At no point in time could I even dream to be as good as anyone on the stage. At no point in time could I even dream of being anywhere as good as these players that we're seeing on the main stage here in your Titans of Orlando, powered by LVT Halo.
You know what I love is that we got to play in this land, right, Tony? And one of the big things about that is not only that we got absolutely dominated because we are terrible.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know why you tell people that.
Right, but listen, but we got perspective. There's a lot more respect that goes into, what these players are actually capable of, right? What these teams are capable of, because you're in the game. There's just so much to worry about. There's so much to look at, so much to think about, and then you kind of get overwhelmed. And all these players are thinking these processes through. They're looking at the map from a top-down perspective, and they're able to break everything down. It takes a lot to be a top Halo professional. It really does.
Yeah, obviously these teams do VOD review, and they go over like, what should we have done in this position? Why did we do this, or why did we make this mistake? But in the moment, hindsight obviously is 20/20. In the moment, unless you've been in that position and you've practiced it and you've gone over it, it's very easy to make 1 or 2 mistakes that could cost you a capture. And as we just saw in that game number 1, 1 cap can literally decide an entire game or an entire comeback. Solitude Slayer is going to be our game number 2. Obviously, a little bit of that Halo 5 Plaza remake, a lot of Halo 5 experience in the lobby. If we get over to game 4, we're going to see a little bit more in the rig remake interference. Excuse me, I apologize. Talk to me a bit about Slayer Solitude.
Well, I want to talk about the Slayer with also bringing up the last game. So it's both of them together,
Please.
Okay? So what we saw in the beginning of that game number 1 was a bit of passiveness. And when you think of Bound, Legend, and Renegade, what do you think of right off the rip?
Aggression,
speed and aggression, right? What we saw at the second half was them holding forward, staying alive, doing damage. If we can see that here in the Slayer, they take this one as well. But again, it's Shopify Rebellion. 7-1 in Slayers. I would assume that, obviously we say they're one of the best Slayer teams in the game. I would assume they take this as well, but Kraken, they took a game off of Shopify. So we'll see if they're able to come to play here in game number 2.
I love when players and commentators talk about timing when it comes to the game, because a lot of these collapses are really well-timed pushes, and I feel like it's easier to do when your only gear is forward. When you have players like we're seeing at Shopify Rebellion, the GBX, who are willing to hold forward, willing to be aggressive, you're gonna see great gameplay. You're also gonna see great timing. And a great start by Shopify Rebellion. They're grabbing hold of camouflage.
And that's what happens when you're a team like Shopify Rebellion, you're a structured team that goes over VOD review, that has scrims. Guess what's going to be the strongest thing of your gameplay? It's these starting strats, right? Being able to execute on them, being able to take angles that are not necessarily looked at. That's potentially what's happening in this game number 1 thus far. It's a 5, make that 6-2 lead here for Shopify Rebellion.
Ain't no way he just hit a triple like that. To 3x the scoreline of the opposition, and Mental finishes off Renegade. What a start coming in out of Shopify Rebellion.
And Soulsnipe, right? Soulsnipe's 5-0. What a way to start this game.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Shopify Rebellion need. I'm sure they're hanging their heads a little bit low after that game, but this is the start you're looking for. Soul Snipe with the shock rifle can really make an impact.
Right now, heads are high, and so is the reticle on Soul Snipe's shock. Looking to get some headshots here. We do see GBX starting to claw their way right back into it. Started off as a 2-7 deficit. Now just 3 kills between the two, but back-to-back out of Rebellion. 4 up for them, 2 down for GBX.
Rebellion are doing a really great job of finding the kills first and then executing on the players left on the map. This is just beautiful out of the side of Rebellion, and they've maintained this lead because of it. Legend, though, getting a couple kills of his own. 12-9, though, is the lead still for Rebellion.
Legend gonna back down. One shot at the moment, playing the center lane over toward the gold side. You got Renegade who's pushing up the C side. And Tusk supporting you from blue, and a beautiful shot that can deal with anybody that challenges you. GBX right back in it.
The Rebellion is holding this entire side of the map. They're forcing the spawns on that snipe side, so this next camo going to be very important. And honestly, Legend and the side of GBX are in prime position for it right now. Rebellion understand that, so they have to pressure through here, and the damage comes out from Legend, but Bound is cleaned up. Renegade gets a trade, but a couple more trades have to happen.
Legend got some big game on him, playing like he's over 7 foot tall. I'm gonna call him Legend Weapon Yana. No, it doesn't work, sorry. Camouflage about to come up, beautiful long range shot. Reversal out of Legend, which not only gets him the kill, but also gets him camouflage as well.
We always talk about pivots. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a pivotal fight there for Legend. Able to get that 1v1, able to get the camo as well. My question is, what is he gonna do with it? You see, the pressure's coming through already. Cycle's gonna be the first point of contact. The damage is cleaned up again, and 2 go down for Rebellion.
Tied up at 18 apiece, making 19 for Rebellion as 2 members of GBX trying to clear out this perimeter, trying to play from the outside in, and it's Tusk that goes right after suppressed. Bound still putting down damage, a little bit of a 1-2 combo, a bait and switch happening right now. That's the way you fend off Rebellion.
What I'm hearing a lot out of GBX is their energy, right? They're getting loud on the main stage. You'll love to see that passion here, even at a local event. It's 3 down for GBX, though, and a chance for Rebellion to answer back. They've got to kill Renegade, and they do. Now they can pressure the map.
GBX currently down by 2 kills. We switch on board with them off of spawn. I want to go into a bit of a listening with GBX.
Spawning tramp.
You want to swerve?
Might spend S1 on you.
Last week.
Benches.
Double kill.
Next week.
Push it.
Garbage.
Okay, Yo, solo serious. Come on, see. Yo, sit there.
Oh my God.
I'm red. I'm purple.
Watch 36-31 lead in favor of GBX. And we saw from the inside, we saw the flanks, we saw the timing, we've seen them now take back control of the game, and they're about to run away with it. They ain't looking back. It's GBX.
GBX just really wants us. You can just tell in the comms, right? They just sound good right now, and they've taken a 9-kill lead over one of the best Slayer teams in the HCS. It's Renegade on your screen. 12-8 continues on a killing spree. Will he win this fight as well? Not going to be able to do it. Cycle takes him out, but that's 3 down for Rebellion.
I was going to say, is that the first domino to fall, but they're still so far behind right now. It's Shopify Rebellion. I don't know how they can make a massive comeback. We saw GBX do one in game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, because GBX are definitely just going for trades at this point. Cycle gets a clean kill in the feed, though. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're Rebellion at this point. This is not over by any means right now, but Renegade, he's trying to shut the door on this game right now. And Legend gets another trade, and that's exactly what they need.
Cleaning up those one-shot players is what GBX we're looking for. Now he's looking for the final 2 kills. Soul Snipe ends up going down. Legend awarded the kill for that one, and Mental down to 1 shot. He can't afford a single life to give right now. And there it is.
Wow, GBX are really, you can hear them popping off. They're looking at the other side of the stage, and Bound is getting loud.
Oh my gosh.
You love to see that. It's passion here, just like we're back in 2005 MLG.
I got goosebumps here on the caster desk. I can only imagine if you're on the other side of that. How must that feel? And you're down 0-2. The Shopify Rebellion, and you got one of the best players in the world barking at you. Good God.
When Bound's feeling like that, you gotta be scared, right? Because you have to think about it. GBX, they have nothing to lose here. They put together this squad for this LAN, which is incredible. I'm so happy that they showed up. They're giving us a show right now. But when you're on the other side of things, you're Shopify Rebellion, an established roster who's obviously gone through all the hoops and learned the game and studied your VOD. I think it's just when you showcase that energy and you're showcasing that dominance, Shopify really have to dig deep into their mental and say, okay, you know, we've been there, done that. We can get through this together. Like we can make this reverse sweep happen.
I feel like this is one thing that Shopify Rebellion are going to take, you know, back to the booth. We talked about them having that massive lead in game number 1. Even in game 2, they had control for it. Up until maybe that maybe 38 kill mark, they had a lot of control during that game. But now, maybe they have to find a better way of closing out, even against the best in the world, like somebody like these players are on GBX.
You got to shut these players down on GBX. I talked about what they bring to the table individually, and when you give them a little bit of energy, when you give them a little bit of something to talk about, like a 2-0 series lead so far, you got to quiet them up. That's the only way this happens, right? You win this next game, obviously. That starts the reverse sweep. You start to get energy under your belt. You start to get a little bit of confidence, which is what you should have. If you're Shopify Rebellion here, you should have confidence in this series still. Even being down 2-0, you should still have confidence that you can bring this series back. You are Shopify Rebellion.
Switching gears to game number 3, Oddball on Recharter. Just one map that I think they really changed the pace, especially coming off of a super fast map like Solitude. I think of Oddball Recharter. I think of, like, you know, you not having control coming off a spawn. Yeah. You have to find the way to take space, get a perimeter kill, break the setup of the opposition, and then once you get that 3 or 4 down, then you have to instantly take space on yourself.
Yes.
You have to control those spawns, and now you get into your own setup, and you get to see, you know, not only the speed and coordination and efficiency in which you play at on the offensive end, but then you have to show off how good you are at defense. Otherwise, you're probably not getting any points. You'll just get a lot of kills.
I love that you mentioned that too, because like that talks about how important timing and positioning are, right? You push in to get that 4-kill sweep to get everyone down, but then you got to worry about, okay, wait, they're going to spawn. Or that first kill we got is going to be a spawner coming up here. We have to block those spawns as well. And then if you're too far up, you don't have the timing to run back, let's say towards elevator, to block that A spawn and force some C. So there's so much that goes into this, and I think if I'm thinking of both of these rosters, I'm thinking of Shopify being a lot more structured in this situation, in this game number 3.
Well, we will be finding out soon here. Not only we talk about the actual game type and what strategy that lends to, but then we talk about, obviously, the sandbox and shock rifle. No matter who gets it on the map, man, it is crazy. I want to use the word easy. It's crazy how easy it is in the hands of these players. Like, obviously, you know, players that are maybe at my level, you know, low Onyx or high diamond players, you know, we're good with the shock, but it's different.
Yeah.
The professional players with the shock, it is a true power weapon. It is a true game changer, and that's what I think about it. And you also have camouflage to work with. So it's very interesting to watch the dance that's going to happen, not only on the oddball side of things, defense and offensively, but how your strategies change when camo and shock are starting to pull you towards the center map.
Really well said. I think those power weapons, you know, even me, you know, I guess higher Onyx, it's not really high Onyx, but higher Onyx, it's the same thing for me. I don't take the value I should with shock rifle, but you see a shot, like let's say, you know, Renegade's time in the shock, you see Renegade pick up that shock rifle, your whole game plan changes. Okay, we need to make sure to take him out. We need to make sure to cut the angles that he's watching and make sure he doesn't do a lot of damage, because it is game changing. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If I see you grab the shock, I'm ego challenging you all day.
Oh, wow.
All day, every day. I'm taking the challenge. Renegade, I'm probably gonna hide, backseat or something. I ain't getting in this man's way. Let me tell you, I'm gonna strategically jump off the map, trying to get myself a better spawn. I'm gonna Ryan Newman up a little bit. GBX, ladies and gentlemen, up 2-0 in the series off of one massive comeback and one very good one in game number 2. GBX, no stranger to playing off of their back foot and having that mental fortitude to be able to hold on, say, it's okay. Take it one kill at a time. Take it one step at a time. I know you're big on the mental of the competitive player. Talk to me a little bit about that. When you find yourself down, whether it's a massive one at 1-4 or down 4 or 5 kills in the mid game in a Slayer, how do you hold on mentally?
It takes a lot of mental fortitude to just take a step back and take a deep breath, because it is really easy to tilt. And I was actually talking to Gunny about this earlier today. It's like, he ended up losing a Slayer game when they were up by a lot, and he was saying, if this was Gunny 1 year ago, the whole series would have been over. He'd be on a plane back home, because you can get tilted really easy. When you're at this level, when you're playing at this level, you have to shake games off, but also, like you said, moments of games off. You just got to be like, okay, how do we break this? Take a step back. How do we break this setup? What is the process we have to take? And do that. A lot of players will just kind of like, oh no, they're getting so much ball time. Let me just charge top center. That's me, by the way. Let me just charge top center and chow everybody on the map. But no, it's a process. It's a step-by-step process. It's essentially chess.
I'll take a look at some of the damage here as man, Suppressed was a dealer on there. And I've been telling people time and time again, I do the stats when it comes to these HS events. I've been doing it for a while, and I'm always looking and always impressed with how this man finds that damage on the map. And I think to myself, like, I feel like as a player myself that maybe I'm a slower player, I'll be honest with you, but if I have a player like Suppressed on the team that is putting down damage, it's creating avenues or creating lines of sight that I can then use, because if the enemy team is weak, they probably have to force it back down to get their shields.
Yeah.
Now that's when we can start to get aggressive. I think of how valuable that is. When I oftentimes when I talk about Suppressed, It's a little unicorn.
Oh, it's a little unicorn. If Carolyn was watching, she would love this unicorn. Carolyn, you're not watching, but this unicorn is great.
So let me tell you one thing. This unicorn's been on here for maybe 4 or 5 seconds, and it already has way better analytical breakdowns than you have ever had in your entire career.
You're just trying to make me hit a unicorn.
Pass the headset.
You're trying to make me...
Pass the headset.
Fine.
But I don't even know what I'm talking about, to be honest with you. That totally threw me off a little bit here. Up 2-0 right now in the series are GBX. Is there something that you were seeing specifically out of these players here today that has lent to the reason why they're up by so much?
One thing. Confidence. Bound looks like, you said you'd be scared if Renegade had shock. I'd be scared if Bound was screaming at me across the stage like that. I don't care who you are. That is a player that is, that is a player that is in the state of flow. And to stop him, you're gonna have to do a lot. And it's Renegade too. And I think Tusk is outputting that damage as well. Everyone's playing the role that they need to play. But with confidence comes aggression. And when you're winning every single fight and you've got that aggressive gameplay, that aggressive play style, it's up to Rebellion to stop and say, okay, how are they playing in this series? What kind of, are they playing aggressive? Are they changing pace here? And realize what's going on to answer back to it and to have a game plan to answer that aggression.
Yeah, I feel like oftentimes, players will second guess themselves, and it shows within their gameplay. I can imagine like some of the better players in the world, they can almost sense even through the controller, through the screen, where if a player is being a little more passive, hey, you're not confident. I'm gonna stay in that battle for an extra second, extra shot or two, because I feel like I'm gonna win this every single time. If that player's second guessing themselves, they don't have that confidence, like you said, I'm gonna make sure that I get aggressive. I'm gonna make sure that I take advantage of that. So I love that you brought that. That's a big point right there.
Well, we'll see, of course, it's GBX. Smiles on Legend's face, ready for the next game. Look like on the other end of things, Shopify might be having an issue with something. So we'll see if they can get that figured out. The admin there, of course, helping. We'll see if they can figure that out. It's Tusk, the one that's having trouble with the PC. But regardless, we'll get this started as soon as possible. I'm sorry,
Oddball.
suppressed. I apologize.
So I'm seeing a little bit capture the flag, a little bit of oddball. We got ourselves some strongholds coming up next. What is your favorite game type that you're seeing in this series,
Okay, in this series,
and why?
recharge oddball. You know why? The oddball games always go so long.
Because it's next.
Well, it's just it's just interesting because oddball games go so long, but you can really kind of either like stop a flow in between rounds, or someone could dominate a round and you get that little bit of reset time. I kind of like the change of that. It's been where the entire score, you'd play through the entire score, but now we get the round-based game, and I like that for the competitors because it gives them a chance to kind of reset and have a chance to the other side of the map.
My favorite game mode and map combination, which I know we're going to see a game for, so we're going to get there, is Stronghold's Interference. And I should say, it's one of my favorite ones you see in this series.
Okay.
It's the first time that we're seeing Interference on LAN.
Yep.
And I'll be honest with you, when I first heard that the remake was coming in, I wasn't big on it. I was like, it's not going to play well with Halo Infinite. It's grown on me a little bit.
Okay.
It's not my favorite map, but it's definitely grown on me a little bit, and I'm excited to see what it looks like on the professional level, because I am far from a professional.
On LAN, nonetheless. That's a good point. This is the first time we're going to see it on LAN. I love that, and I'm excited to see how it plays. But it looks like we are getting into game here. Recharge oddball, and we're on board with Legend.
Legend taking a direct route over to, well, I thought he was going gold. Actually breaks off towards the needle side and catches a stray grenade that forces him back. Now we see the double back. Legend gonna try to work with Tusk. Gets himself at least one, turn it into a double tower side control now for GBX as Rebellion go 3 down.
I absolutely love that. You saw Rebellion send a player on the bottom of Elevator to try and make that push happen, but again, it's the speed of GBX, Tusk and Bound, pushing through. Tusk and Legend, I apologize, pushing through towards that tower side, getting those cleanup kills, and now GBX getting a little bit of ball time all the while. It's 3 down for Rebellion once again.
Renegade bringing that shot towards the tower side, and looks like we want to make sure everything is working well, making sure that everything working well. As far as technical-wise, we don't want any. If a team is going to win, we want it to be obviously legit. So
yes, sir.
We're gonna pull out. We'll pull out for a little bit there, find out exactly what's happening, and we get to yap some more.
Yeah, I love to hear myself talk. That's what I do. I've gotten pretty good at it, and one thing to talk about is what Shopify are going to do to answer back in the series. Even in that game, obviously, there's probably some technical difficulties, but having that 0-2 deficit right now, and then having to have these restarts, I just feel like that all stacks up, Tony. It all stacks up on the mental a little bit, and you're built up, you're ready to go, and then okay, we can't go yet, and then the more it's tough. It's tough to be in this deficit and have these things happen as well.
Yeah, I always wonder, like, is the speed and aggression in which Shopify Rebellion play at sometimes a bit of a double-edged sword? Like, I think back to Capture the Flag Aquarius. Like, yes, you went up 4-1 in that game, but there was also 5 minutes, 6 minutes on the clock that you left. You almost were too good too fast.
too fast.
You gave your opponent time to be able to mount the comeback. Like, maybe you need to go towards the center map, get towards 50, and just maybe slow it down a little bit, play a little bit more for slays so that time works against your opponent. Like, I don't know. It sounds crazy that I'm thinking about that, but you were too good too fast.
Yeah, I mean, pace change is so important though, Tony. Like, you have to be able to change pace in the middle of a game because it throws your opponents off. They're expecting you to be aggressive or maybe expecting you to play passive, and then all of a sudden you're firing on all cylinders.
Love that. So obviously we've already talked about recharge plenty. I do want to talk about interference, especially because in this case it is our first time that we're going to be seeing it on LAN. So at least in Halo Infinite. I got my start in podcasting Halo 5 as far as, so I know a lot about the rig.
Yeah.
Obviously you started you were casting a bunch of Halo 5, you as well. Talk to me a little bit about interference. Be honest.
Yeah.
Don't lie to people at home.
Okay.
Do you like interference? Okay, lie to people. Don't.
I haven't played it enough. I want some more time on it. Obviously, I do remember Halo 5. Lots of hours in Halo 5. Definitely playing the rig time and time again. But I haven't played it enough on this game to really see it manifest, and I'm actually unsure of the community's thoughts on it. I think at first, like you said, at first, people were like, but then people grew into it again. Like a lot of maps. There's been a lot of maps like that. But yeah, I want to see it on LAN. I think that's going to be the big test for me, like seeing both of these teams go at it on LAN. If we get there, I would love to see that play out.
That definitely would. One change I would like to see happen with interference.
Okay, yeah.
And it was so funny because I hated this in Halo 5. I hated it. But somehow I feel like it's kind of missing a bit in Halo Infinite. Being able to shoot down that camera.
Yes.
For some reason, like that, I guess I should say for obvious reasons, that was a game changer on how you approach camouflage, whether you were at an advantage or even at a disadvantage. That was a game changer. And it's so funny because I hated it on Halo 5, and now playing with that, I was like, I think this map needs it a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting because you could as the enemy player was jumping for it, you could shoot them down, and then they'd have to be on the on the bottom of basement or whatever, and they wouldn't be able to be in the position that they would have liked. They would have liked to just jump on the camel platform and then jump up and survive that way. And now that's not a capability. So I think that does change the game a lot. I'm not sure. It's probably a thing where they couldn't do it mechanically with the game in Forge at least. So, but regardless, I mean, I think the map's going to play really cool with the Bandit, and of course, on Strongholds, very fast-paced. That's exactly the way it was in Halo 5. Very fast-paced game type, and I'm sure it's going to be the same here.
Well, speaking of maps coming back,
yeah,
you know what? Let's talk about some other things. We got a little bit of time on our hands here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what things should come back. What weapon do you think that's not in Halo Infinite? Give me one or two if you want that you think should come back. What weapon would you want to see in Halo's beautiful history?
The grenade launcher.
Of course you pick a noob too. Oh my God.
It's so cool. Like the skill expression with it was fun. I mean, I don't know how much ammo you'd couple with it, but I'd love to see that. I think that was cool. I think the beam rifle's cool as well because of how fast I know we have snipers as well, but how fast you can shoot the beam rifle. You can double body shot someone very quickly, and that's again the first pick in a game, and that opens everything up for the play to happen.
I don't remember the grenade launcher on Halo Reach. Not only would obliterate the shields of the opponents, but also would EMP vehicles, right?
I didn't know that.
And I'm sure somebody in chat will correct me if I'm wrong. To my knowledge, if you shot a grenade launcher at a Warthog or a Ghost, I believe it EMP'd them, similar to what the plasma pistol would do, and you were able to maybe get that hijack off or get that kill. So grenade launcher, it's an interesting choice. I'm gonna pick a grenade launcher, but I'm gonna go a little bit different. I'm gonna go the sticky detonator. And because I feel like the sticky detonator was as deadly as the grenade launcher was, but there was also so much cheese you could do with it back in Halo 4. Like you could stick your teammate with the sticky det, have him run into the enemy team, and then let it off. You can kind of set mine it similar to like a Claymore or a C4 attached to the vehicle. There was so much cheese that was involved with the sticky detonator. I'm gonna go sticky detonator. You gave me a second one. Beam rifle's good. And this is one of my locals' hopes. Give me carbine.
Okay.
Give me the carbine. For someone like myself who is a little bit not good with getting the headshots, I like to put down damage and maybe stay alive, let my teammate finish off kills. The carbine has always been that weapon that just shreds the shields of your opponents. So give me the sticky detonator. Give me some carbine action as well.
I like the carbine in Halo 3, but I loved it in Halo 2. And it's because we saw so many 1v1s, like Karma, and just being a nuisance on Warlock, and having those spawn traps and having the BR and the carbine to use at the same time. I loved the carbine in Halo 2. I thought it was a viable weapon to use, and it was interesting. It'd be interesting to see it in Halo Infinite, 100%.
I wonder what Chad is saying right now. Hey, Chad, let me know what weapons you want to see. I want to know what the Chad is saying. Let's see. Let's go. Best weapon equals the CE Shoddy. Hey, the Bulldog is cool.
That thing was nuts.
Oh, but the pump,
dude,
the pump.
That thing was absolutely nuts. Way too strong.
Oh, Soon says the railgun.
Oh, the railgun.
Oh my gosh, I was terrible with the
in
railgun.
Halo 5, that was, and it took a little bit of skill to use. Did they end up speeding that up, or is it just me? Like when it first launched to I would say like a year, they sped it up, right? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I liked
it was
it
more
slower.
definite.
I liked it slower because it took a little, again, skill expression. It took a little more skill to kind of line it up while it charged up.
Someone says the Saw. Now that's a man with great taste right there.
Oh,
So,
gosh.
Again,
Goodness me.
all of you competitive players think, I'm so accurate, I'm so good, I'm precision based. You know, some of us are aim, you know, we're a little aim deficient. We need a little bit of help, and that's Saw. Boy, sure. If we 1v1 Saws right now, I would destroy you. 15-0. You wouldn't stand a chance.
You're right.
Yeah. I know I'm right.
You're absolutely right. You would absolutely destroy me. Do you think GBX are going to destroy Shopify Rebellion here?
I mean,
Do you think this is going to be a 3-0, Tony? I got to ask you. On Recharge Oddball being the next game, do you think GBX 3-0 here?
I think even if it's a 3-0, I don't know if I would consider it a destroying.
Okay.
You know, quote unquote. Like I feel like a lot of people that go back and didn't watch the tournament are going to look at the results and say, "Oh, this was destroyed." But if you know type, and if you actually watch the games, if you actually watch the tournaments, you know that Shopify Rebellion were up 4-1.
Right.
Like, you know that they were up in that mid game on Slayer. You know for a fact that this was not just one-sided the entire time. This at one point looked like Shopify Rebellion were going to win game 1 and 2.
Well, here we go. Game 1 and 2. Done and dusted. And now we go over to game 3. It's 3 down for GBX. A bit of a different start than what we saw. And the last time this game came up in the reset, it's Shopify Rebellion that are taking immediate control. And look at how much pressure they're putting onto top right. It's very important to get this glass, and it's suppressed with the camo trying to make things happen.
Camouflage ends up getting burned. So do 3 members of Rebellion. You know GBX going to take advantage of that every single time they get aggressive. They push the gold side. Legend wants to get rid of Mental. What?
Yeah, there's some plays being pulled off right now that are very different than how this series has gone on. And honestly, it's a testament to a little bit of a break here for Shopify, a little bit of time to reset, rethink the strategy. My goodness, the snap off that grapple. Mental. Legend's gonna take him out. That's a big kill by Legend, but he's gotta live now.
Yeah, Mental being disrespectful right now. He's not respecting his veterans.
I love it.
Renegade's been doing this for quite some time. Even Bound as well. Yeah, it definitely touched Mental. You respect the veterans that have been doing this in Halo.
You know what I'm seeing? You know what I'm seeing, Tony? I'm seeing a lot more 1v1s won by Rebellion here, and honestly, that's what needed to happen. You're talking about Mental not respecting. Mental's the type of player that I see. He's multiple championships in Gears of War, has that LAN experience. He knows all about confidence. He knows all about these situations. Legend, though, answering back. 2 down for Shopify.
It looks like GBX are going to advance that ball away from the battery side over to where the gold and the A side right now are. GBX and the Legend has some great positioning here on tower. If they want to cross, whether it's through the tower and C side or through the opposite side, they have to go through Legend. Looks like Shopify Rebellion will do just that.
Renegade's on the top of glass. He's the next point of contact here. A lot of damage was done by Legend, but the force play ball comes through. 3 down for the side of Rebellion here. It's Renegade now with the camo. We'll see what he's able to do. We'll see what play he's able to make, and he gets the first one on the Mental.
27-16 lead in favor of Rebellion. And I'm not sure exactly where that grenade came from, but I ain't mad at it. Both suppressed and Mental hit the black screen here, and Legend continues to get aggressive, wants to take the 1v1 with Cycle, confident with that grenade.
Oh, Legend looks good right now, and GBX off those couple of kills are going to take potentially this lead here. They tie it up, but Legend getting that 1 kill, 2 being down for Rebellion. They've got a back Hydro hold. That's 3 dead. Cycle, the last player alive.
How much can you do if you're Cycle? Best thing he does do is just wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. They're going to mount a new point of attack right now. Meanwhile, GBX continue to get points on the board. They sent multiple members through the gold side of the map and one towards a center lane. GBX somehow anticipating that. They take down 1, but there was 2 down there in a 2v2 scenario. This next lane could be it, and Legend wins it once again unsuppressed.
Again is right. He's winning so many 1v1s that are so important here. Renegade's going to be able to play this ball. Mental's going to try and stay alive inside the shroud screen. Somehow does. finally gets cleaned up there, but it's a 59-27 lead here for GBX, and what a massive job by them to stop that very decisive push by Rebellion.
59-27 lead right now, but GBX trying to play that ball a bit early. Shopify Rebellion, they're on them. They're here, and that's 3 down for GBX. A triple out of cycle. Oh, if we would have got that overkill, I would have screamed.
It would have been a nasty overkill, but a lot of damage comes out. Although those players went down for GBX, the damage was done, so going to be able to clean up a little bit of that damage is the other members of GBX. Legend 11 and 6 thus far. You see the rotation coming through towards that elevator side. Camo is up though, and it's going to be GBX trading that camo for some ball time.
The setup was seemingly locked in by GBX, but Rebellion find themselves 2 critical kills. Now the 3rd, and that ball still sitting on the A side. There's no play ball that happens there, but Bound, I think he was sitting behind enemy lines. He was hiding in the elevator and takes down multiple members of Rebellion. Rebellion, they had the break, but that's a sneaky Bound right there.
That could have been massive, right? Tusk is the one that played the ball, but then they grappled the ball back up, and I was like, oh no, this could be really bad. It's going to be Rebellion with the setup on elevator, but no, Bound was hiding, gets a double, and now they've approached 80 points of ball time here in round number 1.
How many times have we seen Psycho and Rebellion pull off plays like that when hiding and just waiting for the right time and the right opportunity? Bound and GBX giving them a taste of their own medicine of 82-32 lead. GBX, they're about 10 seconds away from taking this round number 1, and mind you, they're already up 2-0 in the series. We're seeing a massive rotation from Legend out of this ball, and that might just be all she wrote.
This is beautiful. This is so beautiful. You see Tusk on the top of glass putting in as much damage as possible. They do break here, but only 3 seconds is needed in cycle. The last player alive, Renegade runs with the ball, and he gets the last couple of seconds. Round 1 go to GBX.
That's unfair. That is just unfair. You're Psycho Rebellion. You know that GBX is going to be playing for a kill, playing for damage. There's no way Renegade is going to sneak that ball away until it happens.
I love that Bound is chirping right now. If he continues this, we have an entertaining series already on our hands, but this is just massive out of GBX. Tusk, you saw what he did on top glass, right? That's his job, doing that cross damage. 4 down for GBX, though. A chance for Rebellion to get their very first, I would say, structured setup of this game thus far.
Psycho taking a lot of space here. They know that GBX spawned up over toward the long haul side, and Psycho's confident enough to push onto C, onto Hydro. But the first 2 kills do end up going down, so I'd imagine they're going to retract back and try to work together now with Suppressed and Psycho. Suppressed down to 1 shot.
I'm so impressed by Suppressed to try and live there inside of batteries, right? They're always going to search for that goal player, that player that's playing on top of glass. That is always the first point of contact on these pushes. They take him out at the end of the day, but great job by him to try and stay alive. Renegade will lose that fight there. Legend, though, gets his own onto Mental. Oh my goodness, that's 3 down once again for Rebellion.
Legend gonna rotate this ball into another GBX gold side setup. Bound, he's behind enemy lines once again. Another flank come out of him, but maybe a step behind here because Solstai makes it through. And Bound never step behind. When you can curb slide and move like that, you're right in the fight.
Some of the best movement in the game. Never a step behind, always going to get there as fast as possible. I love the selflessness, gets that kill as well, but it's, I mean, the trades are all that's necessary right now. Again, look at Tusk playing that anchor position, gets the spawn there for Renegade, gonna stay alive. Mental's in a 2v1 situation. He ends up getting 1 though. That's gonna be a good trade. It'll be 2 down for GBX, so no ball time being had right now. 10 seconds for Camo.
26-8 lead now. Still in favor of GBX at the moment, but Rebellion, something has to change for them. You're down 0-1 in the game. You're down 0-2 in the series and in danger of being swept and knocked down to elimination bracket. What can Rebellion do?
They have to kill Bound here. They do. That's a big kill on the Camo player, right? The only Camo that's coming up next is well, in another 2 minutes, of course. But 26 points on the board is a lot of time here to work with. Suppress is going to try and do his best to suppress the push from Renegade. At this point, you maybe open up a rotation towards the C side. It's Solstai already there, so they've got Hydro control. 2 down for the side of Rebellion, though. This rotation comes through. Another kill comes out from Mental.
Yeah, Solstai was there, ends up going down, so It's gonna be a play ball situation here. So not the end of the world. You maybe got a few seconds of time that you weren't supposed to. You forced GBX out of that gold side. Now you just need slays. Tusk is already pushing down long haul. The grenade does the initial damage. Tusk still confident, pushes forward, knows that player is one shot, finishes him off with the BR, and now he's going right through batteries, a direct route toward that ball.
Yeah, see, that's so risky by him, but he knows that if he can get the ball towards long haul, they have all of Hydro. Yes, he knows he's going to go down there, but again, it's selfless play out of Tusk, gets that ball towards the rotation, but Rebellion so very quick once again to capitalize on that. They push through towards that white tower side, and now they've got ball time of their own. They've got a setup here, and they're ready to play this ball if any pressure comes in.
Renegade down to one shot. Does end up playing more of a back roll. It allows Bound to be that shield, that forward shield, and take the damage. And a nice bait and switch, little Batman and Robin on a Renegade and Bound. We haven't seen that in a little while now.
We haven't. It's good to see them on the same team here. That ball gets rotated towards the blue pipe, so although Rebellion had that control of the pipe side of the map when that ball was played, it's once again GBX that come through and rotated through, and now more ball time for them. A double for Bound here. Gets the triple as well.
Oh, no. You can't give Bound ammunition. You know he's been loud literally all series long, and you're loud to get the triple like that, and you know he's going to try to get in your head. And Renegade, he wants to get some headshots with this shock and camo combination, the most dangerous combination when it comes to professional play. Renegade with the wingman. Not done just yet, but you have players on your right on the A side, and a player has snuck through gold. How does Renegade plan to attack this?
Tusk ends up going down early, so now Renegade's left in a 1v2, and he don't need no help. It's a massive double from him. Suppressed also taking a lot of damage as well, but Suppressed a massive kill. He's going to be able to reset the map now, and now Soul Snipe has ball time.
Shopify Rebellion bringing him within 2 points, and may just take the lead here. GBX losing out on numbers despite the excellent kills come out of Renegade, but now Renegade is here. Coming off a spawn, right through the gold side. No hesitation whatsoever in that push. Squad wiped the Rebellion.
That's a huge 4 dead here, and they've got a setup locked in. All the spawns are coming out on that C side. You see the rotations really quick, and they get split spawns on A as well. So it's up to Legend to be the forward player here to defend Renegade, who's getting that ball time. 21 and 17 out of him. 30 seconds of ball time as well. You wouldn't expect all these Slayers to have all this ball time, Tony.
It looks like Rebellion are trying to find a way to navigate through the gold side. It's going to be a double push out of Mental and Soul Snipe. Beautifully played there. Leads to a 3 down for GBX. That 3-1 split going to work out well, and Cypher gets himself yet another double.
Really love that Shroud Screen usage right there. They kind of delay. Tusk delays with that Shroud Screen so we can get a little bit more ball time exposed in the open, and he ends up playing that ball. But Shopify are very quick to get that ball back, and now they're looking to take the lead here in this round. I'm sorry.
Rebellion showing some life once again here. Cycle, 27 kills, 15 assists, having one heck of a game. If you want to give him a shout out, I'll give Soul Snipe a shout out. He just got a triple. There's an overkill potential in front of him, and he drops the stick. What a life out of Soul Snipe.
I mean, that's exactly what Soul Snipe needs to do. We know he's a confident player, and that confidence is starting to shine through now. It's Rebellion that can play off of that. You see, they've got the setup locked in. It's Cycle on top of Red, Suppress with the ball on the back ledge side. Suppress gonna play that ball just in time to go down. Legend, though, traded out.
Oh, just 15 seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion, but they go 4 down. GBX advancing that ball toward the C side. Don't tell me we're about to see another crazy comeback in the late game of this round. Bound feeling confident enough not to play the ball. Drops him, then drops Suppress.
Look at this. He knows he has help. He's not going to play the ball. It's 3 down for Rebellion. A massive 3 down that could potentially win them the game.
10 seconds left. Soul Snipe, Cycle, Mental trying to move in position, but Renegade is watching the cross. Suppress ends up hitting the black screen. Mental may just get wiped off the face of recharge. You can't get your shield back. You have to attack. And oh my gosh,
there it is.
Rotates it. That's a 3-0.
That That's an incredible out of GBX. What is just massive about this roster, Tony, is there's 3 firepower players on this roster. Tusk is the brains of the operation, of course, but there's 3 players that are so individually talented, and guess what? They all had ball time. They all did what they needed to do. And you know what I love at the end there? Tusk knows that if they look at him, they're not going for the ball player. He jumps out, doesn't care, puts his body on the line, does as much damage as possible, allows his team to clean up the last couple points, and a 3-0 sweep from GBX.
That's a high IQ play right there. You know, a lot of bad players will give up their life kind of sillily. A lot of good players will play their life constantly, but the best players in the world, they know when to do both.
Right.
They know when to stay alive, when to play their life, but they know when you have to just be the distraction. You have to be the shield to your teammate to either secure a big swing in the events, or in that case, secure a huge win. That is GBX putting on a massive performance, because although it was a 3-0 sweep, those, if you know, you know. If you actually sat here and watched the game, you know it was anything but easy.
Yeah, it's just very close, and you saw Soul Snipe starting to pop off towards the end there. That's kind of what I wanted to see the entire game out of him. I think what he's capable of and what we saw there are 2 different things, but there's another chance. Like you said, the road is very tough for the side of Shopify Rebellion now. Going into the lower bracket, you can see GBX make it to that grand finals. In the lower bracket, we've got Shopify Rebellion versus, of course, Gunny's team in Kraken.
Good Boys Extreme making it to another grand finals. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion will have to go through Kraken in order to try to get their revenge. And in that grand finals, you know you have to fight an uphill battle when you come out of that elimination bracket. Renegade, got some words for the camera? Someone get this man a mic. I need to know what he's saying.
He looks happy. He's happy. I mean, I love the confidence. I love the chirping out of Bound. I mean, it's so important to have that type of energy, especially against a team that you know is capable of beating you. You guys are a pickup roster. You know, you put together 4 incredible players, of course, and you got to come out with confidence. You got to come out with that type of energy. And like I said, normally at these HCS events, they have the white noise, but here it's grassroots, man. You get to hear everything that's going on, and we love that.
I want to put myself out there a little bit.
Okay.
You know, I want to apologize for the first time in Halo's history, as far as one of my predictions. I may have been wrong, and so I want to put out a formal apology. Renegade, Bound, Tusk, Legend. Apparently, I wasn't familiar with your game. Apparently, I was outside of my mind to doubt that GBX were going to be winning that winners bracket finals. We're going to be making it to the grand finals, and now are the favorites to win this tournament. I apologize.
And for the for the millionth time, I'm right and you're wrong. So you know it's all working out the way it should work.
you know who wasn't wrong?
Who?
Mikowski. All 3 of us at Shopify Rebellion.
That is true.
Hold on, the tournament's not over yet.
Yeah.
But I will say Mikowski is the one that's looking very right now. Yeah. Because all 3 of us did have Shopify Rebellion as the favorites right now. GBX are the favorites to win going into that grand finals. Did anybody have? Nobody had Kraken. What if Kraken?
Oh man, don't
win
get
this
me
elimination
started,
finals
man.
and make it into a grand final. Hey, nobody had Kraken.
Don't get me started. That would be insane.
That'd be huge.
They obviously
I ain't
played.
counting out breaking shot and gun collection.
I would not count them out either.
Man, they fun to watch.
Yeah, and
Little Rhett the Sweat. You saw how good This was playing this. Yo, oh my.
And Rhett, Rhett's playing incredible too. He was chirping himself. You'd love to see that.
Oh,
but I think we may have a couple people joining us here, ladies and gentlemen. But like you see on the elimination finals there, it's going to be Kraken versus Shopify Rebellion. But we've got Renegade joining us. Hey man, what's going on? How you? This is a really vanilla question, but you got to be feeling good after that series, right, against Shopify. You guys have to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the team I was prepared to play at this tournament leading up. So to get a 3-0 against them is like really good. But I don't know, I'm hoping they could bounce back and make this grand finals interesting.
He wants to go at him again. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that whatsoever. Talk to me a little about the series. Talk about that game number 1. Down 1-4. I think maybe a little over 5 minutes on the clock, and somehow you guys put in 4 caps, and I don't believe we had overtime. I believe it was the 5th cap within that 40 seconds to end it. Talk to me a little bit about that game 1.
I mean, I think they, off the rip, like they were beating us pretty good. Like they were getting the weapons, they're getting their kills, getting control. And I think the moment we had some light and got control of the game, like we were just able to snowball them. And I don't think they were ready to like get snowballed that hard. So it's kind of a both. Like they didn't have really good defense, and we were just also super snowbally. So.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm seeing is just a lot of aggression. Obviously, you three, you've played with Bound before many times. I started casting you guys in the Money Tuesday, so
yeah,
you've got that chemistry, and then of course Bound and Legend have that chemistry as well. Talk to me about your team breakdown. Obviously, I would assume Tusk is like that back player, putting in the damage. Maybe the IGL of the squad, and then you guys are just kind of pressuring. When you started to pressure confidently, they just couldn't handle it. So talk to me about that team chemistry.
I mean, honestly, we've been playing like a lot of Money Twos against each other, like leading up into this.
Okay.
Like we all just switch teams, alternate. Like sometimes I'll play with Legend versus Bound and Tusk. Sometimes I'll play with Tusk. So we'll just like alternate. So I think that helped our chemistry. But honestly, like we're not really an actual team, so we're not really overthinking it. Like we're just playing how we like want to play, and it clicked.
Love to hear that. Now you said you want to see Shopify Rebellion in that grand finals. Now, obviously, you've played them a few times. What makes Shopify Rebellion, that good of a roster? They've been doing their thing. Top 4 at Arlington, obviously doing their thing during the Open Series. What have you seen in this Shopify Rebellion roster that you just played?
I think it's a mental thing when it comes to them. I think they like started to believe in themselves. You can just tell they started to have that confidence and belief in themselves. And in my opinion, like a lot of these pro teams are very similar. That's what separates them. So as long as they have that confidence and belief, like they can actually go out and win a tournament, I think they're gonna play just better. But I mean, this tournament is kind of a breeze so far. So I need them to lock in.
I mean, Bao was chirping on the other side, and you guys don't have white noise. What is it like playing in this environment where there's no white noise? You can hear everything. I mean, it's got to be a different sort of dopamine, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, I love this. Like, it's very Bound hopped on the desk,
there he is.
I love just local vibes. Like, honestly, like I haven't been to one in years.
Yeah.
Shout out LVT for hosting one, obviously, and it's been a blast.
So I know we kind of talked a little bit about that game number 1. Obviously, that was one of the craziest comebacks that we saw in Halo Infinite. And then that game 2, what was there any gameplay? Was there anything that kind of memorable to you? I know you were down by a little bit in the mid game, and you just came back and kind of never turned back from that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we've been playing a lot of Money 2s, especially on Plaza. There's 2 Plazas in every series, and I think we all know how to play it. I mean, I think SSG is really good on that map just in general, so having Bound and Legend, to like help guide makes it very easy.
I believe we have Bound's mic activated. We obviously had to ask you about. Oh. Hello. Oh. Working on it real quick, and there we go.
Hello.
There we go.
Looks like we're good now, and
I was just saying, I don't lose solitude. We don't lose solitude on here at our map. So
simple as that. Keep it nice and simple. Yeah, we saw you getting loud, but we didn't get the chance to hear it too much. What were you saying over to the other side of things?
Basically something to quit fucking choking. I don't know, like when you. We're down 4-1, got a couple minutes left. It's pretty much the only way we can win that is if they start choking and just like basically let us win the game. And like once you win a game like that, you pretty much have to say something. It feels wrong not to. So.
Yeah, I gotta say that Renegade was talking about confidence playing a major part. I mean, I'm sure coming in with this roster is kind of like a pickup roster. You guys have been playing 2s, but I'm sure you came in with that massive confidence. Like, I think that in Shopify, like he was talking about their mental. Like, do you think that maybe they're a little bit shaken by the confidence that you guys are bringing to the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like kind of a lose-lose for them because, they're a real team,
right.
Not a fake team. So
right.
we kind of got nothing to lose.
Exactly,
We're just playing like it. So, yeah, nothing much they can do about it. And, I mean, why not have the confidence? If we lose, it's not like everyone's getting dropped.
Exactly.
We're not even a real team. So
exactly.
It's like, whatever.
I'm tired of this happy-go-lucky stuff. I'm going to throw some fire up in here. Obviously, we got FaZe coming into this season, fresh off a world championship, one of the most dominant teams in the league and whatnot. And maybe we slipped a little bit. You still FaZe. Y'all still top dogs in the league. And now we got Space Station Gaming coming in. Y'all were looking good. Arlington, first place, still looking good, still doing your thing. I guess I'll swing it to you first. Who's winning at London? I need to know.
Listen, me and Bound and Legend are on the same team right now. You know, maybe after this, maybe if we win this training after, you know, then we can like butt heads again. But right now, I mean,
teammates for the weekend, all right?
Right now, job's not done yet, and we're just trying to win this tournament.
I tried.
How does it feel playing against each other again? I know it's been such a long. Playing with each other again. I'm sorry. How long? How has it been playing with each other again? I know it's been so long. The questions for you, like since Halo 5, you know, you guys have obviously played 2s recently, but how is it playing?
I don't think me and John have ever played 4s together.
Yeah, I was gonna say is it different? Is it different?
2s, yeah.
Is it a different environment? You think, or is it just kind of just hold forward and destroy?
Yeah, pretty much just hold forward and destroy and just hope we win. I mean, Legend's good as fuck at that too, and then Tuss is just like playing his role too, so it's just working out. And I mean, we don't know how to play like this, so it's gonna just win the game. You know what I mean? Just win the fucking game. Yeah.
Love it.
Love that. Love that. So going into this grand finals, I mean, there's a very good chance that we are going to see Shopify Belly coming down. Although I will say, Kraken.
They had really close games yesterday.
Darn good team. How do we feel? Talk about this Kraken roster. What did you see out of them?
I watched the series yesterday between them and Shopify. I thought they could have won every single game that they played. They won one, but I mean, it's hard to beat a pro team until you actually beat one, you know. So they have to prove it to everyone and themselves that they're able to do that. But until then, I still think Shopify will get the dub.
Fair.
Yeah, man, I feel like they're in the same boat as us. Like, I don't think they're a real team, so it's pretty much just like, you got nothing to lose. Like, you're not getting dropped if you get shit on, so might as well just go out there and just try to just take over and just win the game. So, yeah, pretty sure they're just playing like free and flowy, and I don't know if they probably won't beat Shopify, but I'm pretty sure they'll probably make it close. Because the games yesterday were super close, and definitely could have won Game 5.
Is there any player on that roster that you've been looking out for, and why? Like, what do you see out of one of the players?
I mean, I've been playing with this Gunplexion, this, you know, matchmaking. He streams all the time. He's super passionate. Like, that guy wants it. So I think that's the player to look out for, honestly, on that team. He needs to bring the fire, you know, show up, and I think he has enough to be a pro.
Yeah, I'd probably say Gunny or Birkenshot. I think they're both pretty good. I'm not too familiar with Leader Innocent Red all that well, but I feel like those two are pretty good, and I know they definitely have confidence for sure.
Yeah.
Love that, man. Titans of Orlando. I'm so happy that you guys came out and showed some love here. The fans obviously love it. We saw some of the best games that we've seen, especially that CTF Aquarius. Honestly, really do. Do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I got one. So, like, you guys obviously coming to this Shopify brought their whole team here. What value? I'll start with you. What value do you think this brings to you as an individual player going into London? Cutting that break a little bit from Arlington to London, you're sitting here on LAN. Obviously, the game's way different on LAN. You're very vocal about that. So, what kind of like edge do you think this gives you? Is there a reason you came here to this event? Is it because you want to prepare for London?
I mean, the reason for the coming to the event was just to, like, you know, just have a vibey team. Just you know, try to. I think we knew Shopify was going, and we were like, fuck it, let's just go for fun.
That's awesome.
I mean, I asked my full team, like Eco's been doing this shit for too long to come. You know, he's been doing this for like 10 years. He's like, I can't go to this. And then, because London's a week later, he's like, I'll save my energy.
Right.
But I guess the biggest thing looking at it now is probably just playing the new update on LAN. The update that dropped after Arlington with the removing the desync more and just getting more blanks.
Network update, yep.
Yeah, the game definitely feels way better on LAN in terms of just like the jiggle peeking doesn't feel as broken. And whenever people are just going behind the walls, I notice my shots are just regging like way more. So I feel like I definitely have an edge like over I guess people who haven't played on LAN.
True.
Coming into this, going into London, just because I know the game is like, it feels real again. That would be the advantage.
Yeah. What about you? What would you say? About the same thing?
Yeah, I would say about the same thing. We just came in with a little vibey squad. You know, we just assembled a team. As I said, we saw Shopify, so we're like, you know, like this is a good chance to play Shopify. They've been really good online. They've beaten us, like my team at least, like a lot online. So it's like, I just want to prove to myself, and obviously it's different teammates, but just prove to myself that I could beat them.
I know you kind of talked about the vibes a little bit. Is there any plans to do anything outside of the event and whatnot? Y'all plan on going to a little bit of Universal and whatnot, or kind of going back home and getting ready for London's coming up soon? Ain't there anything fun?
I actually got a scrim tomorrow, so I got an early flight.
Wow.
I got an early flight.
All right.
Morning, so.
Back to work.
Back to
Yeah, I've already been to Universal, Disney. I've been there when I was a kid and when I was an adult too. So I've already been there, done that. So no, I just got to stay locked for London and just going on after this.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's like I bought my flight. I don't know. I did not plan this out because I wanted tomorrow to be like Disney because I've never been to Disney World. I'm from like California, so I've always had Disneyland, but I've never been to Disney World. So like I always wanted to, but it's just kind of weird timing just because London's right across the corner and like my team, his team, every team needs to like, get on scrim. So
it's
just kind of like we go here, have fun, play Halo, and then we just go back home and just get buttoned up for London.
All right, well, I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time, so before we send it to break, any final words for people out here, people at home?
I mean, shout out to LVT for hosting this, always. Like, these guys have been putting on for Halo, as always, since Halo 5. Yeah, let's hopefully we can make this a good grand finals. Whoever wins and losers, let's make it a good grand final.
Love that. Any final words?
Shout out LVT. I know my mom's probably watching my dad. Shout out my parents, my girlfriend too. Shout out to them. Shout out Stellar. Stellar's probably watching. Shout out Stellar. Yeah, there we go. I don't know.
All right, guys. That was your winners bracket finals. We still got more action ahead of us. Elimination bracket finals. And, of course, we got to find out who's going to that grand final. So when we come back, we're going to have some more Titans of Orlando action. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Titans of Orlando LAN, powered by LVT Halo. And whoop, man, Eli, I was getting pretty excited just on the side watching you play Halo, but on the main stage, there was even better Halo being played. What an electric winter final.
That was insane, man. I mean, to be down 4-1 and then come back and cap 4 in, what, a minute and a half? That was... I mean, the only other time I can even recall that, something like that, was Optic versus Quadrant. When they finished 3rd at that tournament, that was like their breakout, and they did the same thing to Optic on Aquarius CTF, and I was having flashbacks to that, but these guys are here to play.
Legend was part of that Quadrant squad, I imagine, at that point. Legend on the main stage there, running flags. He is got to be one of the best objective players in the game, which is wild because you look at his shots, you look at his stats, and you think he's a main slayer. Speaking of main slayers, main characters in the HCS, we had an opportunity to sit down with one last week in Formal. My gosh, you don't usually see him on podcast outside of the ones on Optic Gaming, and I think we have the game starting, so we're going to plug the podcast a little bit, get a promo going, but I think we'll save that for a later date. We're going to swap seats. We're going to get Tim and Why Not back on the mic, and we'll join you guys here in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's Kraken versus Shopify Rebellion. Tony, the rematch from yesterday.
Excited to watch these two go at it. It's pretty obvious, I'm going to be honest, that Shopify Rebellion, they're the favorites going in. But I don't know, man. The People's Champ and the crew, they may just upset some people. We saw, obviously, Renegade and Bound had some great words for Gunplexion and Breaking Shot. We've seen what Leaderness and Red have been doing all tournament long. I'm not counting anybody out, not at this stage of the tournament.
Well, they're taking some lessons from Bound here, getting a bit loud. Maybe a bit of confidence being built up here for the side of Kraken, but Shopify already a little bit of hill time. It's Gunplexion, though, with the shock rifle in his hands. Cycles goes down pretty quickly. That was 3 down for Rebellion.
Shock in the hands of Gunny. Long range shot, not going to connect, but the second one looked deadly. You have 2 members of Shopify Rebellion pushing through the tower side, making 1 after Gunplexion shot connects. Takes down Soul Snipe. Excellent nade. That's a triple out of Gunplexion.
Gunplexion's locked in, man. You know, you heard Renegade talk about it, right? This is a pickup squad. There's nothing to lose in this situation. And Gunny knows that, and he's trying to make things happen here. Cycle versus Gunny. There it is. 2 down for Rebellion. This could be the hill.
Cycle tried to give him the wiggles, but Gunplexion keeps a steady shot. Finishes off that one. That's a 1-0 lead for Kraken.
It's what you need right now. It's a little bit of belief here for the side of Kraken. Belief, every bit of belief will get you through this series. We'll see if it's enough, though. They get the first hill, looking for more as Leader Ness stays alive in the back of Hydro. Their process, they're playing it really well. You see the bait and switch. You see the damage being done. Leader Ness not able to clean up that kill.
Gunplexion going to shoot his way toward that camo. Looks like it's going to be burned, just about able to get away with his life there. Rebellion had firm control over this blue side hill, keeping Kraken out. Red trying to find an angle. Finds a couple of shots onto Soul Snipe, not the kill, maybe the switch though. Mental hits the black screen. Leaderness gets his. That's half the members of Rebellion that are wiped off the face of Recharge.
3 down for Shopify Rebellion once again, and I'm going to be honest with you, Kraken looking really good here. The bait and switch is good. The chemistry seems like it's on another level. We saw this series like we talked about yesterday. Kraken were able to take 1 game away from Shopify, and it was in the Slayer. But oh my goodness, I mean, it's 3 down again for Rebellion. Kraken, they're looking to get their second hill, Tony.
Kraken not only able to break the setup, but now have 1 of their own. If they can survive, they can stay alive, they could go up 2-0, but Rebellion are here. So is Leaderness. Couple of shots, Leaders trying to go in for the flank. Melee connects, but Soul Snipe gets himself 2. I think that might have been a triple out of Soul Snipe there, leaving Gunplexion by himself.
I love Gunny though right there. He gets the trade. He's able to at least make things a bit uncomfortable, but this is the first time we've seen Rebellion in a full setup here. A lot of control in the back of Hydro. Soul Snipe trying to take out breaking shot. Mental and Suppress get a kill in the feed, but 2 trades come out.
3 down, go Kraken. Rebellion just about done with this one, but Kraken not too far behind. It could be 2-0 still. As Red with the shock, Cycle survives. Now we're seeing Soul Snipe trying to catch up over toward the seaside. Kraken taking a direct route towards that hill. Leaderness with another clutch double kill. The man is 9 and 5, could make it 10 after the reversal. Kraken may just hold on to it. Oh my.
That is, I mean, this is the start that you're praying for if you're Kraken. You're finding Shopify Rebellion maybe a bit weary here. I want to hear what Kraken sound like. Let's go into a listen-in with Kraken.
Stay alive. These needles. No, yeah. Mid-bridge dropped the cable off. Hell, come on. Do there. Help me again. Watch out. Long. Nice. Right. I'm looking. I got white. One's long. You got red. Yeah, spawn is long haul. He's red.
The press.
Nice. I'm looking at your crush. Go back down. Let's top red. Let's go on me. Another one fight. Game out. Third point, guys. Get on me, Red. Get on me. Top eight there. Help me. Johnny. Try to live. Keep moving. Push it. One shot. One shot. One top eight. Above you guys. One shot. Third one above you guys. He's on A. One shot A. He's top eight. Dude, turbine one shot. Slow down. Stay alive there. Right first. Probably a kid here. Yep. There it is. Excellent. Needles one shot. Needles full snipe one shot. Guy's gonna pinch. We're probably gonna get this though. Just wait for the C point. One shot needles full snipe, guys. See guys, we need to push them out. I'm here. I'm here going, guys. They're playing. They're already rotating. One shot top. Give me a second. One shot red pipe. Absolutely red pipe. I'm staying C.
Halo ready.
2-1 lead in favor of Kraken. And you saw them in the comms, or heard them in the comms talk about, we're not getting the seaside hill. We gotta rotate. We gotta stay over toward the opposite side. We gotta play blue. And as camouflage coming up, it could work in favor of them. Camouflage on the ground. Looks like Rebellion gonna be able to grab a hold of it. Suppressed, it's dropped. I'm not sure if that was activated.
No, it's not. It's still there, and it's the shroud screen that comes out for Leader Ness. This is a massive camo for the side of Kraken. They've already got a lot of this hill as well. They've got to fend off a push, though, from the long haul side. You see how pressured Rebellion is. It's up to Leader Ness to make a play.
It's a 3-man push coming out of Rebellion through the long haul side, and Leader Ness not able to trade out his life. That's a quick 3 down. Nobody falling for Rebellion. Mental, though, doesn't win his 1v1 against Complexion, but not sure that's going to matter much. Eventually 4 down for Kraken, and some good time for Rebellion.
Yeah, Kraken were looking for that camo to do work at that point, and unfortunately Leader Ness had a little bit of a rough timing there, ends up getting taken out really quickly. They're not able to utilize that camo to get space and get control of the map. So now it's Rebellion in a bit of control, but Rebellion have done a good job of getting these slays here and there to allow them into this hill. All the pressure comes through the white. It's a very important couple of kills here. 3 down for Rebellion. Make that all 4 dead.
Another great timing, another great collapse coming out of Kraken. They're able to break the setup of Rebellion. Now look at all of this time that they're going to accumulate because of it, and they're immediately taking space right now. Is Red onto the tower side, but not looking all that comfortable. Nades and damage coming in left and right. That's your perimeter side player, and with that, the rest fall like dominoes. Rebellion right back over towards the hill.
Yeah, I love how Rebellion are not giving up on this hill. They get all 4 dead for the side of Kraken, and now they've got control. You see pressure potentially coming on that A side. It's Cycle, the first point of contact. They decide to take a lower route here. Leader Ness can end up going down pretty quickly. Rek gets a kill, but again, it's Rebellion that get Kraken 3 down.
And we saw a great collapse out of Kraken, a great offense out of them, but eventually Rebellion was so quick to break their setup. It's almost like they didn't have it at all, it felt like. Look, there was barely any time. Being drained off the clock, 1:30 now. For both of these teams to put in the next cap, and it could be the last one if they play their cards right.
Yeah, it's generally what you do with camo here. It's, of course, Rebellion with this camo. And the value that they're getting out of it is getting that hill time and being unseen. Grapple in the hands of Cycle as well. I'm not sure if he's going to utilize that to get out. No, still 3 grapples to work with. And he's got some information that he's going to play off of here. This is great. Leader Ness, beautiful bicycle to clean him up. And he'll get the reversal.
About 25% done with this hill are Rebellion, but it ain't over just yet. Kraken trying to mount some kind of offense. Well, they put some pressure in towards long haul, but they're taking space, trying to find some avenue, some way towards this hill, but they need kills at the moment, and apparently it's not coming. A killing spree out of cycle. He finished off the one-shot player, turns into a double, and another squad wipe. Rebellion will finish this 3-2 here.
Well, with this 3-2, I want to hear what Rebellion sound like. They've regained their confidence, and they're playing like it.
Can anyone left?
Kind of. Camera for a second.
Two held a red.
Mikey.
Two there. Bottom maker, one bottom maker. Red's one tall.
Red.
You gotta stay alive red if you can.
Lane pipes.
Nice. Red was red too.
Let's go top A.
Top A, Donnie weak.
Coming, Donnie. Just left.
That's good kill. That's one. Let's get red control. We're good, right?
Yeah. They might play blue here. Cross.
I'm done. One to red. One to red.
Top right.
I'm shooting red.
Take him out.
Two red, 120. They're gonna go balance to the hill. Hold on.
Yeah, shoot me out, shout out.
Battery. Needles.
Nails.
I'll two guys. Guy needles. I'm two.
Top A cat.
One shot at cat.
Top A.
I want it. Two batteries. Camo orange on one shot. Camo orange on me. Camo one shot. Just turbine. What's a turbine? And bottom A, there's 2 bottom A, guys. 2 bottom A.
Bomb blue as well.
2 bottom A.
I love Danny.
Yeah, it's right from Mike.
Did I try to get help from
Bottom blue.
Really?
3-2 lead in favor of Rebellion. And only 13 seconds for Kraken to try to make something happen. And with a 3 down, Gunplexion led by himself, and I'm not sure exactly what he can do. He's gonna catch a new angle, hop in towards the hill, but Rebellion know exactly where he's going. And they're probably gonna try to drive him out for the last 3 seconds here, but it's a good time. Kind of on Gunplexion. Some great time at that, but there's the collapse. That's going to be it. That's game 1 for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, they started off really strong to Kraken. They looked really good, and honestly, I was expecting them to carry that momentum through, but it was almost like Rebellion kind of read the process. We saw these two play against each other yesterday. Rebellion coming out on top with that victory. I'm going to bring on Eli here. Eli, what did you see in that game that Kraken did wrong towards the latter half of the game that didn't allow them to get that victory?
Well, I wanted to start by saying what they were doing right at the start was that they were kind of riding their momentum. They knew that Shopify had just come off a loss. It's almost like kicking them while they're down, try to take advantage of this. But the problem is they started getting maybe a little bit too overconfident about after those first 2 hills. They start overextending it here and there. Plus the pressure from Shopify was just a little bit too strong for them to deal with.
Seeing over here on when we flip it toward the opposite side here, I mean Shopify Rebellion, I'm seeing a little bit in the kills department. 24 out of Soulstide, 23 out of Cycle. I love that 13 assist on top of those kills coming out of Cycle. But I mean, obviously a full team effort. Why don't you talk a little bit through Shopify Rebellion and what are some of the things that you liked out of them?
I mean, despite being down, they maintained their confidence. They did not falter. They said, you know what, let's just play our process. Let's rotate for next. After the first 2 hills, you could hear it in the comms from Gunplexion's team. They said, oh, they're already rotating for next. They had even recognized that it was happening, and I love that process from Shopify. They're not worried about going down by 2 hills. Like, yes, they were going to fight for them and try to earn them for themselves, but they still have a backup plan, right? They've been together for so long. They've been in these type of positions hundreds of times. They said, let's just rotate for next. Let's set up. And their setups were very strong. There was multiple times that they just quickly identified where Complexion and the boys were spawning and were able to cut off any possible route that they had to get to a sight line to kill the hill player. And the hill player just sat there for free, essentially, while the rest of the squad is set up perfectly around the map.
Yeah, I love that. Tim, is there anything that you wanted to add to that, whether it's on the Shopify or the Kraken side?
Just the mental side of things real quick. We got to talk about the pressure that Shopify are under, and obviously being that squad that is solidified, that is placed really high in these HCS tournaments, that placed 4th at Arlington, coming into this, it's like, yeah, you know, GBX had your number in that very first series, and then you come into this one, you start off a little bit shaky, but I love their ability to come through and play what they've practiced. You talked about, you know, all the plays that they made in order to make, you know, that victory happen, and that comes with being a team and having that chemistry. On the other end of things, Kraken, like Renegade said, have nothing to lose here, right? They're a pickup squad, and I think that should give them enough confidence to say, okay, let's just put it all on the line. But Shopify have stopped them in that game 1.
That's one of the benefits of coming as a pickup squad. You just come in vibing, come in have a good time. And hey, if you happen to make a deep run, you happen to do your thing, there's some nice $7,500 on the line. Eli, I want to direct this question towards you. Game 2. Going to be a Slayer. You know, historically, we've seen, you know, some of the underdogs really step it up in Slayer, really, you know, come in with that Game 2 win, changing the momentum a little bit. Is there a reason for that? What is it that lends to the Slayers that the underdogs come out on top? Show a little bit.
I think it's just it's a very momentum-based game type. So, like, even if you're quote-unquote worse than the other team, if you can get that early momentum, and then now you have the sandbox, now you can spread up on the map, now you have map positioning, you can start to spawn kill. And these teams that know how to play off that momentum are going to spawn kill, and that's going to build greater and greater leads to the point that the quote-unquote better team, it doesn't have any time left to catch up. You know, you start playing for trades, and then before you know it, you've won the game. So I think that's why we see underdogs win Slayer so much more frequently, is because all it really takes is a good start and then knowing what to do with it to close it out.
Well, we're gonna wait for this Aquarius Slayer to come out, and with me, I love the addition of Overshield on this map, man. I love grabbing hold of Overshield and just putting down some damage, because, you know, me with regular shields, I just tend to die too much. How do you feel about Overshield, or is there maybe some kind of change that you'd like to see?
I think it's interesting. I'd like to see it maybe top center if possible, but for now, you just got to play your best with the game type you're given. I think maybe to move it to another spot's a conversation for a later date.
Well, both of these teams fighting for this Overshield right now. Over toward the P side of the map, and Complexion no longer bottom mid. That was some excellent shots coming out of Psycho and crew, and that allows Mental simply grab a hold of that OS, and now some big time advantage. A 2-pronged attack out of them will lead to a 4 double kill.
A couple of picks on the side of Kraken on that P side opened up Rebellion to get that Overshield, and they force the spawns on the back of Yellow, and that just allows Rebellion to come in and shoot fish out of the water, right? It's just really difficult now. Rebellion's kind of firing on all cylinders at this point. It's going to be, of course, Red that gets a kill there. 3 down for Rebellion, and what was looking to get out of hand, Tony, is now 11-6.
We saw Kraken win in this Slayer literally just yesterday. Almost said last week. Literally just yesterday we saw what Kraken can do in the Slays department, but right now it's Rebellion. Over double the score line of the opposition at the moment. Momentum looking good, looking well in their favor, and so is this top card control. But hold on, they're flying. They have identified exactly where Complexion and crew are, and they are quick to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that intel, right? It's all about understanding that there's a player on the backside of Fridge. You take him out, then you can be aggressive on the rest. But Rebellion being that aggressive, they ended up going 3 down, suppressed, and try and do his best to stay alive. Overshield coming up in about 13 seconds or so. So Suppress having this top center control and being on that P side, now transferring over to Car. It's going to be up to Kraken to push through this defense.
Suppress playing this Car side. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, you see a couple more members of Rebellion, but Suppress ends up going down. All just a distraction. All it's just a decoy for Mental to put in his second Overshield in a row. Double-digit lead here for Rebellion, and it ain't gonna get any easier for Kraken if you're not able to grab a hold of Overshield.
Yeah, what happens is you keep getting stuck inside a base. You're spawning inside of the base, and of course, it's Rebellion to taking control of that top center like you saw with Suppress, but they create enough space where they trap you. They get that Overshield for the second time now, and now it's a 12-kill lead, 24-12. Rebellion really running away with this one.
25 kills here for Rebellion, and on the other side of things, you know, Red hasn't even found his first kill right now. Things just not looking good for Kraken at the moment. We've seen some major comebacks. We saw one earlier by GBX on this very map, obviously very different game type. Maybe we can see one here, leading this. First step, taking down Suppressed and Cycle. now taking space right now. They know the Rebellion's over toward the P side, attacking it with the heat wave is a pretty good way to break down the defenses of Rebellion. But what a grenade out of Suppressed.
Yeah, Leader Ness is on a little bit of a run right there, but he gets stopped pretty short. Gunny getting a little loud on the main stage. They're down by 10, but that energy is exactly what you need in this situation. A couple kills come out. Rhett gets his first kill. That breaks the ice a bit, but again, it's Cycle with 10 kills in this game thus far, 10 and 6.
Leader is trying to find the exit route. Tough. Rebellion finding multiple angles on him, shredding the shield, shredding the opposition, and shredding this entire game. Have been Rebellion holding on to a double-digit lead for what feels like they started from the beginning. It feels like at this point.
It's just a massive teamwork here. Again, that top control, but they're finding a lot of staggered kills. And honestly, you end up being staggered like that, spawning on the fridge, the back of base, and you just get pressured by 3 different members of Rebellion. Your job is to do that damage, to get those trades. And this is another OS for, this is the 3rd OS in a row for Mental. I mean, you can't allow that to happen if you're on the side of Kraken, but this is why Rebellion is touted as one of the best Slayer teams in the league, is just their ability to be aggressive when they need to be. Look at Rhett all by himself inside the fridge. What do, right? They get the first couple kills, they're able to isolate the last player, the 3rd player, and then they take it from there, 43-26. A massive score line here for the side of Rebellion.
I'm not good at math, but 7.5 minutes on the clock. I'm pretty sure we've only seen 3 overshields, and I think Mental's actually got all 3
All of them, yeah.
He's 100%. He's running 100% right now for overshields, and he also has a massive amount of assists, 12 assists to his name to go along with that 8 and 6 score line as Rebellion, 1 squad wipe away from ultimately going up 2-0 in the series. Kraken can find himself way too far behind to believe there's any chance of a comeback here.
And it's unfortunate. Rhett having a little bit of a rough game. We talked about him so much this weekend, right? He's been such a big player on this team, but this one just couldn't find his stride, and that's kind of Aquarius for you. You have games where you're on that flow, you have games where you're not. Rebellion definitely flowing right now as they take a 2-0 series lead versus Kraken, looking for that rematch in the grand finals.
I don't know. I like to think about it. I like to think about it like this. In a lopsided game like that, sometimes you're the bait, sometimes you're the switch, you know? if you're switching now, sometimes you get those kills, you get those headshots, but you always baiting me, so I'm always the one to die.
I never bait you ever.
I don't stay live long enough to get baited. I just go straight down this lobby. Oh my gosh.
I hear you. Me too. Me too.
Eli, we see some stats on the screen right now. Obviously, the eyeball test as well. Talk to me a little bit about that game.
I mean, that game, it felt like Shopify were correcting a lot of the mistakes they made in the Slayer yesterday. Yeah. So yesterday they lost to the same team in Slayer, and from my eyes, yesterday it felt like they weren't really awarding them enough respect. They were kind of like getting lazy, and that's not like a shot at Shopify. It's just like we expect more from them, right? Like we know what they're capable of. They went 7-1 in Slayers on LAN at Arlington, the best Slayer team statistically. And for them to lose a game of Slayer, it's almost like they went in a little bit too confident, and today they've corrected that to where you see the way they're moving around the map. There was not a single 1v1 fight on the map because they are positioning themselves so that they always have multiple sight lines on all parts of the map at the same time. You saw the way they were flowing around the map together. Two guys would be P side pushing in the fridge, one's going through the courtyard, one stays top mid. It was an ebb and flow that they just moved around the map so flawlessly whenever they had advantage state.
I love that we actually had the player cams on Shopify Rebellion at one point, because even after, fairly dominant win 50-33, you still saw Suppressed talking, fairly energetic, fairly passionate. And maybe it was just, one play that maybe just didn't break down the way that they wanted it to, but still, they want to make sure that they correct those, I would imagine. I'm not a lip reader. I didn't actually have a speaker there, so I don't know exactly what we're saying, but I'm assuming maybe just one play, maybe just one instance where like, hey, I thought you were doing this, so that's why I did this. What was the thought process there? Is that maybe what was going on, or am I just crazy?
No, I'd assume so. I mean, we heard in the listen-in, we heard Best Man in the comms too, like trying to coach them along, like small talk better, little things like that can go a long way. And I think the small talk really is the difference between like these teams playing their best and them maybe not playing so great, is like what's the quality of that small talk? I'm right with you. He's one shot. I'm taking cover. I'm one shot. If you miss one piece of the equation, your teammates have less intel to make good decisions, and that just makes the game harder for everyone. But Shopify seemed to clear that up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen 2 games go in favor of Shopify Rebellion so far. But obviously a very close game number 1, and in game 2, maybe you left a bit on the table there. Game 3, Forbidden Capture the Flag, a much different flow, a much different maybe play styles when necessary, and that might favor Kraken on their way to trying to get their first win here and maybe pull off a reverse sweep.
Shopify are pissed. That's what I'm going to say. Shopify are upset, right? We talked about, Renegade talked about this. If they believe in themselves, they can win this whole thing. But it's all about that belief. And right now, they're moving with a little bit of pep in their step. That being said, it's 3 down for Rebellion. Mental, the last player alive, has Snipe inside of his nest, and he's going to try and play his life as much as possible. But that's the OS for Kraken.
Rebellion were 3 down and breaking shot fell off the bat. Wait, how did this happen there? I need to watch the film on that one. Meanwhile, I want to watch some more film on Gunplexion with the sniper. You know you're about to make some stuff happen. Like you always say, Tim, it's all in the
hips. It's all in the hips, baby. And, Gunny really wants this. The guy has been working, and he's been grinding. He wants this bad. And the question for me is that enough to bring him through here? He's got 3 other players that have to want it just as bad as he does. We'll see if that can carry them through this game. It's 2 down for the side of Rebellion. Gunny with that snipe in his hand once again. We'll see what he's able to make happen with this, and that's exactly what he needs to do. The snipe on the soul snipe and the pushing mental as well. Gunny popping off is what you need to see for this Kraken roster to wake up a little bit.
You give any player in this lobby 7 bullets to work with that S7, they're gonna make some magic happen. Just barely finding the angle of Rebellion to take him down, but things could have gotten dangerous if Gunplexion held on to that sniper. This time suppressed. He has 4 bullets to work with here, and an overshield about to come up.
Yeah, giving up a 4-bullet snipe here is not good for Kraken because Suppress is going to be able to watch all angles of the map. Gunny gets a kill, though, in the feed. It gets traded pretty quickly. Some great angles there by Leader Ness and Ret, though. They're going to take top control here.
Ret's going to play towards that snipe street side, get right into the sniper. The opposition long-range shots, forcing Soul Snipe and the crew back. And with that overshield coming up, it looks like Ret wants to wrap back for it. Psycho wants to challenge him. It ain't gonna happen. Heads up play by Ret. You earned that overshield.
Yeah, I love this by Ret, right? You have a rough game number 2, and honestly, it happens to the best of us. Only Tony's a robot, but the rest of us, we have bad games every once in a while. Ret starting off this game really strong, 6-2 thus far. See what else he's able to do, though. Catches Psycho off guard here. That's it, this last shot. Psycho making himself such a difficult kill.
I can't believe you just called me a bot in front of everybody here. I've been nothing but nice to you all weekend long. As of right now, Gunplexion may not be nice to the opposition, not with this sniper in hands.
There's a listen in with Kraken that I want to hear, though. I want to hear what the energy sounds like. What do they sound like in the comms? We'll listen in with Kraken.
One shot our window. One shot their back flag. There's a guy in their back flag. Trying to get the snipe. Got me. One more to main man. One more to main man. Got me. Snipe down. Snipe down our hut. He's sniping their hut. Yeah, I'm not playing. He's sniping our window. Yeah, he's sniping our balcony. Wait. Live. There's a guy above. One running it. One kid up behind us. One kid main ramp. Our window. Yep, keep living. One top flag. Keep pulling. One behind me. All good. That's my window. I get 2 shots. And there's our window.
Well, I want to go into listening with Rebellion now. We've heard the side of Kraken. Let's go in with Rebellion to see what they're saying in their comms.
Actually, my last shot ain't He was their snipe side, Mark.
Yeah, their snipe still.
Watch your left, guys, and watch out.
Get their snipe to the flash. One shot. Oh, one shot there, little snipe too. Nice.
The top of the little snipe, just in there. He's up behind the paper. I'm trying to shoot over here.
Window, long haul.
No,
fucking damn, bro. Holy shit.
I'm winning rat.
I thought I saw 3. One snipe mid. Yeah, sniper shields.
Get on top of me, guys. I'm dead. Two guys on little snipe.
Yeah. Yep, going.
I can see what they're doing.
Nice.
One still nade from the back line, still snipe. That from their pistol to top right. And top left.
Yeah, our back snipe.
I'm like.
What's our back side?
Absolute. Has to do that.
On the right jump.
Watch out on me. I'm looking at right jump.
The top side jump. Go back.
He's on our right. Jump, going out tempo right now.
At our snipe. Top snipe, our top snipe. Top left right here, one thing.
They did.
Sniper for your back.
Go got our snipe.
Double kill.
Yeah, he's on the pillar.
And their back flag. Pillar guys expecting you to drop rat.
Yeah, we got to try back base, but I think we're good.
Nice, good trade.
One's on their snipe, I think.
Bro, you're the mall going to little snipe right now, bro. Shoot their snipe. Do the snipe, I'm dead here.
Make push.
Yeah, I can't. Nice, and they got a snipe.
There's top snipe, one shot.
It's all you, Preston.
There's snipe again.
Their snipe weak.
Really good snipe.
Back snipe. There was 2.
Love you guys.
Red was weak, yeah. OB. Doing their snipe.
Complexion, one shot.
One shot leader in this.
OB5. The top left.
Just Michael nade.
One in top left.
They're doing quick snipe now. Their snipe, one shot. OB, here. Top left side. Yo, one thing their snipe right now. Look at OB.
Second shot's going for OV. 2-1 OV, guys.
You're gonna have it.
We have eyes on him.
Hey, stop him walk. He's one top snipe flat. One doing fire. One snipe.
Sniping.
1-0 lead, still in favor of Rebellion at the moment. There's some clear, concise comms coming out of Rebellion, making sure that every bit of the map is being watched and dealt with. It's making it very hard for Kraken to try to find any weakness within the defenses of Shopify Rebellion.
Well, we see Cycle on the screen, right? One of the hardest kills in the HCS is what's been touted to his name, and I think that I agree. Like, this guy stays alive for periods of time where you shouldn't, right? It should be a cleanup kill, an easy one shot. We saw it right there, but he's still out, jumping out, doing damage. Now it's Gunny with that snipe in his hand. Does he hit the shot? No. Mental takes him out. And honestly, Tony, something about the comms that I heard on the side of Kraken, at least, the energy a little bit low. And when you're playing a team like Shopify Rebellion, that energy has to be up. We saw it with Bound. We saw what they were capable of when that energy was high, and right now I'm not seeing the same energy out of Kraken.
Gonna be tough. You know this is your final opportunity here in this elimination bracket, here in this tournament right now. You find yourself down 0-1, 3 down go Kraken, and Rebellion have already started a flag, which could be the dagger.
That is a dagger. That's a grenade, Tony. Suppress gets a nice sticky towards the spawns of Kraken. He's going to continue to pressure. Look at this. This is beautiful out of Suppress. Off the spawn, still maintains that space so that they can potentially pull another flag here. They get 3 down, make it 4 dead for the side of Kraken.
Suppress 23-9, one of the more underrated players in the league. And we are seeing him show off right now here in the main stage of main damage dealer. And Rebellion looking to put in the final flag. Soul Snipe over shield pop.
Reversal.
Complexion not able to stay alive. That flag sits towards the mid-map, but now you're seeing Rebellion start to quickly move in position. They want to keep this flag alive, especially with Overshield. Get the kill first and then relay it forward.
Great job on the touch there by Rebellion. They've got to clear out a couple more players, though, in that HUD side. It's going to be 3 down for Rebellion, though. Breaking Shot tries to do his best to maybe take some space on the map, maybe get that return. But there's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, Tony, being down 2 caps here for Kraken, and Cycle somehow continuing this flag run.
And it could be the final one, at least here for Kraken. Soul Snipe with some excellent shots across the map. Red drops down for the return. Nobody in sight for Rebellion, so we do see that return come in, and just a little bit less than 3 minutes on the clock. You do have time Not that much, though, Kraken.
That flag being relayed that often, that many times, I should say, there's so much time that's off the clock, and you need as much time as possible here on Forbidden. 2 minutes and 45 seconds is all we have left. They do get 3 down for the side of Rebellion. Mental's the last player alive. Gunny's got the sniper in his hands.
Love the sniper in the central position on the mid side. He's going to have a lot of angles to have on Rebellion. Body shot, double shot. Suppress goes down. Now, his location has been found. Going to reposition just a little bit. Watch the cross. A flag is started for Kraken. Multiple going down for Rebellion. This might be exactly what Kraken needed, but Solsnipe has a sniper, and you know he wants to make a clutch play. He has sniper in his name.
We'll see if he's able to hit the shot, though. Great shot at the complexion. He only saw his toes, but he still gets the kill, the shot on him. They get the kill on the cleanup. Flag is still there. It's up to Solsnipe to stop it. Was that quickly? If it wasn't, it was close. One cap goes in for Kraken, but the counter cap is about to ensue.
The star is lining up for Solsnipe right there. But as Kraken punch that one in, they do give up so much resource in order to do that. And Rebellion look to counter off of that. This could be it. Rebellion, Mental with the double kill, uses the overshow. Solsnipe already has that flag in. That's 3-0. Not in the game. In the series.
In the series, a 3-0 for Rebellion. They are starting to believe, and that's the first step to getting that revenge in the grand finals, which is where we will see them next. Shopify Rebellion now have their rematch versus GBX, and I'm going to be honest with you, that is going to be a very different series than what we just saw out of GBX and Shopify. Shopify looked very different. What did you see out of this Shopify Rebellion roster? Would you say they look different than they looked previous?
Absolutely. It seems like after they went down 2-0 in that Recharge Hill game, there was a switch that was flipped, and ever since they have been a very different roster. You can hear it in the comms. They're very calm, cool, and collected, but they're prioritizing the right targets. The way they're moving around the map together. There's never a single player that's able to get through the defense of Rebellion. Everyone's accounted for at all times, and if you're on the other side of a team like that, you just feel like you're being suffocated. There's just nowhere to go. And then on top of that, you've got your man Suppressed dropping, what did he finish that game with, 25 and 11?
26?
Something like that. He was, when this man is winning every single gunfight, like, how are you supposed to win the game? Like, he literally won every single 1v1 engagement. And I feel like when he's playing his best, he can absolutely take over the game. Then we see Solsnipe doing what I feel he does better than almost anyone, which is hitting those quick, like, jumping flick headshots. Like that sequence at the end there when he gets the headshot and then gets the quickly through the player. The second shot hit the body, but, I mean, that kind of damage output is very hard to play against.
Yeah, I say it all the time, man. Suppress is the real deal. I go through these stats like crazy, and one thing that I always see is even the games where Suppress does have the most kills, even the ones he does have the most assists, somehow he still tops his team in damage time and time again. It's not just one series here or one tournament. It is consistent. What have you seen out of Suppress yourself that makes him just such a damage deal on the map?
I mean, he plays with insane confidence, and why wouldn't you, right? I mean, he's got one of the smoothest shots that we've ever seen. The way he aims reminds me of Snipe Down back in the day. Like, straight up, it's just very smooth. It's not twitchy at all. It's very calm. He's always positioning himself to where he is the wall that the enemy has to go through to get through the rest of, to get to the rest of his squad, and he is an impenetrable wall. Like,
and it has turrets on top of it.
He's got 2 turrets on top of the castle, and he's just raining down fire on everyone. Plus, he's very good at controlling power weapons. This man is an absolute beast on the map.
The 2 turrets just says left and right thumb. That's all it is. When it comes to aiming, man, he's just sick with it. Tim, you said something that I want you to elaborate on. You said, obviously Shopify Rebellion going into the grand finals, which will be coming up next year very soon, I'm sure. But you said this could be a lot different than we're seeing a different Shopify Rebellion. Talk to me about that a little bit.
I mean, I got to give credit to Eli because he saw exactly what I saw. After that 2-0, right? There was a switch that was flipped. They're a completely different team. And all it took was what Renegade said about belief. You come in here and yes, there's a lot of pressure. Like, okay, we can't lose to these pickup squads. Like, that's not good, especially going into London. This can't happen. But then you see Suppressed gaining some confidence. You see Soul Snipe getting the same type of confidence. That's what I saw. It's a different roster. They're starting to believe in themselves, and this will be a very different series. I promise you it will be.
Well, based on prediction, we know I believe in them. We know you believe in them. We know Eli believe in them. But we're going to find out if Rebellion believe in themselves here in the grand finals. It's GBX going up against Rebellion after our break.
Welcome back to the grand finals that's just about to start. But before we can get to that point, we have to do a pick and ban of the 7 maps that we will see in our grand finals. Joined with me is Renegade from the Winner's Advantage side of GBX and Mental from Shopify Rebellion. To guide us through these picks and bans is Eli the Ninja. Eli, can you go through and explain how these picks and bans are going to work?
So essentially, so we have picked the game type order. So it's going to start with CTF. Game 2 will be Slayer. Then it goes Koth, Strongholds, Oddball, CTF, Slayer. So for each game in the lineup, the first player will ban a map, and the other team will pick a map. So starting off with Game 1 CTF, Renegade, it's your veto.
I'm going to end up banning the only CTF they're good at, Aqua.
All right, so Aqua's off the table for game 1. Now you get to pick from between Argyle, Pit, and Forbidden.
I think we're going to go ahead and pick Pit.
Pit. All right, so Empyrean, CTF, game 1. All right, now for game 2, it's going to be Slayer. You get to veto a map.
We're going to have him veto Plaza.
Solitude is
Solitude,
off the table.
And then I think we'll end up picking... I think we'll pick Recharge.
Recharge, Slayer, game 2. All right. Game 3 is going to be King of the Hill, Renegade. Which King of the Hill map do you veto?
Recharge.
Recharge off the table. So you can pick between Solitude and Livefire.
Yeah. We'll play Livefire.
Okay, Livefire, King of the Hill, game 3. Game 4 is going to be Strongholds. Veto between Interference, Livefire, Recharge.
We'll ban Interference.
Okay.
We'll just pick Livefire.
Livefire. All right, so Livefire, Strongholds, game 4. Back-to-back live
You have a
fires.
chance to do the funniest thing possible.
Yeah, and
You could get 3 live fires in a row. I just want to point that out before we go into this next one.
so Oddball is the next one. John, what do you ban?
Streets.
Streets Ball has been banned.
Yeah, we're going to head and pick Livefire.
All right. Best map we play right now, potentially, for at least for those modes. All right, and then CTF, what do you ban? It cannot be, we can't do another pit flag, so you're banning between...
Forbidden and Argyle, right?
Yeah,
and
Aqua, technically.
No, Aqua's already banned.
Yeah, he banned Aqua.
Oh, true, okay.
Yeah, so we'll ban Forbidden.
So I guess that one's going to
Yeah.
default to Argyle.
Yeah.
And last one, John, you get to veto a Slayer.
We'll veto Street Slayer.
Streets has been banned, and you pick one that's not Recharge.
Or Solitude.
Or Solitude.
So what are the last 2? Okay. Could go Livefire here. What's my other option? I can't think. So we got
Aqua.
Aqua, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll go Livefire.
All right.
All right, that's a lot of live fire, baby.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're playing 4 live fires in the best of 7. Love to see it. I mean, I don't. It sounds crazy, but I mean, it's what you guys wanted, so that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's what we deal with, huh?
All right, folks.
Let's do it.
We got to get these boys up on the main stage, ready for their games. But before we go, I mean, I gotta know. You got any words for your opposition over here, Mental?
I mean, I think they got lucky the first series. I think we're gonna bring back to another veto system here on the couch after this first series, and yeah.
All right. Hey, he's saying he's seeing you back on the couch. What about you, Renegade? What you got to say?
Don't get 4-0'd.
All right, folks. We'll see if the 4-0 is on the table. We'll be right back. When we are back, you'll see some Halo action on your screen. Do not go anywhere.
better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blast it to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting, I never settle, don't play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time, I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
Hello and welcome back. Grand Finals is just moments away. But before we get to that, I want to talk to the man that made most of this possible. Roger, you're the owner of Orlando Esports, the facility that we're in here today. You offered up all these PCs in the space. Can you talk to me about what your vision was for this space and why you decided to throw on a Halo event?
Well, I mean, this is the vision. We've been operating and doing this for a couple of years, and we were in smaller venues, smaller locations, and we're really kind of getting our feet wet in what was needed to be. We had an opportunity to come into this space here where we've got lots of room, we've got lots of space for that. We have the ability to bring all of our PCs in and set this up so that we had the opportunity to be able to work with 2050 and create these events. And this is what we want to take this and expand and grow it and to be able to do these as often as possible with this, because we know the venue will support it. We actually didn't really get into the fact we do have a full liquor lounge and all, and there's the kitchen here. So there's a lot of things that we have as support for what we're doing here that goes along with that. Our vision is to take this and just multiply this and grow this, because we know the esports communities, whether it be Halo or any of the others, are so important to what's going on out there, and its growth is going. And this is the only space like this in Central Florida and probably in Florida itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic venue, lots of open space, lots of PCs, which I think is the important part, right? It's been a while since we've had an open tournament with all PCs. And the other thing is, like you said, that lounge area in the back, I have a feeling that this venue is really going to be popping in a while. Now, I want to say, coming in, did you know what to expect with all these gamers coming here for Halo? And what has been some of your best moments so far from watching the event?
Oh, well, I think some of the best moments is just seeing the excitement, seeing the energy. That's what you're seeing with this. I grew up in sports. I was an athlete. I own another company, or a part of another company called Sports Thread, and that helps youth athletes kind of get to the next level. One of the most underserved sports, a part of the app, is esports. So I wanted to kind of bring in and show people exactly what esports could do. Seeing the people here, seeing the excitement, seeing the energy, seeing this is this is better than going to a lot of, especially any professional teams that are local here, to go to and watch them compete and watch them do it. The energy, the spectators, what's going on with it. I mean, it's very, very powerful to be a part of it, and it gets me excited to start seeing where our future and the vision of where we're going to go with that. So it's going to be a great thing.
I'm not going to put you. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot. We're almost done. We're going grand finals next. Can we count on the venue once again for another Halo LAN in the future?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you want, we can go ahead and set it up right now.
Yeah, let's get the contract signed, right? Because I'd say next time I want that bar in the back. I want that thing open.
It could have been open for any of it. I mean, it's literally the way it's set up. We just call them and they bring them into it. But I wanted to make sure that we tested and see. But I know we can have that set up. We can have kitchen. The way it is we can literally set at our PCs and order food.
Oh, wow.
So it's a great setup for even just the casual gamer that wants to come in and play, sit here and really be catered to right there. We can bring drinks and food and so forth to you. So it's great. But yes, we would absolutely love. You guys have been great. It's been long days, long hours, but well worth it. So very excited.
Well, and this is a big production that we're having today with lots of PCs being used. But I would love to see a local Halo scene kind of spring forth from Orlando, locals from Orlando coming here. Big thing for that is how can people find the venue? How can people get set up to come here and have game nights?
Oh, that's great to know. We are located, and we have the advantage here is being right on International Drive. So we're here for tourists that may be in here, or for the local, as you're saying there. Let's build that local market. And it's great for these tournaments because we've got so many hotels around that we can work with to get deals with, but we can also become that space that Orlando really needs as a destination to bring people in, other than just Universal or Disney, which is usually the ones that do that. But you could go to our website, which is orlandoesports.gg, And there's tons of information you can see on that. You can also on that reach out to myself. My email is very, very easy. It's just roger@orlandoesports.gg. And I will, I respond to it pretty quickly. I get back to everyone because that's what we want. We want to create that community. I think Orlando is great for the gaming community, for the Halo community, to get those people that are looking for that opportunity of a place to be able to come together, do small tournaments, do larger tournaments, or just hang out socially. Grab a beer, grab a cocktail, come over here and just socialize with like-minded people. And that's what we're here trying to create with Orlando Esports.
Well, folks, if you are in Florida, I'm not even Orlando, in Florida, I'd love for you guys to be meeting here once a month doing LANs. I have something very similar at Las Vegas where I go and have my own LAN center. And honestly, it's one of the most fulfilling things that you guys can do. So if you are a Florida Halo player, and I know there's some in the audience here listening here today, let's make sure you guys get set up and start doing some monthly LANs and, maybe even weekly if you have enough people.
I would love that.
Yeah. I mean, guys, get it through. Like you said, your email is roger@orlandoesports.gg.
Yes.
Where can we find you on the Twitters, on the Instagrams?
It's also very simple. Our social media is pretty much the same. It's Orlando Esports 24. So Orlando Esports 24 is our Instagram, Twitter, and all with that. So very easy to find us. Absolutely, everyone go on, follow us. You'll see things that we'll be putting out there and posting as we're getting more and more involved with the whole community as a whole, but also on a local basis for anyone that wants to come in, wants to be a part of it. And one thing I'll say, I know everyone kind of noticed it. We're on International Drive, and at International Drive, you go to 7-Eleven, you're going to pay $3 for a soda. We wanted to keep all of our refreshments at a very inexpensive price so that we're giving back to this community. So you get a water for $1, you get a Coke for $1. You get things. We wanted to keep that and make it and really kind of give back to this community, and that's not going to change once we build this community up and so forth as well. We'll keep our drinks on the lounge side at an affordable rate so that everyone can come and not worry about, I'm going to International Drive, I'm going to spend more money. Well, no, you're not. You're going to come to Orlando Esports, and we're going to take care of you.
Well, I will say, I saw someone coming back to the LAN center. They had 7 waters, a Red Bull, and like a Monster in their hand, along with a Butterfinger. And I was like, bro, what are you buying out the place? He said, this was only $15. I was like, hey, if it's $15, I understand. He had a mountain of drinks next to him the entire time. I will say, before we end this interview, me, Louie, and the rest of LVT Halo, we've been here from doors open to doors closed, but there's only been one person that's been here longer than us each day, and that's you, Roger. So thank you so much for being a gracious host. You let us come in, and the first thing you said, whatever's mine is yours. Like, use whatever you need to use. We appreciated that. And, hopefully we'll allow you to get some sleep. I know you've been coming in at like 8 o'clock, leaving at like 1, 2 a.m. We're going to try to help this man. But if you guys support what you've seen here today, come check out Orlando Esports Arena on International Drive. Guys, tomorrow we're going to Universal. We're having fun. Like, there's hotels everywhere. It was really cheap to be here, and everyone's been having a blast. Up next is our grand finals. Roger, before we go, do you have anything you want to add to the chat here today?
I just want to say that it's been my pleasure to have you guys here to work with it. And like, as you just mentioned, we're here to really support you in the best way possible. When you're at Universal, let them know that Orlando Esports brought you down here. So, there's so many great things to do in Orlando, and we want Orlando Esports to be known as one of those great things to do in this area.
All right, guys. Up next is our grand finals. I want to see as many W. Rogers in the chat. Go give this man some love. Right around the corner, GBX and Shopify Rebellion. When I say around the corner, I mean 1-2 minutes. We'll be right back with some more Halo action.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Titans of Orlando LAN Tournament. Your grand finals are set. LVT Halo joining you from Orlando Esports. It's been an incredible weekend, incredible matches, and I think everybody was shocked by that winner final. Tim, you had a chance to cast it. What were your thoughts, especially in that Game 1 Aqua CTF? Maybe one of the best CTF games of all time.
I have to agree. It was definitely one of the best CTF games of all time. I really thought that Rebellion had that, but it was just honestly the energy out of GPX that just carried them through, and the confidence, right? You have nothing to lose. That's what Bound said. You're coming in here as a pickup squad. But I'm going to be honest with you, Rebellion look really different here coming into this grand final.
I have to agree with you, man. Ever since they were down 2 hills in that recharge King of the Hill, something switched, and they said, we are not going to continue losing. How about we just not? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just got to say that to the team, and they have really brought it together. We went through the whole veto system to get where we're at. We're going to start with Pit Flag. Later in the series, we're going to have the live fire gauntlet to just determine who the best live fire team is, absolutely. But for now, this is an exciting one to start with, Hunter.
Yeah, Pit CTF. I always say my favorite Game 1, my favorite way to start a modern day Halo Grand Finals is with one of the best classic Halo game types and map combinations. Pit CTF is live, and before we even get a chance to take a breath, Mental's already ripping faces.
Bound taking an interesting route there. He went straight under bridge, and with the timing, Mental maybe predicts it. They get 4 dead. I think that OS might still be down. I don't know who killed Soul Snipe bottom OS. But clearly a very strong opening strat here from Rebellion.
Setting the stage for this epic grand finals on land. Rebellion were swept in the winter final, so GBX have that token in their back pocket, but Mental is looking much different than he was in that winter final. Absolutely frying here. A couple of headshots, a couple of no-scopes. Now just looking to stay alive, but Renegade doesn't push. He must expect some help through the sword side. I see Legend pushing on through, but no, he's more so with Tusk than anybody else. Mental knows he has to prioritize Renegade. He's the highest threat, and now he's got some help.
At the same time, though, the longer he just holds Renegade bottom runway, how is Renegade going to make an impact on that flag run? Ultimately, that run does get stopped. Cycle, though, gets a double kill, and they're still in GBX's base. At the same time, though, it looks like members of GBX are also in the base of Rebellion, so Mental wisely going to back up and just make sure he clears his side before he moves forward.
Mental looking at 90+ seconds of continuous life. He's the only member in this lobby that has not gone down just yet. Now he's the only member alive for Shopify Rebellion as another flag gets pulled. Mental peels another wig, and that gets shut down immediately.
Still got 2 bullets left to work with. I mean, he's already gotten 4 kills with this sniper, only expending 6 bullets of the snipe, so highly efficient, and I don't think there's any snipe ammo left on the other side, so if he can convert a couple of headshots here, this could mean Rebellion could potentially move into GBX's base, get another flag out.
Bound pushing aggressively like we're so used to seeing, and he finally takes Mental down. But he goes down shortly after. 3 go down for Shopify Rebellion. Just 1 Bound for GBX now. They get 2 more as Renegade gets a double kill, and this is looking like the pressure you need to pull not only the flag, but get a good run out of it.
You're exactly right. Both teams are pretty even in slays. It's actually GBX right now with more slays. Hard to notice that from just watching Mental so far, but GBX really putting on a clinic so far, but can they get a flag actually out of the base? We'll have to see.
Bound looking to occupy that space on the sword side. If he shuts down the sword side, it prevents an overshield pull. It looks like he's going to grab it instead. Could this be the power-up utilization they need? Mental doesn't spot Bound, and that could have been big there, right? Mental could have gotten a couple extra shots to whittle Bound down to normal shields. Instead, he's got a little bit of that overshield left to work with, and he puts it to good use, taking down Soul Snipe, and now Renegade baits and waits with the rockets inside flag.
Look at the patience coming out from Renegade. They actually pulled that flag before Rockets and OS came up. I think it was all a distraction so they could guarantee themselves OS. The members of Rebellion have to stay focused on their side. That's going to open up a lot of time and space to get the items. They put the items immediately to work and get the first flag on the board.
I love Renegade running flag with the rockets. He's going to pull attention towards himself and likely take one down, but no suppress. Despite taking a rocket to the mouth, survives and takes down Renegade. Tusk picking up the remains of that flag, and if there's anybody you want running it, Eli, it's Legend, but he's got the snipe instead. It's his job to protect this run, to potentially bodyguard a run through, but GBX, it looks like they'll let that flag run die, settle, and content with the 1-0 lead.
Really interesting to think about. How often do we see Legend with snipe? It's not that often because he's usually paired with Stellar, Bound, these guys that are very good with it as well. But, I mean, when he has the chance to pick it up, this man does not miss many shots. I feel like almost he should pick it up more.
Does not disappoint, especially so on land. So cool to have Legend here across the pond. We're going to be heading across the pond as a Halo community to HES London here in a couple weeks. But right now, the action is on land here from Orlando Esports. Soul Snipe with the first run here for Rebellion. And with numbers dwindling for GBX, if you can just get it through the long haul, this could be a tie game, 4 up for Rebellion. But Soul Snipe with the flag and the snipe has to get one more. Gets a body shot to help earn an assist, and this is looking like a tied game. He's looking behind him, though. He wants to make sure all of his corners are checked. You do not want to miss the opportunity to score here. You might check out early if that's the case, but instead we have a 1-1 tie.
Love that teamwork right there, too. I mean, Suppress, known as a Slayer, but in that moment, he's like, nah, bro, turn around, go pop off with that snipe. I'll run this flag in. Renegade, though, is going to steal the Rebellion sniper. This is a big deal. If they can also secure their own sniper, this could be problematic for Rebellion, but I think they've actually flipped the map here. It looks like members of Rebellion were on the side of GBX, at least momentarily, but they're going to come back to stop this flag run.
Renegade on the competing side with a competing snipe. Misses his shot and uses the repulsor there. I thought that might not have kept him alive, but it does, and now dwindling away that last repulsor resource to grab a full overshield. We've seen Renegade with a couple of these, and that's been a part of not necessarily the win condition, but it's allowed Rebellion, or I should say GBX, to keep Rebellion off of that overshield as Renegade has a little bit left to work with. Rocket comes through, and there's a rocket connect. My God, looked more like a sniper as Sniper goes down. Renegade previously had it. Tusk, the last player alive, and he gets a big frag there.
Renegade, clearly the high priority target on the map, and why not? I mean, he's Renegade, first of all, but he also had OS snipe, so you see a rocket, 2 players barrel towards him, make sure they shut him down immediately. Good on Rebellion for that. That could have become a problem real quick. But we're back to really even across the board. Next important note in the timeline is in about 10 seconds, we've got both snipers respawning once again. I think both these teams are going to ensure that they at least guarantee their own sniper.
Halftime here, 6 minutes on the clock, and anytime it's tied 1-1, it might as well be 0-0. Both of these two teams vying for a lead and control as we approach the end game. Bound approaching the sniper side of the map. He's the last player alive for GBX, and on his side of the map, it's especially important that he earns some defensive positioning and posturing here as he holds the snipe, top snipe. Always reminds you of Snipe down in Ola in Halo 3. What can Bound do with it?
Suppress the one with the sniper for Rebellion. Going to be a bit of a standoff here. Both teams just fighting for mid-map. Don't want to overextend. First players to fall usually gives a lot of openings to the other team. Look at this. You see him thinking about shooting that plasma nade. Legend finds his way all the way through the needle side. Soul Snipe, though, as soon as he takes him down, have to think that Rebellion might decide to push up here.
Rebellion's goal there was to clear their side of the map. Once they have those members down for GBX, the green light means go as Suppress takes his positioning on the 50-yard line. Sword snipe. Oh, but he goes down. And Bound with the repulsor gets back up top. I believe the audio cue would be enough to alert Cycle, but no, Cycle's too far away. Cycle in the Mauler. This is where the pitch spawns could occur as Bound starts to look back, look forward, repulses to the sky, looking for a montage trick shot, it feels like. And Renegade has another snipe. This could spell trouble for Rebellion.
What I'm noticing from both teams is when it seems like the other team is starting to get control, the opposition is just pushing into their base. They're making it difficult to comfortably push up, but Renegade is hitting snipes. He's making it difficult to even stay alive right now.
Perfect centering there from Renegade. He saw Suppress slide through, and as soon as those knees started to bend upwards, he had the reticle lined up. Perfect timing there from Renegade, but now it's an overshield in the hands of Rebellion. They take down Renegade, and I still wonder now, does Bound still have that snipe? No, he's got the rockets instead. Nothing to use in the tubes, and he goes down. 4 down for GBX, so Rebellion are going to win back the mid-map control and set themselves up for this next pull.
I don't know if Suppress intended to lift right there. It seemed like kind of a silly time to lift, but maybe thought he had a timing to finish a player off or catch somebody off guard. He goes down quickly, though, which means Rebellion kind of have to wait before they can make any kind of aggressive action. Spawners at GPX have pushed up. Renegade got that one bullet of snipe ammo left, puts it to work. And Legend might be in a position to pull this flag, but he's got to get this kill first.
Again, more perfect reticle discipline from Renegade. It allows him to use that shotgun in close proximity like a bulldog here in Halo Infinite, and we are officially in the end game. Less than 4 minutes to go, still tied 1-1, but there's a dangerous flag run occurring on the long haul. And like we see so often, if it can just get through the long haul, it might just get through to a score, but Cycle shuts that down. The double kill, the reset. We're back at square one.
Did you see Soul Snipe sneak through the first BR? So in that situation, you know the other team is going to run it long haul, right? But you spawn court. What are you going to do? Usually you have to go someone on the team has to go all the way back through the flag to the first BR. And Bound was predicting it, but Soul Snipe snuck through when Bound wasn't looking, ultimately stopped that entire play. Huge heads-up awareness from Soul Snipe.
I always say Soul Snipe, the best flanker in HES, and everyone's like, Mikowski, what's the best flanker mean? Exactly what we just saw there, Eli. Thank you so much for breaking that down. Bound looking to break down the shields with that no-scope body shot attempt, but he misses. Now he's down to no shields. Oh, excuse me. I should have never questioned Bound's ability to land a no-scope in tough situations, as it looks like he does get enough damage to earn the assist, earns the high ground, has 5 shots left to work with. Quick scope on his Soul Snipe doesn't connect, but after 3 go down for Rebellion, only 2 for GBX, that's going to give them back the map control we previously saw Rebellion have.
Now Renegade and Bound have the 2 3 o'clock snipers. Was it spawned at the 3-minute mark, and if these guys can push up, they can absolutely put Rebellion in the blender, potentially convert this into a flag cap. How does Rebellion play in this situation? You really don't have many options when you got 2 snipers looking at you like this.
This has been so difficult, Rebellion. This could be a reason why they look back after the match and say, we gave Bound and Renegade way too much sniper control. Often they both have it simultaneously, flag out, but Suppressed shuts it down. We previously saw a huge double kill from Cycle. Now it's Suppressed, icing up, less than 2 to go.
This man single-handedly playing defense for the squad. Not only that, but also secured their rockets. Steals the sniper back, gets the rockets, puts them to work right away. And with the T-squared combo, rockets and sniper, stays alive. Now he's out of ammo and everything. Does now swap it out for the plasma pistol and bandit combination. But this man doesn't care what weapons he's gonna use. He's gonna find a way to kill you.
From T-squared combo to noob combo, Suppressed has the plasma pistol in his back pocket. And I'm wondering if he's gonna pull it out here to diminish some shields, utilize the bait and switch here, puts it back. Goes for the slay, needs a just body shot here. Tusk is absolute, and Suppressed earns it. Earns the killing spree, but he goes down shortly after. He's the only member down, though, for Rebellion. They are surging through the GBX base. Bound, last Spartan standing, and can he clutch up? He has that plasma pistol now, but Cycle takes him down. This is looking like a good opportunity for the Rebellion.
So much tension right now. 1 minute remaining, but you have to imagine this flag going home should seal the deal for Rebellion. He gets it through the long haul. 2 dead on the side of GBX, and I don't know if anyone's here to stop this. Despite being no shields, he knows that he has that safety, so he's just going to go straight in, and Rebellion take the 2-1 lead.
Do GBX have 2 miraculous comebacks in mind with less than a minute to go? They only need 1 this time, though, Eli. So it's not the 4 they were staring at previously on Aquarius, but now 2 staring at the respawn screen. Only 1 for Rebellion means they have the edge in the end game. Less than 30 seconds left. Legend has to stay alive. You lose any more members on the Rebellion side of the map, this match is over.
Look at his survivability right now. There's at least 5 grenades being tossed at him. He's still alive, finally. Cycle's gonna shut that short, and it's a 4 dead for GBX. That is gonna be it. Rebellion are gonna take game 1.
Impressive regain. Rebellion don't necessarily start off strong. Previously, we saw them even in that lower finals against Kraken go down 2-0. In the King of the Hill, they go down 1-0 in this one, but then score the next 2 to get the win. A game 1 victory, and an important one there for Rebellion, because this is their first win against GBX in this tournament, which is kind of unbelievable to say.
You're exactly right. What an intense game that was. It went back and forth throughout the entire match. We're going to bring Active on here. I know he was watching quite intently throughout that, and what do you think it was that really made the difference for Shopify to pull out the victory in the end there?
I think they just look different. And what's crazy is GBX, Bound, and Renegade had a snipe in that game.
Half the time, right?
And you still are able to stop a flag cap. You let them have 1, but then you come back, answer back. You control the spawns beautifully. I mean, it is impressive to me. Like I said, completely changed. You hit the timing exactly right. That's when I thought they changed as well. And it's just a whole different roster. My question now is, obviously, it's going to be Rebellion coming from the lower bracket, so they're going to have to win 2 best-of-7s.
That's a lot of games.
And yeah, can they withstand that much pressure that entire time?
You bring up such a great point, Tim. We're staring at 14 potential matches, but it was Rebellion and SSG. We got half of them here in this grand finals who played 30 matches in 24 hours, right? In tournament online gameplay here, though, we're on LAN, so this is even more intriguing. It feels like a series that's going to go the distance.
It kind of has to. I don't know. We've, like I said, we've got the live fire gauntlet coming up after this recharge Slayer game. We had a pick and ban system for anyone just tuning in now, where one captain would ban a map for that game type, the other captain would pick a map, and as it turns out, they all kind of don't mind playing live fire.
What were some of your key takeaways during that veto process? I mean, that is such an interesting strategical conversation. I miss when we got to veto in matchmaking, but here we're vetoing in the grand finals on LAN. How do you think that tends or guides this series, Eli? Like you said, we see a lot of live fire.
I thought it was kind of interesting in the first one for CTF. Renegade banned Aquarius because he said it's the only CTF that Shopify are good at. Whereas,
wow.
But if you recall, in the winners finals, they had that crazy comeback to win it.
Yeah.
At the same time, they had to completely lock down the map for those 2 minutes to make that possible. So, for the first 14 minutes, Shopify were the better Aquarius CTF team. So maybe Renegade, just understanding the situation, he's like, they have a good chance to win that against us, even if we did play it again.
Yeah, at any point they could have closed that out. They play a little bit more confident.
2 feet.
Yeah, it's literally so close. So I actually like that ban. I think that's really important. And unfortunately on Iberian, it was Shopify Rebellion once again. But guys, we're going to game 2. Why don't you guys take it away? As long as we don't have any resets here, take it away as usual.
Hard enough to win one game in such high-level competition, and maybe GBX felt like they were playing with fire. And I turned my head a little bit when I saw that veto ban, but hearing Eli and Active so eloquently break it down, it makes perfect sense, because you're right. For 95% of the match, Shopify Rebellion were the better team, so we won't see Aquarius CTF. Instead, we have an Argyle lined up for Game 6. It's a little bit deeper in the series layout, Eli, but again, I feel like this one goes at least 6 or 7, if not a bracket reset. So make sure you guys got your snacks at home, your hydration, maybe order something to eat, get something on the skillet at home, get some cooking going. These guys are cooking on the main stage, and again, this one is going to go deep.
I'm surprised they picked Argyle over Forbidden. I was always, a believer, or at least what I heard, Forbidden is the more liked map across the professional scene. So really interesting. Do you have any ideas on why they would pick Argyle instead there?
I do feel like Forbidden might be perceived by the pros as more coin flippy, because if you think about the opening, like if you win that opening, you've got 2 snipers and an overshield. You're probably going to cap a flag in the first 40 seconds. There's also at the 6-minute mark during that game, the same situation arises where 2 snipers and overshield are spawning. So it's kind of like it just comes down to like who wins those fights, which could be either team with this many talented players in the lobby. Whereas Argyle, you really have to earn every single cap that you get, in my opinion.
To add to that, Tim, that question you asked, I think just by looking at the series layout, familiarity seems to be the narrative of it, especially with 4 live fires. This was the map that we were playing in beta when I think you could only play live fire. So I think these players, these professional Halo players, are choosing familiarity, and they've got more time in on Argyle than they do Forbidden. Maybe that was part of the process in vetoing that.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to live fire, yes, we did play it in the beta, but I think it's just a really good map, and I honestly, truly think the QT made it even better. It's
absolutely.
I feel like I know Sparty was on Twitter and he was saying, I think the QT and the cam being on the same map is a little too overpowered. I personally think, I'm not a professional, I'm sitting here for a reason, but I personally think it's really good. I think the QT makes the map so much more interesting, and I think that's why it's picked that many times in the series layout.
Not only is it more interesting with the QT, but especially in the objective modes, right? Because think about it in strongholds, you can go and you can cap A and then instantly go back to your portal at B, which means you can start defending. You can also control spawns. Let's say you're an oddball and you push into A and you get a kill, but then you don't want them to spawn A because now you have the oddball in A and you don't want them to spawn green. So then you portal back to block the spawn. There's just so much creativity that the QT allows these professional players to make.
Oh, false alarm, false start. And you know what? That's great because we get more active.
I'm still here, guys.
All right, well, while we have a quick reset, let's re-rack. And Eli, let's talk about something that we're doing new for the Halo community. So much rich history that's gone undocumented in many ways. We want to share that. We want to bring that to life, both past, present, and future. And so we had Formal on the podcast last week. The episode is now available live on my YouTube now. I think we have a clip actually from that if we want to run it back.
Your re-entry into Halo was, I remember, almost like a break the internet kind of moment. Everybody saw you as an Optic lifer. Was it always kind of understood internally that you'd be taking one of those 4 roster spots?
me, Joey, and Tommy went out to eat at like a Thai spot. They literally asked me like who I wanted to replace. It was like just up to me if I wanted to replace Brad or Ola. I felt more comfortable teaming with Brad.
Well, there you have it, a tease as to how that Halo World Champion roster was formed. It sounded really simple, but you really need to watch the full podcast to get Formal's full perspective on why they chose Brad over Ola. Tim, what were some of your thoughts watching that clip, or maybe the podcast in full?
First of all, the podcast is awesome. I'm really glad you guys are doing that. It's a lot of work to do a podcast, cast, and content create yourselves. So props to you guys for being able to do all that. We tried, and it was too much for me to handle. So props to you guys for that. But just to see the insights of some of these, like, that is massive. You have that much power as a player coming out from COD, coming back to Halo. They knew the talent he would bring, and they gave him the power. Choose. You know, what are you going to do? And you know what's crazy about Formal? There's no relationships. It's business, right? He just makes a decision, and I love that. I respect the man, and crazy to see the inside of it.
No, you're exactly right. I even asked him, I was like, I mean, like, what was the more thought about it? And he's just like, there's no thought. I just thought the team would be better, so that was the decision.
I love that.
There's no
Champion.
Personality, no friendships. If the team's going to be better, that's the decision he's going to make. And I mean, that's just how you win championships, frankly. And the podcast has been a lot of fun. Thank you for giving us the flowers. It would not be possible without our editor, Kills in the Night. Shout out, Kills. He's also a moderator in the chat here. And he's got another episode cooking up right now.
Oh, who's on it?
We've already recorded. Somebody on the main stage.
Oh. Could it be... Are we bound to see who that might be next week?
We are bound to see it. We are bound to see it. No, it's an awesome time. Bound was, I think Bound was one of my favorite ones we've done so far.
Oh my God.
He said it was the first podcast he's ever done.
Renegade too.
Yeah, and it was which is surprising, right? Like, how have you guys not asked these guys to come on your show? If you guys have a show, like, kind of ask these guys. And Bound was like really funny, personable. You know, you see him on stream and he's like raging.
It's so funny, dude.
Totally different personality, like taken away from the game. And I think he really enjoyed the opportunity to like share who he is outside of like streaming and gaming.
I see a lot of people saying, please have Walshy on next. Guys, Eli and I have been talking about this podcast for 2 years, which is why I really want to swing it back to Kills in the Night. If it weren't for Kills in the Night, producing, post-producing, graphics, editing, if it weren't for Kills in the Night, we'd probably still be talking about it this year as like, oh, it'd be cool to do this podcast. There's so much history to talk about. What do you think?
Yeah, but like
it would just go on and on.
We just had so many other things we're doing. Like, there's no time in my schedule to like sit down and edit. So to have
it wouldn't be
somebody
possible without Kills.
that has the passion that Kills has to like pick up that torch for us is amazing.
Yeah, so I saw a lot of people in chat, please have Walshy on next. So at the Halo World Championship, I think even in Season 1, because again, we've been talking about this forever, I went up to Dave and I was like, hey Dave, me and Eli are thinking about doing this podcast, sharing and documenting the Halo history. So rich is the Halo history in this game and in this esport. Would you love to come on? And he goes, I usually have a rule of thumb. I don't appear as the first guest or one of the first guests, but once I feel like a podcast has legs, it's something you guys are serious about, you guys are for real about, I'll come on then. So we get a couple more episodes in. We got who else do we got coming on the podcast?
We've already recorded with Austin McClearly. Hey, say his name for me.
McDonald's.
You're close. Say it again.
McQuinn.
There it is. All right. He actually said it right, guys. Can we get a round of applause for Mikowski and chat? It took an entire podcast of us just yelling at him. The entire 2 hours of the podcast is us just yelling at Mikowski how to pronounce McQuinn's name. But no, that was a great one. We dive into like the game dev side of things. So his
cool.
experience with 343. He was a lot of fun to have on. We've got Collect on the books. Hasn't recorded that one yet, but Collect might be on there. And a few other people we've been talking to. I don't want to leak the whole story, but definitely use that QR code that was on your screen earlier, and that's going to take you straight to the playlist. Kills will probably put the playlist link in chat as well, but all the existing podcasts are on there.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And Tim, going back to you, we really appreciate the props on this. Guys, also want to just reset. We're resetting the server right now, making sure that everything is in the clear for a competitive and fast grand final. So going back to Tim, what you mentioned, just the appreciation and support that we've gotten with the podcast has been so, it's been overwhelming, honestly. And it's not just the hour that we record or the hour or two that we record. We spend, and Kills is included in that, we hours in pre-production, creating a timeline and a narrative for how we want to discuss the past, present, and future of Halo. So I couldn't be more excited with the response to it. The formal podcast is absolutely surging. We have already tens of thousands of views on this podcast in the first week. I'd say first month. It feels like it's been a week. We've been recording so many episodes with so many people coming on. But hey, if you're a top-level Halo professional, you want to come on the podcast, let us know. If you're a content creator in the Halo community, let's go. I want to have Puckett on. I want to have Sundance on. I want to have maybe some of the artists and composers that worked on Halo on. I mean, there's so much in Halo. It's really like a Halo and all that implies type of podcast because Halo is the epicenter of, for a lot of people, their love for gaming.
Right, I 100% agree. And if you guys don't know how to use QR codes, like my man Tony over here, who didn't know how to use a QR code, you can pull out your phone and just press the camera button, you put it over, and then you press the thing that pops up. Tony now knows how to use a QR code, and he's looking at me like, what are you talking about me for?
No, now he
looks even more confused than before you started talking.
But yeah, pull out your phone, pull out your camera, and get these guys some love, because like I'm gonna be honest with you, Tony and I tried it. It's tough. I got kids, obviously. I do content creation. It's a lot of hours, and you're balancing all these things. So again, mad respect to you guys. I love it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and at some point we'll probably have everybody from LVT on the podcast. I want to hear the origin stories of LVT as well, right? I mean, Eli, active. We were started off as fans of LVT, and then now we're on the team, part of the family, I should really say, our gaming family. It's been such a blessing to find these guys and find our home. Eli, I know we were kind of searching for a little bit for one, and it's been really special to have these guys welcome us with open arms.
Could not be more thankful. We would not be sitting here on this couch if not for every one of you viewers in chat, though, as well. You guys really keep this thing alive. Thank you for your patience and watching the ads and subscribing, all the gifteds. You guys are absolutely incredible. Could not be more thankful. If you guys got that Prime sub, you can actually sub for free. Don't want Jeff Bezos to have an extra $2 in his wallet. You want to support the stream? You want to not watch ads? Just click the subscribe button. Check if that Prime's available, guys.
All right, here we go. And after the server reset, these two teams have had a chance to reset. So a little bit of that endgame momentum from Rebellion probably isolated and out the door now as we have a fair fight off the start. 2-2, but that's no longer 2-4 after Rebellion win the opening break.
Opening pretty important on this one. Camo and shock rifle are the most important items to play for on the map. Tusk with some movement tech. I don't know if I even want to call that, but strong side jumping his way.
Uh-oh.
Attempting safety, but look at the counter push from GBX. They were like a wall just waiting for Rebellion to push through.
Yeah, not so sneaky when you put 3 players on the sneaky, as GBX are able to avoid those GB grenades, it looked like, and survive to live and fight another day. 5-7 now, that 2-kill lead sticking for Rebellion, but now they're starting to grow on it, looking for a multi-possession lead potentially, but GBX brings it right back to 2. Renegade occupying that sneaky space. Really interesting. I feel like you don't really have much action going on there or see much of it, as it's usually the periphery of the map. The middle of the map being worked through is now Renegade makes his move from the sneaky into the C platform, trying to take down Cycle, down to low HP. Tusk looking for the cross, seeing if he can draw Renegade in, but Renegade goes down nonetheless, but it's Legend on the other side with a double kill.
And the shock rifle, completely full shock rifle from Tusk. Gonna land that first headshot on Suppressed, and I feel like a lot of people kind of overlook Tusk. Like, yeah, he's not the other 3 players on his team, but he can keep up with these guys. He plays 8s with them all the time.
What a guy.
At the same time, he knows what Renegade is capable of. Almost anybody that plays this game would probably drop the shock for this man, and he's been popping off with it this weekend already.
Is that not an instant boost of dopamine before you even hit a snipe to have a teammate say, here you go, bro, pop off with it? I feel like you get a little bit of extra aim assist when your teammate hands off that sniper rifle, as we see Renegade put it to instant work, headshot off the rip, and now GBX have a lead, but that's not for long. We're tied in the early goings, 14-all.
I think you're exactly right, man. If I just pick it up off the pad, I'm not going to be as jazzed up, but my teammate drops for me like, oh, you believe in me. I cannot disappoint you. And then I just go into Super Saiyan mode and hit the cliff. Famously, Soul Snipe, you seen the clip where the guy drops him snipe on Pit and he gets one of the most insane
the quick
overkills I've ever seen in my life. So Soul Snipe, no stranger to that either.
And Soul Snipe now might have the snipe, but no, he goes down shortly after. An ultimate trade out in the feed between those two, but it's a +1 net outcome for Rebellion here in Slayers, especially one that's so tight. We've really only seen a 2-3 kill game throughout. Massive +1 net outcome there for Rebellion as they look to maintain positioning on the gold side and possession of the snipe.
look at the way Legend is shooting right there. He's just baiting the shots to come out from Mental. He's just making him waste his ammo. It's so hard to like time the headshot in that moment. So Legend just knows, like, if I just do this, he's just gonna miss shots and burn ammo. Very smart play there, but ultimately, a couple more kills trade out, and no one's really built any separation here.
That was Bound's POV we were on, but it looked like Bound flying in through with the slide, but that was suppressed instead. Both those two players trade out, and it filters down into the feed. 22 all as Tusk positions himself on the half wall, anticipating these spawns for Rebellion, looking to put the clamps on him, but great cross shots. They get through to glass. They push through to gold. They get the shots on Tusk. They don't take him down, Eli, but they get enough damage on him to send him back. That allows Rebellion to push on through, but GBX handle it. They get the +1 net outcome, and that filters down to the scoreboard. It's a 1-kill game.
Wow, I mean, on this map, the A side of the map and gold, they kind of go together. They're like two puzzle pieces. They have sight lines that work well together. You've got that position in Whirlpool as well. So if you're the side spawning at C and you've got to make that push, you're kind of playing uphill. So yes, they did make the push very well, but it's still a disadvantageous position. As I say that though, they're doing another push, and this time they've got a 3-1 +2 net outcome, at least for now.
It's not enough to get kills. You got to get kills at the right time, right place, and the timing of those two slays for Rebellion. Equal possession of the camo. Mental now looking to put it to good use, find some optimal value. Plenty of chase grenades going to come through on that door side of the tower. That's why he's going to reposition himself, and it looks like he's going to play for a long flank. 2 going through gold, 1 through the needle side, Bound down to low HP, but Mental gets taken down quickly with that camo. Very little value out of it. GBX regained the lead in the 30s, 33-30.
Cyclone suppressed. Now, once again, trying to push through to glass. You have to imagine they have other members maybe trying to make their way to white, but no, Soul Snipe spawns in A. He gets split spawn out on his own. He finds a kill, but he's going to get taken down shortly after, and Renegade's going to be here to get back into that A-B setup.
Rebellion looking to put together that top Team Slayer performance on LAN at HCS Arlington. Can they do it in Orlando? Down by 3 now, and oof, Renegade has the shock. This could spell trouble. Soul Snipe does not want to peek here. I know for sure that he knows Renegade's on the other side. Maybe he does it. He gets pulled out. I don't know if that was through bait or not being aware that Renegade has the snipe. Eli, that's someone you got to recognize as a player with the snipe. He's the top priority, and it didn't actually look like it there for Shopify.
They kind of forced his hand, though, right? I mean, the player swings into his face from the top of the doorway. He's not going to be able to avoid that situation. Has to chow that player. The Renegade's ready for it. Like you said, he's just got that snipe looking over his teammate's shoulder. So great teamwork coming in from GBX. Rebellion doing what they can, but so far they've fallen behind. Now GBX take a 5-kill lead. 3 do go down. Now just a 4-kill lead, but with this camo in 20 seconds, the next couple fights are going to be important.
Yeah, look how content GBX were to lose lives so long as they took lives in the process, trading out going into the 40s. But now it's a clean 3 sweep. All 4 stay up for Rebellion. 3 go down for GBX. And if they get those long haul spawns, Rebellion could put the same clamps on that we previously saw from GBX.
Legend spawned glass, though, so Rebellion not occupying enough of the map to force an advantageous spawn situation for themselves. Instead, GBX get solid spawns that work well together, and they're not hesitating to take advantage of the situation. Rebellion spawning at the C side of the map. That trade's only going to favor GBX. They only need 3 kills to close this out.
Huge trade there from Legend. Knew all he needed after he got stuck. It's almost like a parting gift. Thank, dude. All I need is a melee there, and I'll take you down with the collateral damage. Another trade on the exact same spot, so the strategy could not be more clear. GBX are trading for the win, almost like trading a Bulbasaur for a Charizard.
Seems like an unfair trade to me, to be completely honest with you, but we've got just 2 kills to go here. Renegade's got the snipe, and you've got to get several kills here if you're Rebellion without trading out. Got to stick together. You see Mental and Suppressed working together on this long haul side. We've got Cycle and Soul Snipe on the other side, but when Cycle gets sniped out, now Soul Snipe's on an island. I think GBX know that. They're going to collapse on him.
Oh, Renegade almost gets drawn out like a fish on the line there. Gets taken down, but it does not matter. It's all bait. It's all plays for the trade as GBX take game 2 and tie up your grand finals at 1.
Great stuff, man. I mean, just felt like it could have gone either way for so much of that game, but then as soon as GBX took that lead, everything, they just held on to it until the very end. So we're going to bring Tim back in here, active.
Yeah.
What did you think about that one?
Don't let Renegade pick up the shock rifle. Please don't let him. Like, Soul Snipe, I believe it was yesterday, talked about it. He said, I asked him that question. I said, if Renegade's picking up the shock, are you guys focused on Renegade with the shock? Are you focused on taking him out? He's like, you want the scrims answer or do you want the tournament answer? And I said both. He said in scrims, we say, oh, I'm sniped again. I'll be up in 8 seconds. He said in tournament, we're making sure that you search him out, making sure he gets taken down, making sure you stop him on his routes. And Renegade was able to find new routes there. You saw he was consistently just changing where he was going, changing his direction, and they couldn't stop him. He hit a lot of shots.
That was a very highly contested, close game, Eli. And I go back in that same line of thought of conversation with Renegade and the Shock when he had it over at the tower, and you saw Soul Snipe position himself sort of towards the bottom side of Gold Stairs, not wanting to give up that head peek, head glitch to Renegade.
Yeah.
But the push came through. I think Legend presented himself at the gold door and kind of pulled Soul Snipe out a little bit. It felt like at that moment, GBX had the control they needed to trade out for the win, and it feels like that's exactly what they did.
I think you're exactly right. It also felt like when Shopify did have the shock rifle, GBX was playing in a way that didn't really allow them to get any value from it. Like you saw Legend just peek shooting top white over and over. It's almost the way aim assist functions now. You try to hit the shot, but then as he gets behind the wall, your aim assist tracks into the wall. Yeah. So he's literally forcing Mental to shoot the wall right in front of him, just kind of playing in a way that. I mean, it's why jiggle peeking is considered overpowered by a lot of players right now. It's like you can kind of just not even hit the guy. You're going to just put all your bullets into the wall because of aim assist.
Yeah. Tim, on mouse and keyboard, is the jiggle peek as strong? Are you employing that strategy on?
Oh, it's extremely strong.
It might be even stronger, right? Because you have no variance like you do on left stick with going across the axis. So.
There's also friction instead of aim assist. So instead of it pulling us to the wall, we just slow down over the target. So if the target's not there, we're not going to be slow any longer. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit of a different mechanic with the mouse and keyboard. But I would say shock is a little bit harder to use on MNK, at least for me. But I'm bad, so maybe other people it's easier.
No, I think Wujum said the same thing. He hates using the shock rifle.
It's that burst.
Yeah, it's because it's it requires the burst. Even though it feels instant, there is a delay between the first of the 3 bullets and the last, right? So if you're not on target throughout the entirety of the burst, it's not going to land as a kill. And it's even more inconsistent online.
All right, here we go. The stage is set for the live fire gauntlet. Might as well just reset the series at this point. 0-0. It feels like it, right? After 2 great games from 2 great teams. We're tied 1-0, ultimately. But here we go. 3 games of live fire in a row after the veto system. It seems like, Tim, both teams pretty comfortable with live fire. What are your expectations? We're getting set for 2 hill-based game modes back-to-back on the same map. This could really be an intriguing way to witness a grand finals.
Well, to be honest, we had an interview yesterday, like I talked about before, with Soul Snipe and I believe it was Best Man. And we talked about a veto system as I asked them, do you want a veto/ban system in Halo Infinite? And they said, heck yeah. It just brings a whole nother level of strategy to the game. And it makes it interesting, right? So shout out once again to LVT for coming in and showcasing that this is possible. This is something we can do.
When I saw Mental and Renegade coming to the couch, I'm like, okay, typical interview. This will be fun to watch. But then when I saw we were doing a veto, I leaned all the way in. I was excited to watch Eli do the veto as I would to watch you cast the grand finals. Talk us through what that was like, because I know you created this veto system. Talk us through the big brain mindset.
I mean, they just came to me and they're like, you know how to do vetoes? I'm like, kind of. Figure it out.
I was trying to hype you up, man.
And no, 90 Night showed me what another tournament had done in the past, and we kind of took what they did a little bit. I think that if we had more time with it, we can definitely improve it in a way that maybe we don't have the live fire Grand Prix. But as it stands,
the live fire Grand Prix. I like that.
With the way that it currently is, like, it does create the possibility for the same maps to be played. But I think it is interesting that the teams opted to go here. I think it is kind of fair. I mean, live fire feels like a fair and balanced map. I feel like there's not, like, of all the complaints you see, how often are people complaining about these game types right here? I feel like it's probably the best oddball game type. It's probably the best strongholds map, and it's probably I don't know. King could maybe be an argument. I think Recharge King is also quite good. But, live fire King, not a bad game type either.
You know one thing. No one in this lobby is going to be bad at live fire after this series. They're going to go to London absolutely prepared. Both of them, I mean, the Shopify Rebellion as a roster, and of course the individuals of GBX as well.
Think about it even from a right here, right now perspective. By that live fire round 3, I can't imagine how on fire everybody's going to be. So much of first-person shooters, arena first-person shooters, comes down to that map knowledge and awareness.
Yeah.
It's how you have great reticle discipline is by knowing where to line up those shots.
Yeah.
By game 3 of this Live Fire Grand Prix, like Eli so famously called it, we're going to see, like, I don't want to set the table for a guaranteed, each player dropping 40 kills, but I feel like it's going to have that level of frag out mentality where everybody will be fully warmed up, fully prepared for what to expect around those corners as players. It's going to be really hard to get the jump on an opponent with how much familiarity they're going to build with each other on how they like to play live fire.
Exactly right. I mean, these 3 game types are pretty different from each other, though, right? Like at King, for every individual King, like every individual hill, you have to play different parts of the map. There's different optimal setups. There's different ways to break the setup. In Strongholds, there's like maybe a couple of configurations that are really good, like BC or BA.
Yeah.
And they kind of know how to set up around those. But it's also going to play super fast trip cap style, I would imagine, between these 2 teams. Like, these are some of the fastest players in the universe. And then Oddball, totally different from the others. It's kind of like you pick where the hill is and set up around that, and big brain rotations across the board. So we're going to see every type of way that you can play live fire from the best players in the world. And I mean, take some notes, guys. If you struggle in live fire, you can probably learn a lot watching these next couple of games.
I was talking about this with Tony, and something that an established team like Shopify Rebellion or any team that's come through, Scion is another example, that wasn't a pickup roster, is starting strats, right? I think it's really important to get that first initial 4 dead, and something that we're going to see up there in these game types and these maps with live fire is the starting strats are going to have to, there's going to be a little mind game there. You have to think about it. Even though the game types are different, I'm sure you would agree, the starting strats are similar when it's live fire. So now we're entering a mind game. Hey, they like to do double push top center. Hey, they like to throw their nades top center, then get the nades on the bottom of tower and throw those as well. There's going to be a mix. That's the thing I'm interested to see when it comes to these maps.
It's a great point, Tim. I think one of the, resets are never fun, but they occur in all competitive FPS titles. It's part of life. But one of the most intriguing conversations that comes from a reset is, are they going to try the same strategy that the other team just previously saw? We're going to get to see that 3 games in a row, and then there's even a live fire after that. So the head games are going to be so crucial. And Eli, this is so crucial. Having Tusk on that GBX roster, if you look behind me on the main stage, a little dark back there, laying dungeon vibes. There is no coach, but they have the player coach in Tusk. How is that going to impact this grand finals where you got one of the best coaches on the other side and Shopify Rebellion's best man?
I mean, Tusk is just a great player all around. I feel like the way Tusk fits on this team is he is like the anchor player where he's just got a pack of rabid dogs around him that are just going to
I love that.
run at you at 100 miles per hour and rip your neck out. But Tusk is just sitting back like, all right, let's go to this side of the map now. Like, he's just kind of directing traffic. I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy's got an incredible gunny, and he could hang with all these guys. He plays 8s with them on a regular basis. But I just feel like when you're surrounded by Renegade, Bound, and Legend, what else are you going to do but like hold parts of the map and try to IGL a little bit?
He's like the Pokemon master. Go Renegade! He throws the Renegade
I choose
Pokeball.
Really does feel like it a little bit,
Yeah.
right? And we've got, like Eli said yesterday, max stat value players. All 8 in this lobby are arguably 8 of the best in the world. You've got Shopify Rebellion. They're surging in that 4th spot in the HCS, looking to break through into the big 3. But like we heard with Renegade and Bound recently in our interviews with them, Eli, they don't think that's the case. They think Shopify Rebellion have to do it on LAN. This is so exciting. It feels like a prelude to London where, sure, it's not the big 3 going up against them, but 3 out of the 4 players are on those big 3 teams. 2 out of the 4 players are on SSG, who holds the #1 spot in the world right now. So what better competition and practice Shopify Rebellion could possibly look for? I think that's, again, why they're here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to them on the couch here a little bit, and Bound and Renegade both said, we have nothing to lose. We're a pickup roster that's coming in here, and they're right. They have all to gain. Shopify are the ones with the massive pressure on their shoulders to make this reverse sweep happen. We saw their dominance online, and yes, they did get 4th at that Arlington event, but we're going to see what they can do in this series. I think we're, why don't you introduce, I think we're joined by somebody here.
Speaking of one of the best players in the world, we're going to get his mic set up first. Sorry, I got really excited because we just had Manny join us. Manny, welcome to the broadcast couch.
Yo.
How we feeling this weekend, man?
What's going on? Just chilling, guys. Feeling good. Feeling good. Crazy matches today, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, absolutely. What's it been like competing in your, I'm sure maybe back in the H5 days, you went to some local LAN, some grassroots Halo tournaments. More recently throughout Halo Infinite, it's been all major LAN competition. Is this your first grassroots in years, and what's it been like to be a part of a grassroots Halo tournament?
It's honestly cool because I mean you can just hear like the trash talk and you know like when they get hyped like you don't really like normally hear that like majors and stuff like that. So
yeah, the sound canceling is like 75%. So you hear mostly the game, but you get just enough to hear if another player pops off. What's been your most memorable moment from the weekend so far?
I mean, it's probably that 4-1 like Aquarius. Like that's actually insane. Like Bound living in the flag right there was actually just like mind blowing. And then like I mean they had 2 minutes left, you know. Like 4-1 is literally insane. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
They're like actually speed running in multiplayer. Like that's like the 80% world record for 4 flag caps has got to be in that winners bracket finals. That was insane.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. So I got to talk to Bound and Renegade about LAN, right? With that network update, what do you think about LAN? You got to play the free for all, correct? So like, what do you think about LAN right now with the network update? Is it feeling good?
Yeah, it feels good. Honestly.
Different though, right?
Yeah, it's definitely different.
Yeah.
I think like I feel like jiggle peaks are kind of different, and like obviously you can't ghost jump.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like jiggle peaks are like more like consistent. You kind of have to actually like time it. You know what I mean? More than just like before it was kind of just like I don't know. You can just spam it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's more consistent now.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. Manny, you're more than welcome to hang out on the couch with us. I'm sure Tools has some thoughts for you and some ideas as to how we'll utilize your big brain perspective. But for now, the game is live, and GBX are already off to a 50% start. More often than not, live fire king of the hill, Eli, the team that gains the first 50% gives up things like sniper and camo to the opposition. That's exactly what we see here.
Yeah, but if Mental goes down here, that means that GBX might get both the hill and the sniper, which is pretty massive. Not sure if that camo was up or if anybody grabbed that. Renegade actually just preserving his life instead of hanging out by that camo side, and I think he just wants to take an unpredictable route so he can put the sniper to work.
GBX instantly prioritized the hill off the start, and they're rewarded with the sandbox too. Only 3 seconds off the clock in regulation, and GBX already have a 1-0 lead, but just let's say that 3 go down, and now Rebellion have a nice setup over here on the snipe side.
Rebellion have to hold on to this well, though, and GBX are going to try to figure out a way to break in. I don't think they noticed that Tusk is all the way up on the Nest side, but he does get spotted out, so Press going to take him down. Legend's still alive, though, and if he can win this 1v1 against Mental, potentially get the hill back, but no, I like this. He's going to use the skill jump, buy a little bit of extra time for his squad to show up, and now this fight is even more in his favor.
So impressive. Legend goes down there, but he's playing loud and fast and still finds the back of an opponent. I think that's impressive. Despite going down, his Renegade looking to take down Cycle does just that. See the jiggle peek, the jiggle strafe, the crowd strafe. I mean, you're seeing some new opportunities to stay alive, but Renegade, he's doing his best job to make sure you don't stay alive. Takes down 2, gets shots on 2. Now he's taking on a 1v2, and you're just holding your breath like, when will he die? But he seems to stay alive for so much longer than you'd expect.
He got so much more damage than just about any other player could have possibly done there. The 2 jiggle shots, while 1 shot to get the next 2 players with 2 shots in each of them, that's just going to slow down Rebellion. They're not going to feel comfortable enough to push. Just buys extra time and space for your squad, and that's the 2 most important resources in Halo. We talk about a lot of them, but it's time and space.
Giving the other team just something to think about. And when Renegade's frustrating you, might even infiltrate some tone disadvantage, right? Comms, the mental, so important in Halo. It's not always about X's and O's and positioning and what your shot accuracy looks like, as Rebellion have the lead on hill number 2 at the 80% mark. GBX are in the mix, though. They're close enough to where if they're able to break through and regain control of the hill, they could absolutely steal it, make it a 2-0 game. But for now, Cycle steals the camo, gets up to the top of Snipe, but Bound spots him out. Cycle goes down to low HP and gets nothing out of that camo.
Couple kills trade out, but it's 4 dead for Rebellion. GBX going to comfortably sit in this hill. Problem is, Rebellion just need 1 good push to win this hill, but I don't know if they're in position to do so. They're pretty far away. I think they've done the math in their head and decided this is an uphill battle. Let's just set up for next.
They're setting up for A. They're saying GG's go next, but I don't know. We just saw the double in the feed. They're going to last second rush it. Mental gets a foot on the hill, but that's bait. 2-0 lead for GBX. 4 go down for Rebellion. What a play. GBX likely, if Tusk could just sprint his way through to A, is going to block those spawns, but no, Suppress gets it instead, despite how close Tusk is with the reticle lined up in Suppress sights. But I think others split out, maybe on the B side of the map. And it looks like now they are breaking through from the B side into A. What a play there from GBX. And do you agree with that, Eli? It looked like Rebellion was maybe between 2 decisions. They looked like they had the GG go next in the comms, but they didn't necessarily play for it.
Very interesting. It almost looked like they were faking setting up for A and then tried to hit like a blitz style, like let's just rush when they don't expect it. It could have worked out. I think that had they just landed a couple kills during that situation, it would have been absolutely the point for them, but GBX just ice up.
Icing up indeed, and in a crucial game 3. Not as crucial in a best-of-5 series, but this is the separator. This is the splitter where you take a lead going into game 4. Tied 1-1 for now, but not in this particular match. It's a 2-0 lead for GBX, and not a lot of time off the clock. 2 minutes for 2 caps, so about pacing as normal average, especially so after you consider only 3 seconds were used to capture hill number 1. A lot more time. Evens things out a little bit here, but Rebellion need to even out the lead. You can't give up 3 hills because with the clock situation, looking at 2:45, 2:30 left on the clock, down 3, that's not enough time to come back. This is a must-have hill for Rebellion, but I don't know if they have the lives or the resources.
This is looking real bad for Rebellion. On top of that, they've got to play this map a lot more right after this. They've got to figure out how to get around this map and get around GBX, or the next several games are going to be difficult. Right now, Suppressed going to try to build some momentum for his squad. Does get 1 pickup kill, gets another. That's a killjoy, though. That's going to shut down Legend. This is exactly what they needed. This is not impossible. I do think this King of the Hill map is the most likely one that you could potentially reverse sweep and win 4-3.
Well, in life, you got to take the good with the bad. I guess the good thing about GBX being so efficient, icing up on the end of hill number 3, is that they gave Rebellion 3:05 left on the clock. So if Rebellion play perfect Halo, they're still in it. It's not that must-have hill scenario like we thought it was previously. But look at that. Rebellion go 4 down. Legend is back in the hill. 50% occupied for Rebellion on the scoreboard, but GBX are looking to match that.
Unbelievable. GBX was 4 dead 20 seconds ago, but they are in a full perfect setup off the hill. They're playing off their spawn so efficiently, taking the right space, doing it quickly, disrupting the flow of Rebellion, and they're so close to capping the 4th hill already. Rebellion do have a lot of time on this one as well, so it's anyone's hill at this point, but if GBX can win the next fight, they might just close out the game.
Renegade with the snipe, has 7 shots left to work with. And it's at that point in the match where GBX don't have to force themselves into the hill. They could actually start to bait and force Rebellion into some overextension situations. But for now, GBX 1 down, Rebellion 1 down. Renegade looking to change that, but he gets taken down by Suppressed, and that's huge. Cycle and Rebellion have the hill. Suppressed has the snipe. This is looking like the comeback condition they needed.
Look at this, GBX spawning in the garage side. Tusk gets taken down for some nice body shot into headshot, and with Rebellion suddenly on the board, things could change in a hurry. And now rotate to the tower side. If he can get top tower with this, he can shut down multiple lanes that Rebellion want to take.
Great job by Renegade's teammate there on the mud, forcing Mental a little bit further out on the C platform, allows Renegade to get a rather free kill, especially all things considering with how talented he is. Now it's that top mid mosh pit hill. A lot of clock usually bleeds off when you've got this hill top mid. Eli, oh, more bleeding from the nose as Mental takes it to the face. Renegade with another snipe.
Look at that. He also predicts the jump. He knows that these players are lurking, trying to make their way through back tower. If he just predicts what Rebellion are going for, he can shut down their options systematically. Does so pretty well, but does get taken down. Soul Snipe's going to get a kill. That's multiple dead on the side of GPX. Camo, I think, is still on the ground there, but Mental's going to stay in the hill for now, and they need somebody in the hill to prevent this clock from burning down.
Rebellion earned 3 hills in a row in the lower finals, but this was against a Kraken roster, a great roster, but there are no GBX in that sense. So can Rebellion do the exact same thing against the best players in the world? Some of the best players on Kraken, but you got 4 of the best here on GBX. It's going to be a much taller task, but Rebellion look up to it. And most importantly, Eli, the clock is in their favor, but starting to get a little antsy in the sense that every second that ticks away in regulation makes it more and more likely that GBX take a 2-1 lead.
GBX can just play this in a way that makes it almost impossible for Rebellion to win it. If they just keep killing the hill player and burning time off the clock, I mean, down by 2, you've got to play perfect Halo with not much time to spare. I think that's exactly the strategy of GBX right now. They're getting the slaves, but staying out of the hill, and they know that Rebellion need multiple hills in a row. They're going to make it extremely difficult for that to happen.
90 seconds left in regulation, and GBX are looking to burn all of it. Renegade shields get burned. He goes down to 1 HP. But with this, I love when players rotate, reset, reposition, and reshield. You're kind of killing 3 birds with 1 stone despite not killing anybody on the map. Great plays there from Renegade. As Bound now pushes through. Mental trades out with him, and like in a Slayer Eli where you're up into the 40s, trades are going to work in GBX's favor.
Now GBX elect to get into the hill, maybe understanding they have so much map control, and if they can hold on to it, they can just close the series or the game out right here, right now. Some more body shots come out from Renegade, just dealing so much damage.
Double kill.
Now they're not in the hill once again, though. Maybe just not enough numbers around there.
Legend goes down, and yeah, you have to ask, I think that's what you're alluding to, Eli. Would Legend have stayed in hill if he didn't die? It's a question for a later date now. Rebellion have to question themselves as to what we need to do to break through, what we need to do to take Renegade off of that snipe tower, and that's exactly the first priority. Previously in that recharge Slayer, they let Renegade go on a little bit of a spree. Could this be the catalyst to coming back for them? They're going to make it a one-hill game with less than 1 minute left, 55 seconds on the clock, and Rebellion have life.
This is absolutely doable for Rebellion. They just got to force this overtime. They got 53 seconds in regulation. Question is, will GBX play for hill time? It looks like the answer is no. Legend's going to play for a triple kill. And now he's just going to deny access to this hill. He is the gatekeeper. He will stop you. Whichever route you want to take, he's got eyes on it, and it's going to be very difficult. Good news for Rebellion, though, is they do have this camo, but if this push doesn't work, it should be GG's.
Yeah, mentioning that previous Game 2 Slayer, that's what GBX are playing now, playing for Slays. They will not step foot in the hill the rest of the game unless Rebellion tied up at 3, which they could do, but they need to make sure that they have numbers advantage. 2v2 for now, and Legend still staying alive on the Nest side. Unbelievable that he's able to stay alive. He went down to low HP. The QT's got to be a part of why he's still alive, but I'm losing my mind at the fact that Legend hasn't gone down. He has played Gatekeeper for a full minute, hasn't died on the Nest, and he's not going to allow them through the garage door as GBX take it, led by Legend with the triple kill, possession, domination, I should say, of the Nest location, and it's GBX with a 2-1 lead.
Legend 27-10 that game, absolutely popping off. We didn't go to the screen very much, but this man is an absolute unit on the map, so difficult to play against. And we're going to bring in Manny back in here. Love to have you with us. Thanks for taking time out of your day to join us. But I wanted to pick your brain on that. I mean, what do you think it was that made this win possible for GBX?
I mean, honestly, I think the pace that GBX was playing was pretty, it's like pretty fast. And Shopify really couldn't get like a footing, I guess, on the map and take control of spawns. I mean, eventually they did it in the second half, but I mean, GBX had like a good lead, so I think that's why they won.
You bring up a great point, Manny. You said that word. It's like a keyword, a buzzword for Shopify Rebellion in recent weeks. They've been dominating online, getting to the grand finals because of their pace of play.
Yeah.
Are you two seeing that same feverish, frenetic pace of play that we're used to seeing them online? Are they doing it on LAN? What do you think?
I mean, I think they're trying to do it. It's more of just like GBX is kind of just like beating them to it and kind of just like they're not like matching their timing basically, but I don't know, like Legend and Bound, they're pretty fast, like SSG, you know, so like they're kind of just, I guess, bringing the same like play style into this GBX roster.
Do you think that transitioning from online to LAN makes it harder to play fast because maybe you take more damage? Like there's just like all of the bullets are actually registering. I mean, granted, you know, maybe not all, but a lot higher percentage than online. Do you think that plays a factor in adjusting from online to playing LAN?
I think maybe for sure. Like you might get away like a few like you might get away with like a few. You know what I'm saying? Like you might just get like joked or just like shot behind a wall, or like you might get away when you're not supposed to, and like it could be like a factor for sure. But I don't know. I think with these guys at the highest level, like they play at the highest level, I feel like it's not really a difference. It's mainly just like if they're playing fast and if they're actually doing what they do online.
I think another thing, Manny, at least just from my perspective, having competed 100 years ago and just watching a lot of professional Halo, it feels like on LAN, the pace of play actually slows down a little bit in the sense that there's a higher level of consequence. There's HCS points on the line. There's tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
Yeah.
How do you feel that pace of play switches up, and do you notice a little bit of a crank down and a crank up at different moments? It feels like it's more of an ebb and flow. What are your thoughts?
I feel like the way the meta is right now, I feel like whatever team is kind of just like playing at the fast pace and just like whenever they have control, just like not pumping the brakes, just like holding forward. I feel like that's like what's like dominating. I mean, look at SSG. I mean, they literally just run at you constantly. So I feel like that's like what the meta is right now.
Makes sense. It also makes sense why some of the other teams, Shopify, I think Proton comes to mind. That team is extremely fast, one that you were a part of as well. And I think that's what makes you such a strong player. You play very fast yourself.
Yeah.
I did want to go back to that Live Fire King game and just talk about the aspect of playing the clock. Do teams that you've been on or like in your mind, is there like a rule of thumb? Like Tony said, if it's like 1 minute per hill to catch up, then that's when you play it. I thought that it depends on which hills they are because some hills are easier to lock down than others. What's your take on that?
I definitely think you're right on that. I definitely think there's like a lot of money hills. So like if there's like 2 money hills that like are like next, like I wouldn't play time. Like you would play to like cap those basically. But I feel like it definitely just depends on which hills are like the next 2 hills or like the next hill.
Right. Like I feel like on recharge, like the C plat and the bottom middle hill, or like the bottom middle hill and the batteries hill are like pretty difficult to cap. So like if those are the next 2 hills, maybe you're more likely to go for time in that position?
I actually feel like it's the reverse. I feel like those are like money hills.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel like the batteries hill is like a really, really big money hill. And like playing time on that is like not really
Don't like
smart. Yeah, nah. I'd rather just like get in the hill and just like fight.
That's true. It's pretty easy to just kind of like dodge grenades and stay alive in
Yeah.
there, especially if your team has like batteries and glass.
I feel
Or,
like
sorry.
bottom mid is like, I don't know, it's kind of like, it could be either or, you know, it just depends on like where you're spawning and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's very interesting insight that I feel like a lot of people in chat might not have heard from a pro player before. But what's your take on the series layout here? These guys did the pick and ban structure and wound up on live fire in 4 out of the 7 games. Does that surprise you, or do you feel like live fire is like a balanced map that most of the players are comfortable on?
I feel like it's due to like the fast pace, like I was saying. Like, I mean, live fire, you can just kind of just like run around, constantly just rotate the map really fast. And I feel like both of these rosters like kind of like it caters to their play style, you know. So like I feel like that's why they picked it. But
that makes sense.
I don't know. I mean, me personally, I like live fire, so I'd rather have it, you know, like 5 live fires or 4.
Like I think back to all the, everyone's got opinions on the game types and like what game types are bad or good, but you never really see anybody complain about live fire. Like I think it's kind of like universally probably the best map that we play right now.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Very cool. Do you have anything else, Hunter?
Speaking of competition, we got HES London coming up in a couple weeks. You guys are in that pool with Woodham. You got Monster on your team on mouse and keyboard going up head-to-head, toe-to-toe. What's it been like adjusting to having a mouse and keyboard on the team? Has it adjusted your play style, or is it more just something that is just a factor on the map that you don't really necessarily think much about? Talk us through that process.
I mean, I don't really think it's like necessarily like a factor, but I do feed him sniper because I mean MNK snipe, that's pretty insane. Yeah, no, that's like.
What about things like repulsor, right? Because you can do that quick look down. It looks, especially after the network update, you get more juice on mouse and keyboard with the repulsor. Would you even try to maybe cycle a mouse and keyboard player to use things like the equipment more often?
I mean, maybe for sure, yeah, because there's definitely like things that like MNK players could do that like controller players can't do. Like you said, like the repulse. I mean, like there's a clip. I think it was like Game 5 against Cloud9 where Wutum was literally like top mid, and he literally like repulsed the ground and like went up like really, really fast, and like I don't think a controller player would be able to do that. So
there's that, and then like because even if you play 5-10-10, like the max sensitivity on controller, you're not even close to the max sensitivity on mouse and keyboard, right? So the repulse, like normally if a controller player has repulse, they're either using it to repulse a player away, or they're using it to like get height or like repulse a projectile.
Well,
right?
360 maybe movement tech to get across the map.
But if you are on mouse and keyboard and you activate repulse and you look down and flick up, like you can do multiple things at the same time. Like you can simultaneously get height and repulse an opponent away, and that's something that controller players just straight up can't do. So I think that's like a secret buff of MNK that doesn't really get talked about. Plus, like the grapple, you can do some crazy stuff with the grapple. You can look like Pathfinder from Apex Legends and like launch yourself around.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's the equipment is definitely the biggest buff for MNK in my opinion.
Yeah, talk to us about your team, Manny. Who are your new teammates? We know you guys got a new squad, still qualified. Big up to you guys on making that through to London. Talk us about your new team and how you guys are preparing for that competition in a couple weeks.
I mean, it's me, Nick. It's me, King Nick, Rami, and Monster. And our pool is Shopify, Foe, and then it's an open bracket team. We don't know yet, but I mean, yeah, we're excited. I mean, it's gonna be a good event. M&K versus M&K, that's pretty cool. And like Shopify, I mean, I'm watching their VOD right now, so I mean,
I was about to say, you're scoping them out, getting a little intel.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna definitely steal some of their shots, but yeah, excited.
I imagine there's probably no bad blood between like ex-teammates. I know that like you, Soul Snipe, and the Fung. What are you guys?
The Fung 4.
Fung 4.
Yeah.
You guys kind of like came up together in H5 and then have some success in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Is it cool to see Soul Snipe have as much success as he's having right now?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's good to see like him just doing his own thing, you know what I mean, and just like still having that success. I mean, I kind of didn't, I don't know the words for it, but like I expected it basically. Like I mean, he has that talent. Yeah, it's not surprising. Yeah, there you go. It's not surprising. I mean, he has the talent. I always knew. So I mean,
he's insane. Like I feel like he doesn't get talked about enough. Like he's one of the most individually talented players in the game for sure. Like
yeah, really underrated.
He
honestly.
does, and like it's in the name, Soul Snipe. But I've seen him do unbelievable things with the sniper. Like his reaction time, I think is like we should actually do that. We should like reaction time test a bunch of pros. I feel like if you look at his POV, his reaction time is like off the charts. It's just from the eye test.
Yeah, it almost like under credits. You see the Soul Snipe in his name and you think that's all he can do, but far from it. I think he's one of the best at positioning himself on the map. What have you seen in that? And talk us through the importance of having someone who can flank at the right time, right place on your team.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like a really good flanker, like you said, and he just has like a lot of OBJ timings like in his head that he just knows on the map, and he just takes those advantages whenever he sees them or feels them on the map, you know? And I think he's like really good at that.
I like the way you said that he feels them. I think that like an average person, that's like maybe something they miss when they play, is like there's just kind of like feelings that you have when you're good at the game, like the respawn timer. Like you can feel a split spawn happening because you know roughly when the last two players died. You've seen how people have moved around the map, so like you can feel a split spawn coming, where it's not something like, it's something that I struggle to teach in my coaching sessions because it's not really something you can like verbalize. It's really something that just comes with like time in.
Well, it's like it's weird because it's like math that's got a feeling to it, and math is just cold hard facts. It's 2 + 2 = 4, right? But in this case, there is sort of a feeling to it. You could almost make it a, whatever equation you want. You're kind of writing it. It's like theory.
The scoreboard can help you too as well. Like a lot of people scoreboard in between deaths, so like they can see when a player spawns up and kind of like know when a player's gonna hit a route and kind of like play off of that. Yeah.
Every single Frosty clip I see not only includes an overkill at least, but it includes him checking that back button, especially on maps like Empyrean. Are there certain maps that cater more towards checking the scoreboard and checking that timing?
I mean, I would say like Pit, for example. Like if you have a player in Sword Snipe and they're spawning S1, like you're kind of just staring at the scoreboard and letting them spawn. You know what I mean? So
yeah, because it has the line of sight check. You can't just stare at it like we did in Halo 3, like spawn killing on narrows.
That's right. You deduct -5 spawn points from Courtyard if you stare right at it with the scope.
Yeah. So you have to like not aim at it, backboard until they spawn, and then you peek and headshot. You remember that Collect clip? Would Collect get like a Killtrocity on Catalyst, and he's just like sitting main ramp and just like holding the back button. As soon as one spawns, he just peeks headshot, holds the back button, peeks headshot, like for each kill.
I remember when he was on the top.
Yeah,
no, I remember that.
What did you think about Catalyst? I feel like it was gone too soon.
I feel like it was honestly kind of fun. I feel like it was kind of fun, and it was like different. It was really different. I feel like that was more of like a kind of like a classic style Halo map. And then, like, the way it looked and stuff, it was pretty cool.
What are your thoughts on the sandbox? It feels like we've seen less and less of the sandbox. I understand that we're trying to get some of the cheese out, but speaking of a map like Catalyst, you had things like the skewer on it. Are you a fan of the skewer? Fan of more sandbox, less sandbox? What are your thoughts on the current rendition of Halo?
I mean, I feel like the current sandbox of Halo is, like, fine. I feel like things just kind of need to be adjusted in, like, different areas, you know? Like, I feel like Plaza Strongholds, for example, like, if there's, like, a repulse maybe in blue, like that would probably help with the trip caps, you know? I mean, like, because like people are just bum rushing into yard and just dying to nades, but like if you can repulse the nades, that kind of like gives you some type of like, I don't know, like outplay ability, I guess, or like you can kind of get out of that like that spawn trap. That's, you know.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think there should be more thought. Yeah.
That's been the most common thing. I think every pro that we've talked to in recent weeks has said, switch the thrust for something like a grapple or a repulsor, maybe even add. And keep the thrust, add the repulsor more towards the window side of back A, and put a repulsor there, and you might have a little bit more of a chance, because it feels like of all the spawns in Halo Infinite, the most disadvantageous has to be that back A spawn, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Especially in that game type. I mean, you spawn so far from all 3 strongholds, you don't really have many options. You either run out in the open down the blue ramp, which is a death trap most of the time, or like you said, run to yard, which is your best option, but they're just going to nade you out or like pin you there. So,
Manny, it's been so fun having you on the broadcast. We're going to keep you on the desk if you don't mind, but let people know in the chat, where can we find you on socials? How can we support you guys?
My Twitter is MannyHCS, and I also stream sometimes. But yeah, I mean, you can just find me there. I'm always streaming and playing. But.
Make sure you guys support these professional players, not only in their competitive endeavors, but their content endeavors as well. Content is what strings the gap between these epic LAN tournaments that only happen once a month. But Manny, guys like you are popping off every single day. So check him out on socials. Support these Halo pros. Support the Halo grassroots community. Titans of Orlando, powered by LVT Halo, live from Orlando Esports. Here we go, Eli, game 4.
Back on live fire. This time, very different game type, though. We got strongholds. Like we said, these are some of the fastest players in the known universe, maybe even the multiverse. Not sure, but right
LeBron
now,
James and Bug Bunny pop out. There's Bugs Bunny.
Here we go, Legend. He's got the sniper. He's trying to take down Cycle, but we talked about it before. This man is such a hard kill. I played him in matchmaking the other day. I'm not sure if I killed him one time. You're starting to see why. Legend unable to get that one.
I think this is big, Eli. Especially as a team of 4, a set team of 4, you've got the opening strats that you've discussed now for months. GBX, they don't even have a coach. You have to assume they have some opening strats, but they're not as well thought out as Rebellion. You want to see them win the opening break, but just as I say that, GBX look like they have a trip cap working. 3 points on the board, no less. And that's starting to roll here. So Rebellion are able to get 17 seconds, but you could argue maybe wanted to see even more time than that.
Yeah, I think Tim made a good point, though. It's like when you know that you're about to play live fire this many times, like you're probably going to switch up the opening strat per map, right? Like you're not going to do the same thing over and over. This makes it too easy for your opponent to counter you. So then it becomes like a prediction game. Like he thinks that I think that he thinks that I think, and how many levels deep do we go? But it's kind of, like you said, they do have the benefit of best man behind them, but I mean, these guys on GPX, they're smart guys too. They can figure out a good counter strategy.
Like the deadliest, most psychological game of rock, paper, scissors. As here it's A, B, and C for now. B and C in control of GBX. Rebellion, though, trickling on that C cap point, but see a couple of players go down. Cycle and Mental in the feed, but they trade out. Mental now the last player alive, so that scoring going to continue through B and C for GBX.
GBX looking good right now. Bound just trying to hold this top tower side. This is definitely part of that BC setup. BC, I think, the strongest configuration of strongholds for sure. You can really lock down that half of the map, but Camo is on the other side. Renegade saying, oh my god, as he kills Cycle. I think there's something to that. I think they're trying to get in Cycle's head.
I like seeing Renegade in these grassroots tournaments. I feel like he talks more shit. Hopping on board here.
I really think it's player dependent, though. I mean, if you know your opponent is like maybe nervous or like shudders at the fact that you're yelling at him, like you should probably yell at him more, to be honest.
I love it, man. It's my favorite thing about the classic grassroots Halo competition is, yeah, you got these like closed headphones, but it's not totally closed off. You can still hear and maybe even more so feel the roars that come from these players on the main stage when they have a pop-off moment. Renegade previously having one of his own, but it's Rebellion getting back on the board, control of A and B, and that's important. Don't let GBX see the triple digits, 100 plus rolling instead. They get to 33, cut this lead in half, and have a little bit more fight left in it, but Legend has the camo.
Looked like they were predicting a player to wrap through the rat tunnel, end up burning 4 grenades down there, but no one was there. No one's home. Now he has less resources for the next fight, so maybe a bit of a misprediction leads to now a Rebellion hold momentarily, but I'm just going to say it right now. We're not going to be able to keep up with who's got what hold because it's going to change so many times throughout this game. These guys are going to be all over the map, hitting curb slides across whenever they possibly can. But once again, it's GBX with back in that BC hold that they've already had some success with.
It's interesting. I actually like the BC hold. You have this high ground to C, you have the elbow fulcrum of B, and you force those back A spawns. We talked about Solitude previously. Maybe there's something disadvantageous to all the A spawns in strongholds. It feels like that, at least for now, as GBX have a 59-46 lead. But like you said, Eli, there's going to be no telling as to which cap is going in which direction. You see trickle points going through for both teams, but Rebellion even out. And just as I start to say they're scoring, just kidding. GBX get into B. Who's going to win it, though?
Like I said, you might as well not even try to keep up with how many score positioning flips are going to change here. But Cycle rotating all the way through it, back B with Mental. watches his teammate trade out right in front of him, has a sniper to work with, but he's going to be heavily pressured. Great grenade coming in from Tusk. This pillar location so important if you're going to push this B side.
Yeah, one of the reasons it's so difficult to tell which direction these cap points are going to go, Eli, is more often than not, all 3 cap points are occupied by players in the hill. As we see Tusk moving into the A cap point, looking to flip that into his favor, and this could flip the first trip cap of the game, and it does. 79 and rolling to 47. Just as I say that, Eli, I should listen to you more often.
I'm the IGL here, brother. Like, don't even try it, all right? Like, now there's
a Rebellion.
Getting a trip cap
that could change too. So
yeah, exactly. It's all changing. These guys are so fast. It's not going to slow down anytime soon.
Unbelievable. Bound, ooh, speaking of unbelievable, Bound with a snipe. He's got 2 shots plus 1 in the chamber to reload. 3 in total. Earns the assist with that body shot. Instantly cleaned up. Another body shot. As that one takes a little bit longer to clean up. Solstice makes it away. He's known for flanking and his positioning. It's no surprise that he's able to find the reset, find the reshield, reposition, stay alive, and now regroup with Suppressed on the sandbags. Renegade with Passion Pit, open bracket, as Trash Talk takes down Rebellion once again, and he is letting them know about it every single time.
I told you there's a common thread here. It's when Renegade kills Cycle. Young
Is that
kid.
because he's the youngest?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is a rite of passage, guys, all right? You come into the scene, you're the new guy on the block. You're probably going to get trash talked a little bit more. They're testing him. And this is what I want to see, though. I want to see how does Cycle respond to this test. I know he does really well on his tests in school, but like we're not in school anymore. How does he do well on the main stage test? That's what I want.
This is your welcome to the league rookie moment, if I've ever seen it, as Rebellion came into this tournament as the clear favorite. If we did a poll in chat, I feel like 99.9% of the community picked Rebellion to win it, but we talked to Renegade, we talked to Bound. Until Rebellion do this on LAN, until they win a grand finals on LAN against members of the Big Three, it doesn't count. These guys are the Big Three, and they're on the other team, GBX. So despite this being a pickup team, Rebellion are going to have to pick up the paces.
I think you're exactly right. And right now, the pace is being firmly controlled by GBX. They've now got over 130-point lead. Tusk with the sniper. It's just going to make life difficult for Rebellion. They're trying to cap both B and C at the same time. Looks like force out of B for now. They do flip C, but this fight for B is going to be what matters most because that's how they're going to get scoring position.
Tusk looking to position himself on the pillar side. There we go. There's a 3 down for Rebellion as Renegade, the last player alive, doesn't want to press his luck, press too far into that big door as he elects to back up to A, get the group spawns. And you actually see one spawn out on the camo, so that's because Renegade works his way here to the key door. Now, flanking through the bottom mid tunnel system, and I wonder if Rebellion expected.
Ooh, look at that. Suppress gets the back smack on him. Looked like he was going to try to jump top tower, get that high ground, but Suppress is already there, and rightfully so. Most important part of the map to hold, especially if you're overlooking that seaside. And suddenly Rebellion have life. They're looking pretty good in this moment. They've got a few extra points on the board. They're also flipping A, 3 dead for GBX. This looks like a potential trip cap opportunity. Renegade's got the camo. He's going to try to make a play with it.
Expecting dummy door spawns here for GBX after the A, B, C trip cap in hold for Rebellion. We saw a previous trip cap for GBX, but that lasted a nanosecond, and this one might just last a couple seconds as GBX are working on a trip cap of their own. Unbelievable. A, B, and C momentarily were flipping in favor of them, and they immediately take back map control, Eli. Immediately take back control of this lead, heading into the 200s.
It's kind of what we saw in King of the Hill, right? It felt like when Rebellion were getting map control, GBX just coming out spawn so fast and just hitting some shots, hitting a timing, finding their way into the parts of the map that matter. And Rebellion have not had a significant hold yet in the last couple games.
Nothing's been able to stick. Even the spiker throws they're landing, or excuse me, throwing, are not landing, not sticking, as Mental has the QT to work with. Could get out of dodge, but no, he elects to play for the trade. And another massive pop-off there. Not sure who exactly it was in the feed. I think it's Renegade once again. This has been fun to listen to.
I mean, he's statistically doing the best in the lobby. 17 and 13, 8 assists to his name as well. Everyone really putting up solid numbers besides Bound. Bound having a struggle of a game so far.
Wow.
And it's not something we're used to seeing from him. I think that if he kind of gets his footing and gets more comfortable in this game, that could be even worse for Rebellion. Right now, though, they've got a trip cap. They've got a few kills as well, but How are they going to apply pressure to the spawner so they can maintain that scoring position?
Yeah, what would this game look like if Bound was 14-17? However, Bound doesn't necessarily need the stats in the top left or right of your scoreboard to have an impact on the map. He draws so much attention, so much respect. As a little bit of oohs and ahs there. The trade reversal goes through. 3 go down, make it all 4 for Rebellion, but GBX have a numbers disadvantage to worry about now, as it's now an even 2v2, 3v3 as things reset.
Wow, that shot was so lined up, but suppressed. Or I'm not sure which player that was. Player in B hits Renegade out of scope just in time to save his life. Right now, Renegade gonna just chill top tower for now. Wants to get map control. This lead has started to dwindle away. Rebellion have come back. He doesn't want to overextend, give away the sniper, and potentially lose the game for it. But as he sits top tower, his entire team dies. He's unable to have an impact on the map at all. He can now protect Camo, but he's going to miss those shots, and it just feels like all the resources are dwindling. He will take down Suppress, but not without trading out, and Rebellion look good to come back.
This all started with Cycle, the one who Renegade's been targeting with the trash talk. Cycle makes the heads-up veteran decision to not push for the camo that looked to be for free. Instead, he pushes out onto Cut to get some shots, some D-scope shots onto Renegade, allows his teammate for Rebellion to grab the camo instead. And Rebellion, they might just re-grab this lead, only 20 seconds back after previously being down 130.
Wow, Suppress with a huge double kill, as well as now 4 dead again, and they're going to go for the trip cap. They're going to force these spawners to spawn over at the OS turbine, camo turbine. And this is not what you want to be if you are GBX. They are able to get control of A, but for how long? Mental is approaching with the sniper and doing heavy damage. Despite flipping A, Rebellion take the lead and control of the map.
That's huge. Mental, if he goes down there, it's 3 down for Rebellion, only 1 down for GBX. Instead, he finds a way to find an even 2v2 gunfight, and now that trickles down. The fork in the road splits, and 3 go down for GBX. Shopify, Rebellion have stolen this lead. Will they steal the match?
This is unbelievable stuff. This was a huge lead for GBX, but maybe that trash talk woke Rebellion up a little bit because they are suddenly playing so much better. Renegade does get a massive double kill though, and if he can convert B and put his team back in scoring position, but it's Cycle!
Cycle!
He said, yeah, you can talk, but how about this grenade?
Letting his frag do the talking. Love to see that from Cycle. He's going toe-to-toe with one of the best Halo players of all time, but he previously goes down. A couple shaky shots, maybe overheats after getting the kill on Renegade. There's this emotional element here in Grassroots Halo on LAN. You love to see it. 3 go down for GBX. Only 1 for Rebellion, and this could be the finishing touch on a 2-2 tie series.
This new sniper goes straight into the hands of Renegade, and if he can put it to work, this could be what they need to come back. They've only got 10 seconds of Rebellion scoring time to work with. Legend getting a kill is massive, but Cycle takes him down. 3v3 on the map momentarily. Renegade needs to find a way into the action. Land a body shot, but it's not going to be enough.
No!
Bound going to clean up both of those, and Renegade trying to take the game into his own hands.
Only Renegade could get you out of your seat with a couple assists. Love to see it. There we go. That's a kill. A full slate. No scope. Another no scope. The third no scope we've seen. 246 to 207. And GBX are mounting a comeback of their own with a trip cap here. It could spell trouble for Rebellion. And the complexion of this series changes so much from 3-1 to 2-2. Rebellion gotta have it, and they do. ANC in their favor. And it looks like with Soul Snipe, he'll shut the door on a Game 4 victory. We have that 2-2 series tie, Eli. And what a difference that makes. You go down 3-1. You start thinking about the reset. You got to win 4 games next. You got to win 3 in a row. I just don't think they can do it. Now it's anybody's game.
GBX would be on the brink of winning the tournament.
Excuse me, GBX on the brink. So Shopify would need 3 wins in a row, but they start thinking about winning the 4 games in next reset. You get ahead of yourself a little bit, as did I. And now we have an entirely different series active. What did we just witness?
Honestly, I think it was a mixture of a couple of things. I think an uncharacteristic game out of Bound. You know, I think he started to hit a couple shots towards the end there, but I believe he ended 11 and 24 24, 13 and 25. So not something we're used to seeing out of him. I don't expect that to continue in the next game. And then when you started to see Renegade with that snipe hitting the shots towards the end is when things became a little bit more possible. So I think it's a mixture of that, but got to give a shout out to Rebellion. They were very confident in that game. They looked like they were firing all cylinders at all times. They were always pressuring. You saw they were always pushing forward. And I think they showed a little bit of confidence there.
Look at the damage disparity, Eli. 2 players with 7,000 plus damage for Rebellion. Nobody above 65, 6,600 for GBX. Was that just a mathematical factor, or was there something more to it?
I mean, damage output is absolutely a big deal, especially in strongholds. I mean, you get a guy weak, he doesn't feel comfortable to stay in the stronghold, so maybe Suppress and Mental just forcing GBX out of the play a few times here and there makes the difference. But I mean, can we talk about how big this comeback was? It was GBX 190 to what, 40-ish?
Yeah.
When Shopify gets control and they just ride it out to the end. What did you see that maybe Shopify was doing differently between the first half of the game and the last half of the game?
Honestly, it was just a lot of aggression, right? I think that Shopify, being one of the fastest teams in the league, they tend to, you know, again, like we talked about, not believe in themselves. When you don't believe in yourself and you don't have that confidence, you're not really pressing forward. You're maybe sitting back on a couple plays that you should be taking space, and you're not, you know, necessarily capitalizing on the damage that your teammates do because maybe you think that you're exposing too many angles, or maybe you're not trusting the communication. But in this regard, you saw right there at the very end, it was Soul Snipe with a triple. I truly think that he looks good, or it looked good that entire game, at least as the comeback happened. And if they can continue on that type of confidence in themselves, I think we have a good match here. There was a lot of talk on that main stage. You know, a lot of hype talk from Renegade, and it was Rebellion that shut it all down in that game.
What a series this has been, tied to all and tied in the Livefire Grand Prix 1-1. This Livefire oddball could go the distance, and the winner of this, you could argue, has the winner's edge towards taking this grand finals. And it's on again. Shopify Rebellion to reset the bracket. GBX previously, after that emotional victory in game 1, 4 flag scores on Aquarius in 90 seconds to come back when Shopify had the flag on the flag stump 2 feet away from scoring and riding off game 1 that probably wouldn't have even been talked about afterwards. Instead, it's something we'll be talking about for a long time, and even plays into HCS London, right? I mean, talk about that headspace, Eli, going into a LAN tournament. A little shaky having a loss like that, but we got no time for talk. It's time to start shooting. Tusk with shots through the main middle of the map. Cycle takes the high side of Snipe Tower, and I didn't know how I'd feel about 3 live fires in a row. I'm kind of liking it. The games have been incredible. Here we go. GBX win the opening break, though. But Mental gets a double, potential triple to reset things. No, GBX will get that oddball, but you already got Cycle pushing through the tunnels. Repulsor sends that grenade back. Legend cleans it up, grabs the snipe, but can't prevent Soul Snipe from grabbing the camo.
Enemy has the ball.
If you recall, the player that sat up here and decided on both the first and this third live fire was Mental. Mental said, yeah, let's do a live fire oddball after we had already picked 2, and you see why. I mean, this man is super confident with that S7 sniper. He's confident in his teammates' use of the S7 as well, but tell you what, man, on the other side, if you give this sniper to Renegade, Bound, Legend, literally any of these guys, Tusk is also a phenomenal sniper too. If any of these other guys get the sniper, you start to regret it, but so far, Rebellion do have the early lead. The ammo of that S7 has been burned out, and now both teams are just going to try to fight for space.
Soul Snipe trying to teach Bound the lesson of checking your corners, but Soul Snipe falls off the map, and I think I heard a very loud expletive after that. Soul Snipe not happy with himself, but happy with this lead that Rebellion have built off the start, 33-5.
It is a little frustrating. I feel like I've been in that exact spot, and I feel like I'm like an inch away from being able to clamber. And I'm like, the game's not going to give me a clamber? Like, please, let me stay on the map. But finds his way off, but I feel like if he doesn't move the way he did, maybe he doesn't win that fight. So
good point.
Could have been a trade either way.
13 and rolling now, 15-16 to 33 as GBX have cut this lead in half. Legend, previously we saw him on the Nest side, and Eli, that goes back to that conversation we had at the beginning of this grand finals, where by game 3, these guys are going to have their spots picked out, where they like to play and where they like to play their best, as we see that from Legend. Goes down on the cuts, but now for helping trade out another 2v2 even gunfight. And this is where the cream really rises to the top. When it's an even gunfight 2v2, who's able to find the OBJ efficiency? For now, it looks like Rebellion.
Rebellion then decide to play the ball, so they actually milk a little bit of time at the same time that they reset the situation. They've got spawners that have already made their way across top middle to apply extra pressure, and look at this. Mental, the multitasking that Rebellion is doing. They're simultaneously going for the ball. At the same time, they apply pressure to other parts of the map so the ball guy can get away. And so far, Rebellion just playing most of these situations a little bit better than GBX.
I think Mental heard the communication in his headset that Renegade had made it away with the camo on cut. So Mental looked like he was setting up for that skill jump to get up to sandbags, maybe work the oddball into A and then B, but now instead on the other side it's Legend with the triple kill. Great flank, great shots as he takes down 3, and wonder almost if Mental should have just let Renegade go with that camo. Would have had more oddball time, but instead it's GBX with more of it and the lead.
I like this play from Legend. So he gets 3 dead, immediately decides to just crouch next to that turbine, knows that Rebellion is likely to spawn in A and try to rotate out of A. Now that he doesn't see anyone coming on this side, he's going to now flank through sandbags as Tusk has the sniper top tower. Like I said, don't forget about this guy. He can also snipe with the best of them, and wisely chucks it off the map as he gets taken down. That's going to deny one of those performance parameters on the side of Rebellion.
Guys like Ryan, guys like Tusk seem to instantaneously, there's no hesitation in, do I want to burn snipe? Am I going to maybe try to hit the shot? No, play the smart play. Play the numbers. And we see exactly that from Tusk. Had a lot of shots left, so you give that up, and that could be, it could spell trouble. But Rebellion for now don't have the snipe, but they do have the oddball back in their hands. 56 tied all, but we're going to stick with it. All right, tied 56 all. 3 go down for GBX, make it 4. If Renegade can stay alive, he elongates his life, but that actually might force a split staggered spawn for GBX. Rebellion can pounce on this opportunity.
Yeah, they've also located the first set of spawners, so rotating and applying pressure to those players. Suppressed, gonna pick off one player, gets an assist, making another 3 dead. Suppressed back on a heater. This man, when he starts to heat up, I feel like he's borderline unstoppable. Finally does get taken down, but that entire play leads to so much ball time for Rebellion. They've almost closed this round out.
Big win there for Renegade, but was it big enough? As the last Spartan standing, he takes down 1, but needs to find 2, 3, or 4 for Rebellion, as they only need 12 more seconds. GBX down by about 20 or so. An early oddball grab there from Soul Snipe allows Tusk to grab it, but you could argue Tusk did the same. Now it's Mental with it. Can he get into A? Yes, he does. Renegade now has to overextend and push and press. Doesn't matter what the number situation looks like. But he's got the camo, and you almost wonder if that delayed the push that he needs to make. 92-56.
The rotation is perfect from Mental. This guy is playing on another level. It's 4 and dead, but the ball stays on the map. So excellently played from Rebellion first round. Like I said, GBX made a lot of good plays, but it just felt like Rebellion was barely outplaying them in every situation.
Oh, man, do we have a heavyweight slugfest here. Unbelievable series so far. Not only has the series been back and forth, but every moment within the games themselves feel back and forth. As GBX had a lead, everybody had a little bit of a lead there, but Rebellion ultimately take round number 1, now looking to win. The opening break is Cycle, works his way through the tunnel side, stays alive, reshields at the perfect time. Now Suppressed on the cuts, has a full snipe to work with.
I think he must have heard Bound here, turns around, hits him with the no-scope headshot, and Suppressed heating up, almost hits the quick scope on Tusk. That would have been unbelievable, but ultimately that sniper is still on the ground unless Mental is grabbing it. You have to think he's probably going for it. Nice melee into QT combo, but yes, Mental did pick up the snipe, and he's got the camo to make it even more effective.
Mental sees that QT from Legend as a second opportunity, but Legend works his way back to the small door, makes a big play, has the snipe back in his hands with 3 shots to work with. Overkill! Extermination! Legend with the play of the weekend!
Oh my God, no shields, quick scope to the brain for the X-Term. This guy is unbelievable. Are you kidding?
Oh my God, that was sick, unbelievable, but Legend goes down shortly after, and that's so big for Rebellion. All right, you can take your montage clip. We'll take the win, noob.
You've heard that before, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, that was personal. Ogre 2, I love you, dude. Legend now working his way right back to the small door. Unbelievable previous quick scope for the over. That's going to be played over and over again. But for now, we got a game to play. Legend with another double kill. Looking for a triple. He might just go back-to-back. Overkill! He does not. Suppress takes him instead, but Legend is on fire.
Can you imagine 2 overkills in a minute? That would have been completely insane. I don't know if we've ever seen that, but they do finally take him down. They gotta stop the fire that's burning around Legend right now. Get the fire extinguisher out, because this man is insane right now. Look at the way he's playing his positioning. Makes himself the most difficult kill, just wastes so much of Rebellion's time. And despite all these heroics from Legend, you think that GBX should have some more ball time.
At least past the 30-second mark. I know we're close at 25, but every inch, every second, every slay, so critical here in the grand finals as we rightfully switch back to Legend's POV, but he goes down shortly after, and there you go, Eli. There's a little bit of that fire extinguisher coming off a heater. You gotta now prioritize Legend, but there's a lot of priorities you can take for this GBX roster. You don't want any of these guys to pop off. But Rebellion, just like you talked about, mitigate that insane over into triple, and now it's Rebellion who could be looking at the lead instead.
Yeah, just great oddball rotations, honestly. They're taking it to the safest part of the map time and time again, winning the fights that matter around the oddball. Who cares if you get to overkill if it's around the other side of the map? Gotta be able to convert that into some ball time. So far, Rebellion have converted, just a few double kills into significant amounts of ball time. So excellent heads-up awareness and IGLing on that side.
Cycle has been playing so well. Even if he's not positive, he's getting the most assists for this Rebellion roster, really opening up opportunities, time and space for guys like Mental and Soul Snipe to take advantage of. And don't forget about Suppress. 2 down on each side for now as Tusk looks to work his way through on the nest. He has 2 to worry about, though, and in that 1v2 does not have the numbers he needs. Suppress takes him down. 3 go down for GBX, and Rebellion do, in fact, have the lead, Eli. Wow.
Insane stuff. It's gotta kind of hurt if you're Legend right now, right? Like, how much more do I have to do? It's just, the guy's going insane right now. Mental, he's got a sniper of his own. If Bound is going to pick it up for now, does he drop it for Legend at this point? I don't know.
Bound with his best Legend impersonation. Like we saw there from Eli, love that. But 4 go down, and this is unbelievable. You would have thought all the momentum, all the energy, all the slays were on the side of GBX. But now the lead has doubled for Rebellion. Now they need a Killionaire from Legend to get back in this, it feels like. Rebellion are playing so objectively efficient.
Exactly right. Bound here in a war with Shell from the Portal series. Mental going to try to stay alive.
Oh,
misses the melee, a little bit of T-Rex arms there. But GBX are still fighting.
Ball drop.
They do have the ball currently, a couple of slays to their name, but they need an airtight setup. It seems like when they do get the ball, Rebellion are just speeding their way into the engagement. As we see what looks like a reset. Oh no.
I think we may have just lost Rebellion. No big deal. We'll get things reset, re-racked. We could maybe use that new feature from 343, Eli, where we get to just take whatever the score was at the end there and run it right back. But my God, this is Tim. This is great for us because I need a breather. I stood up. I lost my S when Legend went on that spree. And if he would have hit back-to-back overkills, I might have just, I don't know, combusted internally. What did you see?
I mean, he was on a tear, but I think you said it best. There wasn't a lot of ball time that came out of that. When you see Renegade with the most ball time in the game, I mean, something's up. But maybe he's got to pick it up because he's always in position to do so. But
that's such an interesting point you make, Tim. Yeah. Maybe that was a factor of not playing your roles, not playing your 25%. Remember, Dead Zone was previously on this SSG roster, which now has Bound, and obviously on GBX, Renegade and Tusk. So not the full SSG squad here, but you got half.
Right.
And so that's a great point. Renegade is the main slayer of this pickup squad, is arguably the main slayer of that phase squad. And he's playing OBJ, and then the OBJ in Legend, again filling in for the comp role of Dead Zone, who previously played OBJ for SSG, playing main Slayer with the main stage montage. So that's a great point. Playing your role, playing your 25% so important. And it felt like, based on your comment there, GBX had it a little bit inverted.
Yeah, it's good though. I mean, at this point in the game, back when, we're old, so back when we used to compete and play in the likes of Halo 2, there were solidified roles, I would say. It was more prevalent then. You'd have the Slayer, the support, I think what makes these players so good is the fact that they can adapt. And Renegade Renegade doing that is great. Honestly, it's good that he's able to understand the situation where, okay, I gotta get 60-something seconds of all time for us to come back in this game. But I think Eli also put it really well. Shopify, once again playing the fundamental game of that rotation. Always making sure to rotate off of the spawns of GBX, not allowing them to stop that rotation, and then, at the same time, even though these slays like that one come out, it's just not enough. And you see some ball time coming out of that as well, but, Shopify are really good about coming off a spawn and just completely breaking anything any setup that comes through for this GBX roster.
God, Legend was making it look like a money 8s or even a matchmaking lobby at one point, but this is the 4th best team in the world in full force. Shopify Rebellion, my God. The most impressive moment from this incredible weekend. Titans of Orlando, Grassroots Halo LAN powered by LVT Halo, live from Orlando Esports on International Drive. And you know what? That's fitting, Active, because we've got the international competition. You got Legend out here. You got players who came to compete and spectate all the way from Canada, no less. So got to really be kicking yourself in the butt if you didn't make the drive down the East Coast to this event, because this has been everything you want in a Halo competition. Eli, welcome back. Did you get a chance to reset? Did you get some water, dude? All you have is a Red Bull, or are you... Okay, it's empty too, man. What?
Where's Tools at?
Can we get Eli a water, right? I would do it, but... okay, Tools is on it. That's good to know.
Yeah, I mean, this has been insane so far. Shopify, I think, will be taking the lead going into the round 2 reset. They were just playing more objective, efficient, despite some heroics from Legend, right? I'm sure you guys have already talked about that, but man, when was the last time you guys seen like back-to-back overkills in tournament play?
Forever.
He's not done yet.
Well, that was a scrim. It wasn't a...
Yeah, but I still think of you. When I think of back-to-back overkills, I think of my hero, Eli the Legend, casted by Chris Bucket.
That was my claim to fame. Got second on the ESPN all-time list for Halo 3. A scrim with Ambush. That was when I was still teaming with Snipe Down, dude. Our team was insane.
Was that the same ESPN where I got destroyed, I forgot, by Lunchbox, and Puckett said, Active E, that's embarrassing?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm
Awesome.
sorry to bring that memory back.
Hey, you know what? At least we're on the ESPN top 10 together.
I guess the E at the end standed for eliminated.
Yeah, pretty much. That's
or
funny.
Stood for.
That's funny.
It's bad grammar.
It was a little bit easier on when I did it, though, 'cause it was Onslaught CTF, and you guys remember how much the spawn trap was, right?
That was fun.
I'm just top middle, and I've got Snipe Down, Gunshot, and Silent, like, team shooting every spawner with me, and I just get back-to-back overkills. I mean,
that's so sick, though.
Arguably not as impressive as, I mean, dude, the guy was one shot. I didn't even get shot, I don't think, in my back-to-back overkills. He was one shot. Do we have the clip right here?
We got some replays here.
Here's a replay.
You know what's funny is that if
So
you
Legend
don't
gets-
get shot...
Yeah, already got a kill here. Picks this up.
Enemy has the ball.
Oh my God! I wish I could see.
What was? I think the sickest part about this clip wasn't even the quickscope overkill. Might get flamed for that because that was nasty. Love the ragdoll physics there from 343. But I think the coolest part about this play, Eli, in Active, was the fact that Legend got that initial damage on the turbine, QT'd back to the QT spawn point, and then worked his way through down a path of destruction back to the small door. Woo! That was an unbelievable play there from Legend. We could, if we ever have a reset again, can we just play that back and, throw some like Linkin Park on it and just like imagine that we're making a montage? Because that was it. There we go.
Oh, we got it from his POV. This is
the other triple. This is the other triple.
Oh, this is the triple. Okay.
Yeah.
Look how close he was here.
Look how close this was.
Props to Suppress for challenging this.
Yeah,
dude.
you have to. You got to do it, man. You got to.
Oh my
you said
God!
It best, a fire extinguisher. That's what Suppress was playing right there. He's like, this is a really big fire.
There's literally a fire extinguisher on live fire right where Suppress was. So I think he actually shot him with the fire extinguisher instead of the DMR.
Imagine if it was like a item you could pick up, like beat people over the head with it, or like
flamethrower was a classic.
Could
in,
it'd be like a flashbang, but you cover their visor and the fire extinguisher stuff.
When's the windshield wiper equipment getting added?
That's the first thing I did in Halo Infinite is shoot that and see it go. This is so cool.
Oh man, we're having a fun time here in Orlando. Your Titans of Orlando grassroots. All caps grassroots, man, because this feels like what it was like back in the day.
It does, man. Oh no, it's so cool just meeting people from all over. You know, a lot of people have been watching LVT the last couple of years, and it just feels like we have insane support from the community. Like everyone is happy to see us, and it's a good feeling, man. I don't know. I feel like I couldn't be more thankful to even be part of this team. I mean, I'm the most recent addition, I feel like, and I still receive just as much, love and support as the rest of you guys.
You're good at what you do. You both are, and I love this as well. And I would agree. It kind of takes me back, and you heard the pro players talk about it too. In the HCS, for those that don't know, there is they wear earbuds, and everyone's like, why do they wear earbuds and headphones? Well, the earbuds are for the sound of the game. The headphones actually play white noise, and you wouldn't expect white noise to really cancel things out, but I was able to get on that main stage and try it out. It's crazy. It blocks
you don't
everything.
hear much. You hear murmurs if there's a big roar, but you can't make out the specific words being used.
Right,
so.
and that's just due to the fact that all of us are really loud mouths, and they don't want us saying, Camo's over there, and then, the play gets broken up. So
Yeah, no, I got to stand on the stage, as the coach at G1, and even the coach has to wear those. I don't have any game sound to listen to, so it's just white noise and the sound of my team's
that sounds
voices.
Menacing.
It was oddly,
interesting,
meditative, I guess, until certain players started talking that maybe had some weird things to say at times, but it was still a pretty interesting experience. But yeah, you take those things off, and it's like all the sound comes flooding in, and it's very interesting. But here, you can hear the guy's 10 feet away from you, and he's yelling that you suck.
Yeah,
you got to hear every bit of it.
And they do a good job just to kind of like reset the competitive integrity. There's a loudspeaker behind us so that all the fans here at Orlando Esports can enjoy the commentary and the gameplay sound, but it feeds out towards the fans. And it's at the perfect volume level, because it's the greatest part about this tournament, and my favorite part, is that we've gotten to play on the main stage this weekend. So I was kind of curious about that myself when I was competing on the main stage in that free-for-all. And I knew Tools was talking shit, but I didn't know what he was saying about me, right? So that was really that was good to know that you can't really, even on the main stage, you can't necessarily hear the casters. But even when they pick up things like Camo, they're like, why is Mikowski whispering? Well, I want to make sure to ensure competitive integrity. I want to make sure to ensure the best possible Halo is being played. So I think it's also fun to lower the voice a little bit, get a little sneaky when the players get sneaky. So perfect competitive integrity. Huge shout out to Orlando Esports for the perfectly designed venue. I mean, this has just been a total treat.
Yeah, can I ask you both the question?
Yeah.
What does it feel like to compete again, each of you? I mean, we got a little bit of time, I think. So obviously you guys competed back in the day, in Halo 2, Halo 3. What is it like to get that competitive itch again and be able to scratch it this weekend?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like it was a scratch that just made it itch more. I'm like, dude, I just want to compete again. I didn't do as well as I should have. I learned from it already. I'm like, I started to figure out what I did wrong already. Like, I'm thinking about, man, if I just could make a squad, like, it kind of sucks to like have that come back, but it's also like, and don't get excited, chat. I'm probably not going to compete again anytime soon, but it does make me want to do it again.
I totally resonate with what Eli just said. I had my opportunity to win on the main stage, on the broadcast, everybody in the LVT Halo community watching, and I failed. I let go of the lead. I was up by 3, 4, maybe even 5, and I went to sleep with nightmares, just like replaying all the assists I got in my head. So I feel a lot like you, Eli, where it's like, man, I played well, but not well enough to like what I would like to. But we got to remember our purpose in this. Maybe it's always been in content and casting. We were the original 2 montage kids, the first 1 and 2, I believe, to ever create MLG content, create professional Halo content. So it's kind of fitting that we're on the couch instead of the main stage, but it was fun to have that one opportunity to get back up there. The last time we both competed was 2012. So if we're not doing this for 12 years, I'm pretty happy with how we played.
Wow. Yeah, I agree 100%. I got to do a little bit of playing, and it definitely made the itch a little bit more, I will say. But then I got to take a step back and say, you know what, old man here. All right, we're gonna.
Yeah, when are you gonna turn to old man active in your gamer tag?
Might have to do it, man. Might have to do it. But yeah, it's great that we got to do both this weekend. I'm honestly really blessed, and it's been an incredible weekend.
This is an experience I will never forget. I will take this to the grave, man. I really will. And we're only halfway through the grand finals, man. We still got 3 great games to go through. We got 3 great days of competitive Halo. And man, this is everything that you want in a grassroots tournament. You got the best players in the world here. You got maybe not the best players in the world here. And then you got those up-and-coming players that really excite you, make you think, could we be watching the next Bound and Renegade? Yeah. We had some of those here this weekend. So huge shout out again to Titans of Orlando, LVT Halo, a little biased in that regard, and Orlando Esports located here on International Drive. This might be a local grassroots LAN, but it's got international competition stamped all over it.
100%. I really enjoyed, like you said, a lot of up-and-comers that were coming through, and I honestly really enjoyed Kraken, right? I think Gunny and squad really got to make their stamp. Tony, you're the best.
What a guy. Just hooked it up with some water, and dude.
Good dude.
Are you sweating?
Yeah, it's a little hot.
I'm profusely sweating.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have hat rash after this.
You don't stink, so thank you for taking a shout. You know what? I got to shout out everybody.
I have a cologne I love. So
maybe the reason it doesn't feel as much like an MLG event to me, is I'm not walking past and dying from breathing body odor.
That's what I was gonna say.
Actually gonna shower.
Everyone has stayed clean. Shout out to everyone in the venue for staying clean this weekend.
Lack of body odor, and I'm not passing out in the elevator on the way down to the hotel. So shout out to personal hygiene. You guys are really knocking it out the park.
Yeah, this has been incredible. I'm really curious what's going to happen with this, and we'll get you guys updated as soon as possible. I'm really curious to see how this will be, and I'm also curious, and I know I talk about it a lot, but this is the cool things to talk about is like the momentum. They have, Shopify kind of had that momentum coming into this game. Now everything's kind of stalemated. Now everyone's gonna, look at that. That is kind of nuts, huh?
I talk about this with Eli a lot. Man, the series layout doesn't actually. The scores don't necessarily reflect how close these games have been. I think the series layout does. 2-1 in Empyrean, where it was a final minute flag run to win, 50-46, one possession, one team wipe separated the two teams. That Livefire King of the Hill, you saw multiple leads. And then in that Shopify Rebellion comeback in Game 4, multiple leads for GBX, but they stole it to tie the series up at 2. And here we go. We are reset, rehydrated, and ready to go.
I think we low-key needed that break for, just get rehydrated and relax and kind of keep an eye on what's next. But these guys are definitely ready to play this. They want to finish this game out. I want to see another overkill from Legend.
And in this Game 5, Rebellion have a 1-0 lead on the scoreboard. And I want to see I love to see it. Here we go. 3-4-3's new feature where you can start off where you left off, 50-30. Eli, this is so good. I'm not good at math. I would have had trouble counting all this up, but instead we know exactly where we left off, 50-30. Rebellion have a lead in this round and this Game 5.
And they've switched the sides here just to make sure that the spawns are fair as well. So should we go to a third round, they would be in the correct spawn position. That's important as well. Solsnipe with a nice no-scope beatdown, trade out with Tusk. And so far, neither team able to get control of the ball, but it's Shopify now rotating it out, but Legend is here to stop it with that camo plate.
Back against the wall, double kill. How does he land these shots despite being 1 HP, and he's got nowhere to work with on the map. Unbelievable. Legend making plays, play after play, and active. You brought up a great point previously. Legend now with that oddball, that's what he's known for. Not only fragging out, but he's the OBJ mastermind for this GBX and SSG roster. Good to see him get back to his steez as we get back into the action.
Right now, looks like Rebellion looking pretty good here. And GBX looking good in the reset. So they've now brought it back. Started this 20 seconds down, now tying it up. They're getting some extra kills. Suppress, though, getting that trade on Tusk should slow down Rebellion, or GBX at least a little bit. But Suppress trying to stay alive here on this.
Renegade finds the fisticuffs reversal for the Slay, and now starting to roll out of control a little bit here. You could blink, and this round 2 could be over. Fortunately for Rebellion, they had the round 1 win, so this would send us to that round 3 that we predicted it would go, all the distance, all the way, as Renegade finds another way to find another Slay, but Suppressed on the backside of Mud sets up Rebellion for a chance to maybe even up the gunfight. Trades out. It's going to be not necessarily a trade win, but at least a even trade at that for now. Rebellion, though, need to find the 20 seconds GBX previously found, because that's the deficit they're staring at.
Right, I mean, Legend got 45 seconds during that run, so GBX coming out with some fire here. Finally, Rebellion has some control, but can they hold it that long? You do need 38 seconds to close out the round, but you know GBX are rushing and barreling towards them. Nade gonna go wide. Almost hit some team damage, but Cycle's gonna get a kill and wisely back out of this play.
Renegade was very weak after that. So too was Cycle, and he did a great job to disengage, allow Mental to clean up a one-shot Renegade, and now Rebellion are one hold away from regaining the lead. Mental trying to stop that push through the big door. He's got camo, and he's able to get away. If he reshields, repositions, curious how much time he has left. It feels like he's within the single-digit threshold, and that might force him to make a play a little sooner than later, but no, he's going to play his process perfectly. Throw the chase grenade, and it's going to take down Legend as the camo diminishes. Perfect play here from Mental.
But Renegade and Tusk get a couple of kills when they need it most. If they were to go down in that moment, Rebellion could very well just end this game right here, right now, but 3 of them go down. GBX going to get the hold. This new sniper is coming up. And how does Legend survive with the Gandhi hop? Don't see that as often in this game, but that tech is from Halo 2. Shout out to Gandhi.
Is this lockout or live fire, Eli? Because that was incredible from Legend. He was dead to rights. And this might just flip the match. This might just flip round 2. Previously, Rebellion went up with 83 seconds, but now GBX have 90. 10 seconds away from a round 3 as Bound pushes up through the cuts. 3 up on each side of the map. Rebellion closer to it. And GBX are going to need a couple more slays before they retain control of this oddball on the C platform. But 2 go down for GBX. Bound has to stay alive here. He goes down, and none of the nades take down either of the members of Rebellion. Massive chance for Rebellion to tie things up or regain the lead in the endgame. And if they take round 2, Eli, they take a 3-2 lead in the series.
How did Soul Snipe survive that? He's just jumping up and down, just Bound's vertical sensitivity not high enough apparently to even find the headshot. But people talk about jumping being bad in this game, but these guys are just hopping around like bunny rabbits, and it's working.
Unbelievable regain there. Previously, we saw it from GBX to start off the reset, but Rebellion ultimately take the oddball game number 5 and have a 3-2 lead in this series active. Wow. From going 1-3 down, it looked like, to up 3-2. Talk about the complexion shift that we just witnessed.
Honestly, I think it was that last camo from Mental. Like, it kind of solidified that A control. And even though those 2 kills happened, he was able to get that trade on the big door. That really gave him that extra time in that round. And then, of course, you saw that rotation from Tusk. And at that point, I was like, okay, this is a great rotation. But Bound not cleaning up that kill on the tower quick enough, and then him getting pushed by the second player as well. Everything fell apart at that point, and Shopify Rebellion closed it out.
So impressive, the regain, despite the heroics out of Legend. He got almost 2 overkills and was continually making plays in the reset as well. Still unable to find the dub, RGBX. And looking at the rest of the series layout, it's now 2-3 in the Live Fire Grand Prix in favor of Shopify. I mean, there's still another live fire on the table, by the way, if they get to game 7. But the thing is, even if GBX win this, you kind of got to give Shopify the edge going into a live fire Slayer. Not only are they good at Slayer, but they're also proving they're good at live fire.
Yeah, they won the Live Fire Grand Prix for now, and I guess we head to another location, Argyle. And this is going to change things a little bit. Live Fire, a little bit like the fast track of Aquarius, but Argyle does not play so, Tim. What should we expect as far as that change of pace of play shift that we're about to witness here, going from 3 games of Live Fire where everybody was holding forward, sprinting at all times, to Argyle where things are going to play a little bit longer.
Not sure on the measurements, but I would assume that Argyle's about double the size of Live Fire, right? So you've got long game ahead of you. You got a long game ahead of you, and then you've got to follow that. Again, I've said this a few times this weekend, but that fundamental process of like getting those slays, then slaying again, then slaying one more time, then pulling the flag, and then you got to slay again. So there's a lot of slaying involved, and I honestly look at Shopify here because I would say they're more of the structured team here. They're obviously not a pickup roster. They've been together a long time. I think they've gone over this game type many times, so we're going to see if they can pull it off. On the other end of things, GBX is a pickup roster, but that also means they're a little bit mixy, so we'll see if they can take it.
Yeah, I think Argyle's going to be the team that snipes better, the team that steals the opposing sniper better, the team that throws more snipers off the map. I mean, it's really going to revolve around those power weapons.
Yeah.
And we might see some QT plays. I've seen these guys make some insane QT plays, not just on this map, but others as well, but man, Legend seems to be hitting some shots with the snipe. Usually he's surrounded by Stellar, you know, Bound and Eco on his normal roster, but I feel like he should be picking up that snipe a bit more.
What makes the big three the big three? They're the most difficult players in the world to beat when their backs are against the wall. This is when guys like Renegade, Bound, and Legend lean forward. Well, I guess not Bound, because Bound is always playing up in the face of his monitor, which I love.
2 inches away from the monitor.
Reminds me of Fear itself back in the day. But on a serious note, Tim, what should we expect from guys like Renegade, who we know are so difficult to kill, not only in game but in series especially so?
Yeah, we've seen that Renegade, and we talk about flipping the switch. We see that Renegade, even I would say at his worst, he's still able to match anyone in terms of slays and that KD ratio. When he's on fire, though, when he's going 30 and 12 or 30 and 15, that's when you need to worry about him. And the crowd's ready for it. Take it away, boys.
There we go. We've gotten this far, guys. Game number 6.
I had to forget we were casting. I was about to start cheering. Let's go. I almost let out a LFG, but
I mean, you can.
Let's fucking go!
There it is. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Game number 6 is live. Rebellion with a 3-2 lead in this series. Renegade with the snipe.
Who's got the snipe on the other side? It's probably Mental, right? This guy's known for hitting those snipes, but look at the pressure. Renegade immediately gets shut down. That's a huge victory variable right now for Rebellion. If they can steal that sniper and get it out of the base, that could be even better.
Mental, and this is huge. He's pushed up to the 50-yard line with 8 shots in that snipe. So he could either go on a run here, or he could give opportunity back to GBX, and you do not want to do that. Tusk takes down Suppressed, numbers advantage for GBX, but Mental holds the line and holds the snipe.
So smart the way he plays with snipe, and I think this is the primary reason that they have him as the sniper is he knows how to position himself to stay alive with it. You know he's not going to give it up for free. Notices a couple teammates are going down, so he's going to back up. Renegade's going to push up with his sniper, which is a bit higher risk, but also higher reward strategy.
The dichotomy of 2 different players. Renegade, he holds forward like a bull on a china shop. Mental takes his pace, takes his space, and lies in wait. And because of that strategy difference, holds onto the snipe just a little bit longer, but Legend ultimately takes him down. Both snipers go down, and the match resets after 1 minute.
He also had stacked the ammo of Renegade sniper. Suppress tried to pick it up, but look at this. Renegade comes right back. He said, "This is my sniper. What are you doing, sir? I'll be taking that back." And what can he do with it? If he can get a single spawn snipe or just, you know, shut down one player. Bound gets a kill on the other side. Add a headshot snipe to that, and this could be a flag out.
Well, we didn't expect much similarity from Livefire to Argyle, but that's been one thing that has remained true. Renegade, after dying with the snipe, you switch to his POV, and he's got it back in his hands somehow. So Renegade, he wants it in his hands. He's confident with it in his hands, and you see why there as he lands. Oh! Double kill headshot! That's exactly why Renegade ran back for the snipe.
That was disgusting. No shields, no problem. The mid-air jumping headshot, the reaction time needed to hit that as well. That was incredible. This guy out of snipe ammo now, so significantly less powerful, you would argue, but no, he's still going to be raining down fire. Making a killing spree, 5 in a row. Legend gets 1 as well, but this is the story, right? They're popping off with kills, but only now is that flag being pulled. Have to wonder if maybe they could have pulled it a little bit sooner. That objective efficiency coming into question here.
Renegade working his way towards another snipe rifle. And this is big. Stealing the snipe of the opposition, or at least an opposition with an opportunity to take it. That was Suppressed, but Suppressed not going to have a chance at it. Neither is Mental if he gets a little antsy here and pushes forward. Weak at no shields. Renegade with a chase grenade, but he does not clean up on Mental. Now re-engages. How confident is Renegade? And he takes on Mental. Close range despite having the snipe. It's like he thinks he has a shotgun in his hand instead.
Might as well be, man. This guy is just barrel stuffing his opponents with the sniper, just rotating around the back of their base. Can he hit another? No, they soul snipe with the movement. This guy always going to be one of the harder no-scopes to hit, the way he moves his Spartan on the map. But the damage was done at the same time. There's no flag movement at all. Flag is still comfortably back at home, and we're just going to reset the situation. Bound now with his team sniper. And what can he do with it?
Oh! Whiplash! push! No scope! Sends Soul Snipe back to the respawn screen. Soul Snipe had plans to move all the way across the map. Instead, he's stationary for now. Looking at a black screen, and now respawn once again. Bound with, I was going to say the snipe of the match, snipe of this tournament. I don't know, it still goes to Legend, but that was pretty sweet.
I mean, Bound, Legend, and Renegade have now all hit insane highlight snipes. In just the last couple of games, Renegade going to be cheeky with the grapple, but Suppress is like, no, sir. You will not. Wait.
Surprised! From the depths of the bottom of hell, rises back up top and has a chance to defend his flag, but he's not going to have to. They took down 2 for GBX, and how did Suppressed stay alive?
His melee momentum must have launched him off, but grabs the grapple off of Renegade's body mid-air and uses it to save himself. I mean, just the presence of mind to recognize the situation and your only option. Massive stuff from Suppressed, and look how fast he's got this flag out.
The irony that Suppressed would rise from the depths of hell like Lucifer, but it's Bound, or excuse me, it's Renegade on the other side, who's the demon in HCS. What a dichotomy of personalities there on display as Suppressed gets the better of the demon in this lobby, looking like one himself. Flags out on both sides here, and here's where things get a little mixy, Eli.
New snipers just came up as well, so both teams kind of going to be distracted by that, but as this flag goes in, can Mental put this sniper to work? He's not even going to need it for the first kill, but the second one, that snipe falls off and the flag gets returned. Will both flags get returned? Looks like GBX flag is still on the side of Rebellion. Soul Snipe does get the touch. That was so close to returning. And if they can get this return, they'll get the first cap on the board.
Rebellion inches away from both the reset and the first score, and that flag is going to get reset. Bound has a couple of shots lined up, but it's not going to be enough as Rebellion take a 1-0 lead halfway through this match, and we see another no-scope from Bound, but can they turn it into points?
These guys are making a montage in just the grand finals alone. All these no-scope headshots, putting those ragdoll physics to work. Soul Snipe going to see if he can create another highlight. He is known to hit them himself as well. He's currently 12 and 11, highest kills on his team right now.
Soul Snipe with the snipe. Got the QT to work with as well. He could work his way down and then back up to the high ground. That's exactly what we're going to see here. He feels safe to go low. I wouldn't normally advise this with the snipe in your hands, but when you can get right back on top, this is actually a great play. Soul Snipe pushing on through, looking to finish off that damage onto Renegade. And he finds him, doesn't kill him. And as soon as Renegade started putting shots, Soul Snipe QT back up top. That's a lot of respect.
I mean, it's smart too. There is a small wind-up time, right? So you've got to push the button a little bit early. I'm sure a lot of you guys in matchmaking will be like, it didn't even work. I clicked the button. Yeah, well, you didn't account for the wind-up time, sir. All right, you got to press it a little bit early.
Chat catching strays on sea, on air, and now on land as Soul Snipe pushes his way through and has a chance to pull another flag. Looking like offense is the best form of defense here for Rebellion.
Absolutely. I mean, how can your opponent pull your flag if they can't even get out of their base? As Rebellion have been applying max pressure, Mental over here on the pistol side, and if you can keep them pinned, they could maybe even get another flag.
Getting a little ahead of myself, but if we do reset, do we do another veto duel?
Yes.
Oh God, this is so exciting. Something to consider, man. Love all the chances and risks that LVT Halo takes with these tournaments to try something new. Whether it's, what did we have? We had not pool play, but it's the, I'm drawing a blank on it, Eli. What was it? The round robin or
yes, round robin
and FFA, and just all new formats, all new rules. Love to see it as the competition still just as stiff as ever. Bound takes down his opponent to 1 HP, but Soul Snipe gets the better of him. GG's. Rebellion have the lead, and it feels like control.
Yeah, but GBX do have the flag out for now. Legend getting a kill right now is a good time to do so. Tusk can stay alive with this sniper. It's got 7 bullets left as well. Might decide to jump off the map here. He's going to repulse and then reposition. I think yes now decides time for the sniper to go off the map. Wise decision, does not want to give Rebellion extra opportunities to apply pressure.
It was the Swiss format LVT Halo tried in the offseason. There we go. I just wanted to bring attention to all the cool things that LVT Halo are doing as Tusk. Man, this has been an incredible series. Tusk gets taken down though by Soul Snipe, and in a 2v2 situation, it looks like the mid-map being vied for. Legend, G slides through, has the communication from Tusk onto Soul Snipe, and he cleans him up.
Great shots. So far, Tusk having a rougher time in this game. Does have 11 assists, though. Can't count that. Can't discount that. Now 12. Bound is going to clean up another one of the kills that he started, but Bound 17 and 13, Legend 18 and 14. These guys are putting up massive numbers. Renegade 18 and 11. They have not been able to convert these kills into a flag cap just yet.
Legend takes down Suppressed. Nice drop there, stays alive. A couple of grenades you can hear chasing him out, but he's in a good enough spot to survive that. 1v1 with Cycle, and Cycle gets the better of Legend. Cycle, after all that trash talk from Renegade, Eli, dare I say, he's been playing even better than before when Renegade have enough reasons to talk that trash initially.
Impressive level of confidence from the young man. I mean, he's I can't keep track of how young these people are anymore, man. Somewhere below 20 is Cycle, and he's got a lot of confidence for his age. I mean, he's able to stand up to the bully of the block that happens to be Renegade in this moment. Renegade is a nice guy, by the way. He's not actually a bully, but in game, he kind of comes off that way.
That's why his nickname is the Demon. And another young gun in this lobby that a lot of people don't expect. They feel like he's a veteran. He's already got a LAN championship under his belt. It's Legend, who is 20 years old. So we're seeing some of the youngest and best competition in Halo live on the main stage here in Orlando as Legend pushes on through, spots the left shoulder of Cycle. Legend takes down the other young gun on the other side, and this could spell a potential push through for GBX, but no, Mental looking to mitigate that with the use of the snipe. 7 shots to work with once again, and Eli, this is where he said Mental's at his best. He's not likely to give this resource up to GBX. And this is a great example of it right here. Goes down to low HP and makes sure that he can throw it off into the abyss if he does get pushed once again, but looks like Mental's gonna rejoin the fight. Suppressed with a snipe as well. This is looking dangerous for GBX.
Suppressed a little bit of team damage there with the nade, but Soulsnipe picks up 2 without a snipe, so the one guy on the squad that's currently alive that doesn't have a sniper is getting a double kill, and 2 guys around him that have snipes. This does not look good for GBX right now, but Bound finds a way to kill Suppressed despite getting body shot, and that's 3 dead. I was just talking about how good the conditions look for Rebellion, and GBX have flipped the whole map on its head.
Soul Snipe was the last Spartan standing for Rebellion, but he does a great job to stay alive. Oh, a little Achilles heel shot potentially for Renegade, but he's not going to get that shot with the arrow. This time to snipe. Legend now with the flag in his hands. Less than 1 to go, and Legend needs to be the Legend we know he is. Takes on Soul Snipe, takes on Cycle, takes down Cycle, takes down Soul Snipe for the double kill! And 3 go down for Rebellion, but Mental with a huge play as again the last Spartan standing doesn't allow Legend to go on the run, and if he did, Eli, it could be a 1-1 tie.
Legend's accuracy and movement throughout that entire engagement was absolutely out of this world. But you're exactly right. I mean, to shut him down, don't give him a chance to hit the crazy curb slide flag run. We've all seen the highlights. This man runs flags faster than Usain Bolt runs the 100-meter dash, but Mental here. Last bullet of snipe has been used. 13 seconds on the clock, and all Rebellion have to do is play defense.
This is for the series. 10 seconds left. Desperation reeking in the air as GBX, you expect them to push on through. There goes Bound, there goes Legend, and Suppressed seeing the situation perfectly so. Baits in the sleigh, gets the win in your grand finals, #1 active. We're going to a grand finals too.
That is absolutely insane. What I got to talk about Legend there. I am so impressed by what he's been able to do in this series in general, but what is crazy to me is basically, and I want to come to you about this, Eli, what's crazy to me is essentially all of those slays, everything that he was able to do, it still was not enough. And even at the beginning of that game, I talked about Renegade previous to the game, he started out on fire. And again, no flags pulled, you talked about it, not a lot of objective efficiency. What do you think was the reason that wasn't happening?
It just felt like the timing of his kills were when his team was dead, usually. It's like he's the last man standing. He makes a hero play that mitigates the damage of like what Shopify could do with it, but the problem is he dies shortly after and there's nobody on the map to accomplish any objectives. So it just seems like maybe the rest of GPX dying before Legend is in the play, or is Legend's route too long so that he's showing up a little bit later? I don't know. It's hard to say.
Well, I mean, honestly, we saw some incredible things. Legend, obviously, a player that I think is only going to grow, and I talked about his ceiling being so extremely high, so excited to see where that happens and where that goes. But what a great series we had, and now we go to a reset, and in this reset, I believe we'll have another veto. So I'm excited to see, what maps are vetoed and what the pick ban looks like coming up.
Right. I think we might throw it to a quick break. We're going to discuss the parameters of the next veto, and we'll be right back here shortly.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Ready. Triple kill. Killing spree. Reversal. Snipe. Double kill. Score.
You're so much bigger than this, making me stronger every day. You're climbing over mountains, won't let it all stand in my way. I sing my fight song over every
Triple kill.
till I find peace and come back and pull over.
Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball brought. Double kill. Triple kill.
Hello and welcome back. Well, Grand Finals has been reset. So we have to get another round of pick and bans, but this time it's really just going to be picks because a couple stipulations from last time. We can't play a map that we've played before. So in front of you, you're going to see 2 best of 7s. One that's going to be the new one and one that was the old. So you take a look over here. Our new series is going to start on King of the Hill. We're going to start with Bound over here, and it's going to be Eli, the ninja, that's going to be explaining the process to both our players here today.
I think that you guys kind of understand how this is going to go. There's only so many game types left. We don't want to. We're obviously not going to play another live fire Grand Prix like we did in the last series. So first game type is going to be King of the Hill, and Bound, you've got first pick.
Solitude.
So going Solitude, King of the Hill, game 1. Game 2 is going to be a Slayer. Billy, what do you got? And live fire is still on the table for this one.
Yeah, okay. We'll pick live fire then.
Okay. Bound. Game 3 is Strongholds. You can pick between...
Recharge.
Okay, we got Recharge.
I didn't even need a second. He knew what the
He's
fuck
already
was
thought
up.
about it.
I'm not picking interference. I'm good on the interference.
Game 4 is going to be Oddball. What you got, Billy?
Let's go Streets.
Streets,
Pick
Oddball.
Streets, yeah.
Slayer, once again, Bound.
What did we play last series? We
Last
played
Oh,
series we
Recharge?
played a Recharge Slayer.
I can't repick, right?
You can't repick
Recharge and live fire is off the table.
Okay, Solitude again.
No, last time there was some complaints that we played live fire 4 times in a row, but it seems like...
Well, it's not in a row.
Oh, okay. I see. It's
not
a
in a
little
row.
different when you do it.
Yeah.
I understand.
It's a little bit
Okay, Eli.
Yeah. All right, and then, Billy, you can pick between Forbidden and Aqua CTF.
We'll pick Aqua.
And what's going to be the last Slayer, Bound?
What's my options?
So let's pull out the best of 7 once again.
Streets
You might only have one option left.
Streets and Aquarius are your last option.
Streets.
Aquarius.
Okay, Bound. So last time we had 4 live fires. Now we're going to have 2 Solitudes in a game. And then we end the series with 2 Aquariuses in a row.
Oh, it's 2 in a row? Oh, no, I don't think we should. Should we do 2 in a row?
I mean, it's up to you. It's your pick. I just wanted to say, you know, like last time I heard some complaints about live fire. It's, you know.
Or if you guys want, we could maybe flip the order.
No, it's fine. They're fine. I just want Bound to confirm. You want 2 Aquarius in a row?
Yes, sure. We'll do that. Sure.
2 Aquarius in a row. That's it. You know, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, folks. We're gonna get back to it. Bound. Y'all played really well, but it just wasn't enough this time. What's the strategy as you guys go back in?
I think we're just gonna get our confidence back a little bit. I think we're just kind of like we're up 2-1 and we're still like the live fires in a row. I think we're just kind of a little bit foot off the gas and just need to put our foot back on the gas.
Well, Mental, I mean, obviously, you feel like that was the truth, or are you guys just on the next level?
Yeah, it's definitely the truth. I mean, it goes for us as well. We just need to make sure we're giving our all every single map. So.
Yep.
All right, guys. One more best of 7 determines it all. Who's going to be the champion? You'll find out after this break. We're going to get these boys back on the main stage. Welcome back. Grand Finals has been reset. A couple new faces on the cast. This is Why Not Be Reckless. You might know him as a Why Not Be Cast. It's kind of a big freaking deal. And to my right is Eli the Ninja. I'm Tools, and we'll be bringing you guys the action today as we've seen a reset as Shopify Rebellion won 4-2 in our first Grand Finals.
Yeah, I feel like I had the best seat in the house. I was actually doing a little bit of observing on the side, and man, let me tell you, there was some crazy multi-kills, some crazy highlights that we saw, and now we get to see a reset. Now we get to see even more Grand Finals Halo Infinite action.
All right, Eli, first thoughts about this Solitude game as we get into it.
I think that this game type definitely favors a team that's a little bit more practiced because you're going to have, more setups. You're going to know how to break setups, come off spawn in different situations. But on the other side, you got some of the best Solitude players to ever play the game, so it's really hard to say on this one.
All right, let's get right into this one. GBX coming out with these initial slays. Bound able to put 2 onto the board and camouflage in their possession, but Shopify Rebellion getting themselves the shock rifle. And I think this weapon's really what's going to determine so much in this game.
Rebellion have put so much faith in Mental when it comes to these snipers and shocks, and you're seeing why. Perfect kill right over toward the snipe side, holding down the C side of the map as Rebellion look to approach that mid. GBX may have a slight lead on this hill, but Rebellion, they're pushing forward, and they also found themselves a balance.
A shot by Rebellion, they have this shock rifle. They're finding impressive kills, but they're not getting any hill time out of this. Would love to see them be a little bit more efficient with these kills, getting into that bottom center of the map. So far, it seems as if they're too preoccupied in ensuring that everything goes right, rather than being a little scrappy when you need to be.
That's like we normally talk about Shopify Rebellion and their objective efficiency right now. Maybe they are doing a bit of overslaying right now. We do know Tusk taken down to the low ground. We're seeing some more time on the board for GBX. A perfect run here could lead to a 1-0 and 3 down go Rebellion. GBX, they're still in the hill.
This is incredible from GBX. It seems as if they have no fear when it comes to getting down into that bottom half of the map. Shopify Rebellion keeping it pushed off these high power positions by players on these crosses. It's a powerful combination for GBX that allows them to secure this first hill without much action from Shopify Rebellion at all.
Camouflage about to come up. 1-0 lead for GBX. Rebellion not only have to get GBX off of this yard site, off of that tram site, but on top of that, they want to grab a hold of Camouflage. Lots of responsibility for them. Step 1 done. Cycle does have the camo, but you still need the slays onto GBX.
Well, Camouflage is the great equalizer, but it's not going to buy you position on the map. It can give you some better timing as you can find your way past players. Bound, though, he has a strong nose, but not a good enough shot to take down Cycle. Double kill for him, and here comes the floodgates. Rebellion are flooding into the base. Tusk tries to run away. The man is slippery, but you cannot hide. Cycle putting 5 on the respawn screen.
Tusk buying a lot of time for his team to come off a spawn and maybe take some space to the blue side, but they have not broken the setup of Rebellion. They stand strong through the defenses of Shopify at the moment. Cycle wants to lock down this perimeter after Soul Snipe goes down both players to 1 shot, but that was a great grenade by Renegade.
GBX just like that, back into a power position. You see all the players playing on the backside. Legend getting this double kill will mean Rebellion will be down numbers into this fight. It'll be 3 in a row for Legend as he knows where these next spawners are. And look how aggressive Bound is on that backside. It allows them to be preoccupied. Lets Renegade get away with the shock rifle as they get a great chunk of time. Now it comes down just to individual execution. Can Renegade hit the shots to break the hill for one more time?
Rebellion finds up a few kills. Renegade gives his teammates the spawn over towards Tram, but they're still being sent right back to the respawn screen. That's another 3 down and another opportunity for Rebellion to finish it this time, tied up in 1 apiece. Soul Snipe already pressing the snipe side of the map.
Just fantastic work from Shopify Rebellion to quell the storm. GBX had everything, knew the spawns were pushing forward, but it's individual execution from Rebellion that handles the rest. With Camouflage coming up and Hill in the control of Shopify Rebellion, they're in a powerful position to take the next step. Cycle once again going to be the one that puts on the shroud, and here we go. Rebellion have a fantastic setup, and it's all going to come down to these slaves plays from sight.
Like you said, they were in fantastic position. They take advantage of that. They grab themselves with camouflage. They put into work. They get the slays necessary that lead to multiple down from GBX, but GBX apparently won't go down without a fight. Final player alive sitting toward the hill. You got a back player over towards Hotel that wants to make sure the blue side is cleared out. Legend staying alive like no man should. Excellent damage out of him. Here comes GBX.
Legend just fantastic at getting into the fight. One of the fastest players, if not the fastest player that you'll see in the HCS. It's going to be up to GBX to keep up with that speed. So far, he has 12 of their kills. Bound following him back behind with 11. It's really the combination of these two rooming with each other in Ohio that are really pushing GBX in this game.
Excellent time so far for Rebellion. As right now, they're focusing on their slays. They want to make sure they get a clean 2 or 3 down before they commit to this hill when half the members of GBX being removed from the map. They're still ready. You see Renegade getting aggressive. Suppress gonna match that intensity. Excellent double kill out of him. Beautiful backsmack. And then right to the high ground. No hesitation. Practically a triple on his way to a killing spree. Rebellion about to put 2 in a row.
You can be as good at the game as you are. You have the best shot, have the best position, but you can't cheat timing in the game. Suppress found himself at the right place, right time. He could have had blinders on. He still would have been able to get that double kill, but that comes from Game Smart's Halo IQ, puts him in that right position and allows Shopify Rebellion to go up a hill in this game and potentially get their 3rd camouflage in a row.
Say the only man undefeated is Father Time, so as of right now, like you said, not cheating at time whatsoever. In fact, suppressed. Having to hold the both camouflage and the shock at the same time. Soul Snipe does end up going down. That was his duo that he was running with, but right back to the mid side he goes. A lot of time being accumulated here by GBX. He wants to make sure that Bound goes down. That's a big kill before things got out of hand. Perfect. Still has camo. Now wants to go towards Yard. Legend is playing that cover masterfully. Playing his life. Eventually gets taken out. Not even suppressed, actually mental. He gets the nade off.
Suppress, trying to figure out if he wants to reload his gun. Went back and forth, but eventually the shock rifle gets the job done. And GBX trying to figure out how do we push into this hill. They decide to go right down the middle, try to flood through, go an immediate route. And although they get these opening kills, it could be the follow-up from Shopify Rebellion that stops them short, but Bound. Right place, right time, perfect flank. GBX now have plenty of space to work with. Shopify Rebellion spawning across Mordor, have an intense trek to get themselves back towards this hill.
One thing I'm noticing here with a minute and 9 seconds on the clock and up 1 hill right now are Rebellion. It feels like a must-win hill for GBX. If Rebellion win this, I would imagine they play time from here, right?
That's it. Yeah, you always play time. You go up 2, or even if you're close to going up 2, I think it's always the best way to get out of that hill and start to play time. In fact, if I'm Rebellion, I'm almost thinking right now, I start to play time. I'm never even stepping in this hill into the first place, and I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of high ground from Shopify Rebellion, trying to go GBX instead of pushing into this hill. That's when they'll pounce on the action.
Right now, busting through the front door, through the yard side, Rebellion comes. And a double out of mental, some excellent damage onto the 3rd. Legend, despite not being full shields, he has to make sure he plays this hill. Like we said, it seems like a must-win hill here for GBX. They know what's on the line. They're gonna finish it out. And Rebellion, they're forced to punt this hill. They're forced to rotate towards that net side.
All the work that GBX did early in the hill comes to fruition on the back half. All it took was 1 far spawn from Rebellion, spawning all the way at lift, and it basically made the trek untenable. Renegade able to follow up on that capture by getting themselves to camouflage, and what once looked like a lost game suddenly is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, this one, I'm not even paying attention to the clock at the moment. We're almost guaranteed an overtime. It may just be the next cap take it all. But no matter what, we're gonna see for the sudden death here as Renegade dropping down to the low ground. Couple players from Rebellion are trying to push through Tramp, trying to get through Glass and LR, and actually, we're taking a longer route through Blue. How do you feel about that?
I think that this is going to have to work. They're committing themselves towards this play, and when it has to work, it does. Rebellion send them forward, down. Legend spawning all the way across the map. Soul Snipe with the sniper to shut down the lanes. GBX are in trouble, and Soul Snipe has a virus to spread on.
About 30% done with this hill right now is Soul Snipe, and you have that Shark player in the hill daring Tusk and GBX to push up, but a beautiful shot.
Just a fantastic work from GBX over on the LR side. They understand how spread they are in the map. They work in pairs. They give an absolute shock to the system of Rebellion setup. It breaks the players out, and now Renegade just needs to stand for a few more seconds. The shock rifle all but guarantees it. 9 seconds on the clock. Can Rebellion do the impossible?
It would be pretty crazy. Luckily for them, as the hill moves, they had a couple seconds to moving forward, and Rebellion to place at least 2 bodies in this hill. Excellent shots, but it's not going to be enough. Soul Snipe with the camouflage. He has to get in. He has to make a play. It's just a couple of seconds. But as of right now, Bound is baiting it. He's in. Legend spots him. And that's all she wrote.
Renegade getting loud and proud. GBX strike back after losing the first grand finals. And I have to ask Eli, what did you see in the game? What was the deciding moment where GBX were able to overcome Shopify Rebellion?
The deciding moment was definitely getting control of that nest side hill. I mean, what I saw though from Shopify was, it seemed like at the beginning of the game and even throughout, it felt like 3 members of the team were playing the best versions of themselves. Suppressed, hitting those shock shots, outputting tons of kills across the map. Mental doing the same. Cycle, if you looked at the assist column, had almost 20 assists. This guy was popping off. But the only player on the side of Rebellion that wasn't finding his footing was Soul Snipe, and I feel like he's so integral to this team's success, and it just felt like he was getting shut down time and time again, not really able to find his comfort zone, and that's what GPX did to win this game, is to just keep Soul Snipe from finding his comfort. He did hit that snipe though, which by the way was pretty disgusting.
Well, it's individual pop-ups, so that consistency didn't seem to be there, and I think it was reflected in the damage, right? A little bit more of a lower damage output, but I want to go back to that first hill, and what I thought was some massive inefficiencies from Shopify Rebellion, right? They got that opening shock rifle, but didn't have one step in that hill. It was all GBX 100-0 on that first hill.
Yeah, you called it out. They were maybe overslaying, maybe waiting for the perfect time. But, I mean, that's kind of the power that the star power on GBX has over you, is you don't feel comfortable to drop mid-map. You're like, I want to maintain my positioning so that I can win this fight. But the detriment to that is you're not going to be in the part of the map that earns you the objective time. So I think maybe Shopify playing a little bit too careful to not set into that hill, maybe scared of dying against the firepower of GBX. But those are some risks that you have to take to win a series like this.
Looking forward to the future. Live fire. We saw it 3 times in a row before, and you know, we're gonna see it once again for this best of 7. Sniper gonna be on the map instead of the shock rifle that we saw from the previous one, and it seemed as if Shopify Rebellion was so dominant on live fire.
They really were, and mind you, they have a lot of faith in Mental. Like when the sniper is available, they're trusting Mental to go after it and be their sniper while they put in that pressure, while they put in that damage. Mental's the one that finds those angles. It's headshot after headshot. Want to see what Shopify Rebellion do here on live fire again.
What's the key success indicator for this map right here, Eli?
It's momentum. How well do you play in advantage state? If you are not getting the most out of your 3 dead moments, if you're not spreading out, taking space, siphoning resources off the map, controlling the sandbox, and putting the other team in the dirt so that they can't even come off spawn, then you're just going to fall behind in a lobby like this.
It's game number 2 here in your grand finals reset of best of 7. Rebellion starting off down 0-1 right now. Something tells me we're going to bring that heat.
Sniper always going to be a crucial factor on this map, and you're going to see it switch hands quite a bit as well. Team's going to prioritize ensuring that thing will always go off the map. The opening fight for camouflage, what's the priority for both these teams? We see Rebellion stacking themselves up on the tower. Want to use that high ground, but Renegade has an equalizer in his hands.
7 bullets to work with right now here for Renegade, and already catching the body of Soul Snipe. An excellent nade gets himself that kill, and now wrapping back to that seaside, back to that tower.
Well, onto his perch. This is the perfect angle for Renegade to play with. The problem for GBX is Rebellion are going to be the ones that are going to be able to dictate the pace. You're instinctively playing reactionary Halo when your sniper takes a defensive position at tower, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's important to make sure you have every lane checked. Try to funnel your opponents into the right angle.
Well, as of right now, Renegade is watching that mid angle. Anybody that pushes from sandbags to top mid have to go through the demon. Soul Snipe going to find himself a bit of a bottom position. We're seeing Rebellion trying to find some kind of avenue, some kind of lane, and Suppressed will create one there right through the mid side. Back-to-back kills, multiple going down for GBX, but not Renegade. Not until that spike grenade.
Well, it's a great prediction, Nate, from Cycle to ensure that no one can go down into that vent. You don't see those spikers come up as much as we did in the past. It'll move that sniper over to Shopify Rebellion as well. The one thing I'd like to see with this sniper, be a little bit more active on the map. And you're already seeing that from Mental. It's not about sticking in the high ground. You have to try to get creative with your angles, catch players by surprise. You only have 2 shots, make them count.
Sadly, none of them will. Renegade with the kill. No sniper to work with just yet. And Renegade doing everything he can to stay alive, but eventually taken out. We switch gears over towards Legend. Always finds a way to find the weak players. A double out of him. Another 3 down for Rebellion. And GBX starting to get even more aggressive.
Legend flying forward. I really think this man is the fastest player in the HCS. It feels as if he understands movement better than anyone else. You can see it when he runs flags on the map. You can see it when he wants to get to a spot. He'll get there as quickly as possible. If Rebellion going 2 down and Camouflage moving into the hands of Bound, this is a scary position for Rebellion. They have to ensure that they even up the numbers. Do not be the first player to fall.
Bound, even though his camo knows he needs to sprint into action, cover his teammate's back, but ends up catching a shot in the back from his teammate there. He's still alive. Rebellion being forced out of that big door side, out of that A side. Looks like they're rotating through Nest. Oh, there's a white wall player. And Cycle with the double.
Putting him on a washing cycle right there. I mean, my God, it felt like he was tumbling around with that reticle. Renegade tried to get anything back for his team. The repull snipe looks pretty, but it only counts for 1. You gotta find another, and yes, he does. 2 go down for Rebellion, and Renegade controls the map.
Well, he found himself another right now. 3 and 4, 5 assists to go along with it. The main Slayer, now the main support player. 23-11. GBX slowing things down just a little bit, watching the angles, limiting the options of Rebellion. Every lane you pick, there will be a Renegade. There will be a member of GBX that are watching it like a hawk.
Renegade plays so patient over here at the nest, never moves his reticle from that big door, but he's able to do that because of the space that his team occupies. You see how far they spread out. Legend playing all the way towards the camo side, a player top mid. They essentially have every lane exit blocked. He knows no one can push me from any other angle but this one. It lines up for a great shot. And Shopify Rebellion, they're in trouble, down by a magnitude.
Double-digit lead here for GBX. Renegade still has some ammo in this S7. This has been a complete lockdown on the map. GBX continuously forcing Rebellion over toward that A-side spawn, and there's just nowhere for them to go. They're trying to flank, they're trying to get out, but GBX are holding it down.
It's even work from GBX that's made the difference. All 4 players within a kill of themselves, if not tied. It was all 4 at 8 kills, and well, the assists are right there as well. It just shows how proactive they are on the map, and what I love from it is how much space they take, but how they always have each other's help at the same time. You aren't seeing unassisted kills from GBX. It's not about the individual game. It's been the team play that's pushed up above, and they move themselves. Look at Legend's position here. His job, hold the front line, let your team come from the backside to work on this camouflage.
A and C side control as camouflage coming up. That is damn strong for GBX. Renegade with that camo. Multiple members of his team go down, but finds the easy one-shot, takes no damage whatsoever. Still full shield, still camo to work with, but they spot him out. Oh my God.
They got 20/20 vision, and well, it's gonna come in spades for Rebellion. Able to get that remote detonation. That makes this Mixie Rebellion, they need a prayer to be answered, though, in this position, down by 20 kills in this game, and really nothing to give up at this point. You're almost thinking, hey, let's just try to get some momentum on our side as we go into game 3, because this one seems impossible.
Only 5 more kills needed here for GBX. I don't like calling a game over before we actually see the final kill, but I don't see a world, a universe where Rebellion able to come back on this one. GBX already took game number 1. Looks like they're going to be up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series.
It's just been fantastic work from GBX. They've really turned on the heat, and Rebellion have been constantly cycled through front and back side of this map, getting a perfect sear as Steak is on the menu. 50-30, a 20-kill differential that puts GBX up 2-0 in this game.
Bound popping off again. I love these player cams. They're getting loud. They're getting proud. I'm loving it. I really am. And Shopify Rebellion, meanwhile, on the other side of things, I'm sure they're not loving it.
We are hearing players get loud and proud. Bound throwing explicits over their way. Eli, how does trash talk come into a factor in a series like this? You just got staked on the other side. You see a Bound roaring at you. Does that go into your mental at all?
I mean, it has to on some level, right? It's not going to affect every player the same way. You know, some players, it just makes them want to play even harder and play better, but I think they're kind of targeting the newcomer on the block cycle. I mean, the guy's pretty young, right? You don't want to have the memories of maybe some bullies in school, you know, start creeping into your mind a little bit. And they're also in a position where they're kind of like trying to prove themselves, right? They've had so much success online, and they're the ones that have something to prove, whereas GBX, they're just here. They don't really have anything to lose. They're playing with the pickup squad, some of the best players in the world, but you have to argue that Shopify have more to prove here on LAN, and the team that has more to prove probably affected a bit more by that trash talk.
Well, big things that you noticed from that Slayer, obviously it got out of hand early. What did you see from GBX that really allowed them to put on that double-digit lead?
I mean, like I said before the game started, the key to success in Slayer in this game is to not let off the gas once you get into that advantage state. They got an early 3 dead, and then in a few moments they were getting another 3 dead. So they were predicting the spawn, they were surrounding them, and the way they just flowed around the map together ensured that Shopify had no exit options in a majority of these engagements. They had more than one gun looking at them at a time. In this one spot where Cycle has one gun looking at him, he's able to win that fight, but it doesn't matter if every other fight the other team's got a gun like Renegade sniper rifle here to just delete him off the map immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed by the patience. Renegade, he held this angle for
right there.
Probably like 30 seconds. I felt like he was holding this angle, and he gets a perfect headshot from it.
So the reason he does this is because his teammates, and you said it earlier during the cast, his teammates have so much space around the rest of the map. They're watching the left lane, they're watching top center, they're watching bottom center, and he knows that from Shopify's perspective, they have to also take multiple lanes if they're going to get out of A successfully, and he knows that one of the first routes they're going to take is out of Big Door. Turns out it took a little bit longer maybe than he anticipated, but he was ready for it if they went there early or if they went there late, and he's got his teammates to protect him either way.
Well, able to really just control that lane on the weak side. Shopify Rebellion really has to shift their focus onto what comes next. Stronghold's a fast rotational game type. Tony, what do you want to see from Shopify Rebellion? Not even gameplay wise, just like on the mental factor for them to bounce back in this game.
Well, I mean, we know how good of a team Shopify Rebellion are as far as on Stronghold and specifically this map, but I love that you mentioned mental. We need to see more out of Mental. There was a lot of responsibility that's put on his head when it comes to them giving him the sniper, them giving the responsibility to go at it with the likes of a player like Renegade on that Argyle map, or even on Forbidden when they're going at it. And 2 kills in that last match, it's really not going to be enough. I know in like a snowball matchup, you know, it's tough to look at just the stats, but 2 kills not going to get it done. It's just not.
Well, a player on GBX had so much success on Stronghold, 17 games on LAN that he won in a row, and it all started on this map, Recharge Strongholds, where we saw that Quadrant team that Legend was a part of just absolutely decimate teams like Optic Gaming, like FaZe on this map. What's the key success in order to get that strong trip cap that we saw Legend and the rest of Quadrant really start in Season 2 and start to see widely adopted in Season 3 of the HCS?
It's just map coverage. I mean, if you got A, B, and C, where is the furthest spawn point away from all three of those zones? It's long haul. And what Quadrant did so well in this game type is they would have a player sit bat ledge, they'd have a player sit top A, and they'd have a player sit back silo. Now, the back silo player is far enough away from long haul that the long haul spawns are still open. Player bat ledge is far enough away from glass that the glass spawn is still open. And they've got the sight lines to stop them on all of their options to get out after that. So I think that's become the meta, and a lot of other teams, including Shopify, have learned from that Quadrant roster, though, and I think that Shopify know how to do that to them.
Yeah, it's funny. We've been seeing a lot of that, especially with those long haul spawns. One thing, we did get the chance to talk to Soul Snipe and Best Man on the desk, and it was on after a Strongholds Recharge win. And I remember them talking about how strong the AC setup is. They actually like spawning players in the gold side of the map, and I thought that was really interesting because whenever I'm playing with my ranked matchmatching teammates, they yell at me if I even look and see. If I even think and look and see, they're yelling at me. But Shopify Rebellion, they found like this weird sauce where they love playing AC. They actually like spawning players in that gold side. I thought it was interesting.
No, it really is. What's really interesting about Strongholds in general is it's very much a philosophy-based game type, in my opinion. Like, your whole team kind of has to agree on what the correct way, what the two strongest holds are, or how do you play when you're in a trip cap, how you play when you're behind. You've got to have talked about all those situations. Now, how fast your Spartans physically move on the map also impacts the meta and what is stronger than each other. So in Tool's plat lobbies, for example.
Hey, wait, one second. We'll come back to that. But I'll say, game 2 on LAN, who had the most slays on the roster?
Oh, you're talking about in the R game?
Yeah, in R4 before.
Who had the most damage? I fed you how many kills?
Hold on. I want to point out that my stick fell off my controller and I had the most assists.
All right.
I didn't have literally John's, bro.
All right, listen. I meme Tools a lot. He's actually a solid player. Nobody clip that, please. I don't want to hear myself ever say that again. But the reality is, in different levels of competition, the meta is different, right? Like, if you're in Diamond to Onyx to low Onyx, AB is probably the most comfortable setup. It's the most predictable. You don't have to be a mastermind controlling split spawns. You can just kind of do what works, right? But, you know, at the highest level, these guys have found, like, hey, if we force the other team to spawn in gold, we kind of limit their options to escape. We can just watch gold door and watch their way out on the other side, you know, glass side. And what options do they have? They're kind of trapped in gold, and we can just sit back and comfortably shoot them on their way out.
Yeah, I was workshopping this map with Coach Callis just a few weeks ago, and really what he wanted to hammer into me is the point on Recharge Strongholds is that B stands for bait, right? It's not bad to go for, right? You want to go get B hill. The thing that comes next is what's important. It's about getting out of the hill.
Yes.
Get immediately vacating that space.
Where's Mikowski? He needs to listen to this.
Vacate that space so that you open up those gold spawns because of how predictable, like Eli said, it is to exit out those routes. And also, B is the most exposed hill on the map in order to throw down grenades, get damage in, and oftentimes follow up on that damage. And then it becomes a natural progression when you get that damage to go find those kills and set yourself up for that long haul spawn trap that we saw Quadrant really develop in Season 2 of the HCS. And like you said, I really love Halo Infinite because it feels as if the theory crafting of how to play a map has really come into effect this season.
I have to agree. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to find success in this game. You know, it started, I feel like a lot of it starts with, like, on Pit Flag, for example. SSG started running the flag under bridge, and people are like, what? Like, you always run the flag long haul. But now you're also seeing people run the flag through green. They're doing the old Halo 3 strat where you toss it and you follow it up and you go straight through green. And, you know, these teams are advancing every single day. I mean, they're scrimming nonstop. They're learning things from each other. And it's just made the meta a lot more rich and interesting.
players to look out for in this match? Who do you want to see on both sides really step up for their team, and who do you think has just a better matchup on Rechart to kind of place their play style?
I think that on the side of Shopify, I'm looking at Cycle. I've been looking at a lot of their scrim results, and this guy just seems super comfortable on this map. I mean, I can think back to before he was even on these rosters, when he was on the amateur division, and the way that he just moved around and controlled A, I was like, something's different about this kid. And he's really just, he's the master of A. If Cycle can get into A, he can hold it down by himself, and the rest of the team can do whatever they want. Suppressed needs to hit some shots with that shock rifle as well, though. And on the other side, I mean, I'm kind of looking at Tusk to really step it up. I feel like Tusk has not played his very best in the last couple of games, and if he can really step it up, he can guarantee a victory for the squad.
Tusk, a player that started off as a coach in Season 1 for the FaZe roster, bounced around team to team, but really picks and chooses where he can go. Players call him like a human UAV on the map, really understands where and how everyone should be positioned. A valuable player that needs to do valuable things, but 4 players immediately go down. Camo in the hands of Suppress. This is devastating for GBX.
Bit of trigger discipline coming in out of Suppress right there, wanting to feed that information on where the spawner was. Tusk coming in seemingly out of nowhere, but gotta love that play out of Suppress the Rebellion. A trip cap to start things off.
And you're seeing how dominant it is, right? They got the trip cap. What's the first thing they did? They left B, the player spawn over at Gold. The only option they have is to flood out into the hill. Once they get there, it's easy for the players at C plat, at White Tower, to cross and find those kills. Eventually you work back, you find your shock rifle. This pad does massive damage. You're seeing the collapse come in.
It's a 3v2 at the moment once Suppress catches up, and with that, Rebellion are able to simply push GBX out of that hill. One more player to deal with from long haul. It's gonna be Bound. Gets himself a kill despite being one shot there. He can't really stay C. He has to push out.
Not every kill at Halo Infinite's created equal, right? That's just one kill. But what Bound did is stabilize the efforts of GBX. Now not inside that trip cap, and he might just get more. No, Soulsight just able to get that kill. But one kill from Bound gets them out of a dire situation, allows them to have a little bit more time to breathe. But we need to see the follow-up slay from GBX. It hasn't been there until now. Renegade with the double kill will allow them to secure A. Rebellion spawn all the way at C. For the first time, we see control for GBX.
88-2 lead here for Rebellion, so a hot start, but we're about to see a comeback potentially coming out of GBX. The recovery has to be masterful here as 2 going down for each of these rosters. And Mental hops right onto A. Long range shots, a beautiful grenade, keeps Bound back, but Legend comes out of nowhere.
And suddenly for Rebellion, because of one nade that Mental throws across the map, it ensures they don't have to worry about the player over on long haul side. They're able to triple up on the push towards A, find that kill, and eventually work themselves back into A-B control, looking to eventually clamp down on these players as they try to escape from White Tower.
And Alpha Bravo hold at a Shopify Rebellion here. Suppressed, I don't think that melee actually connected, doesn't matter. Shots looking good, but by himself right now is Suppressed. That's 3 down for Rebellion, and GBX take advantage. They go through A.
Look at Suppressed. It's all about the flow of the map, and heads up play from him to wait for his teammates before he steps into C so they can come back and help him with the fight, but he needs to finish strong. Players coming from all around to go down for GBX, but what starts that play? Suppressed sees the cross of Tusk to top A. He understands that their spawn at A is lost. We need to rotate and give ourselves a home. He chooses C, and now it's just about the slays, and they're getting them in spades. 3 go down. Suppress making big-time plays for his team. GBX all see the respawn screen.
We've seen a little of everything so far. Alpha Bravo setup. We saw the Charlie Bravo setup for a little bit, and now we see that AC hold. That soul stipend best man we're talking about when we had him here on the desk. GBX over toward the gold side of the map, but they lose one of the perimeter players in Suppress. Can GBX push up through that?
With Camouflage coming up in 10 seconds, it's really going to be a lot of pressure on Renegade to hit the big shot and help give themselves numbers so they can get away with this weapon. But too many players in too many spaces makes the difference for Rebellion. This is why it's key to take space on the map. Yes, you might lose yourself a C-Hill, but you've gained yourself Camouflage in the process.
Another 3 down to for Rebellion. Least suppressed by himself. I love the camo and shot combination, but it's only so much you can do on your own there. And look at GBX, those slays lead to a trip cap. Some good scoring out of GBX.
What spawn did they leave open, right? It's the gold spawn once again. Bound pushes in from the backside, forces them through towards long haul, and it's really going to come down to finding the kill on Tusk in order for Rebellion to get out of this trip cap.
Tusk down to 1 shot. He's pushed right out, and now you have Mental with the shock once again. A big bounce back game out of him. 11 and 5, 7 assists, and another 4 down for GBX.
Great job by Rebellion to spread themselves across the map. They're giving them a triple dilemma. B, A, and C being captured at the same time. GBX have to focus themselves on one, but even if they win this fight over at B, it's Rebellion that still score.
151 to 85 lead here. Rebellion had Alpha and Charlie, but only for moments, because you see GBX, they collapse right on it. The moment they got their numbers is the moment they push up, and Legend and Tusk gonna work in tandem together to make sure that Rebellion away from this Alpha side.
This is the Season 1 setup. Renegade all the way at glass. Tusk will take that bottom A door. They cut the map in half and dare Rebellion to try to make their push. The difference is Cycle, basically, he has a sniper rifle, but you can treat this thing as a shotgun as you push forward. He's the first player in. He knows that he can get great damage down and try to open it up for his team. Tusk, though, just wins a big fight.
Pivotal fight won by Tusk. Even drops that grenade to get the stick onto Suppressed. Another 3 down, another engagement won by GBX.
This game started off as an 80-0 run for Rebellion, but you can see how fast the tables can turn on a team. It's one trip cap that goes in the way of GBX, and Rebellion have struggled to gather back control. And but Rebellion get the 4 down. Everything's gone right. Soul Snipe has camo. The spawns are at long haul. This is the recipe. They're cooking with their advantage.
Everyone on Rebellion, double-digit kills at the moment. You even got Cycle with double-digit assists to go along with it. And Soul Snipe, I mean, as aggressive as possible with that camo. Trades out his life there. Now it's Legend pushing forward. Gonna get into a bit of a scuffle with Mental. A denial grenade won't deny Legend that kill. Legend right on Alpha.
I like that Legend pushes up towards A. It's important to give a team a double dilemma. If you just stay in B, they can focus their efforts. Instead, they'll have to spread themselves thin, and Renegade gets them on the cross. So important to have that much space on the map and to be able to cover each other as you make your plays.
Renegade not able to take away Bravo. Tusk will replace him there, and there we go. We do see at least one stronghold go towards GBX, but A and C in the hands of Rebellion. Tusk now going in for the flank right behind enemy lines. The big kill onto Cycle, opening things up just a bit.
This is why the grapple is so important in Halo Infinite. It's a utility weapon that is not about, making flashy plays. It's about getting better timing, and Tusk does it brilliantly. He gets behind everyone, gets the kill that opens up white side, allows Renegade to get into tower and hit the big shot, and now Renegade has a real opportunity to feast upon the players of Rebellion.
Numbers advantage once again favoring Rebellion, but like I said, Renegade has that shock, and he's definitely a playmaker with it. Suppressed, looking to hold him out. Cycle with the flank. Gotta love that tower side push out of them. They're not just happy with the double cap, they're pushing in for that trip once again.
Sometimes it's the unexpected that wins you a game. Cycle pushes to white tower without any real advantage to speak of. Catches Renegade by surprise, but there's no surprise on what happens next. A trip cap is in, 2 points per second, and Rebellion Rebellion swarm on the players of GBX. Bound last alive. He'll get himself a singular hill, but the damage is done. Rebellion are just moments away of taking their first game in the reset.
GBX having a tough time dealing with this pressure coming out from Rebellion, who now are less than 10 seconds away from ultimately taking it. Another 3 down go GBX. Legend trying to play for Charlie, but it won't happen. The reset is in. Rebellion are on the board in this grand finals reset.
Fantastic work from them, and it really felt like it was a game of macro elements that came through. Lots of trip caps from both sides, but Rebellion seemed to be that bit more efficient, and it started off the very first moment of the game. 4 players went down for the side of GBX. Walk us through how that setup happened at the beginning of the game, Eli.
I mean, it's just a better starting strat. Obviously, they countered whatever GBX went for off the rip. This is how you get control early and hold on to it, obviously. But what I'm looking at, though, is the damage output from Cycle. This man did the most damage on his team. Definitely not the least kills, but definitely not the most kills, but had a significant amount of assists throughout this game. And you're exactly right. Look at this. The quick rotation from Suppressed right there is specifically to influence the next set of spawns into gold, like you talked about. And anytime GPX spawned there, they just didn't have a way out.
It was really a devastating effect, but we did see bounce backs from GBX. What was really the key success indicator to break yourself out of the trip cap? What was the first step that you were seeing them take?
Well, once you're spawning in gold, you've just got to play your timings. You probably send a buddy system to go A, to go C. Whichever one works out, that's probably going to be the one that we cap, and then we can figure out what to do from there. There's a lot of stuff that's not necessarily known as soon as you come off spawn, but as the play develops, they're continually changing the game plan and adapting to the moment. I will say that what I saw from GPX was they had the most success in that A-B hold, like you said, the Season 1 hold, but it was when they decided to aggressively go for the trip cap that they failed, and then Shopify just flipped the entire map on its head. And you have to wonder, if they just kind of comfortably sat in the A-B setup, could they have held onto that positioning for longer?
Do you think that really is maybe a factor of Shopify Rebellion obviously being a team that's scraped time and time again, and GBX being more of this pickup squad, although it's 4 very talented players, but was that really the difference maker?
I think so, honestly. I mean, like I said, Stronghold's very much a philosophy-based game type. That sounds crazy to say. It's a video game, dude. Like, what do you mean philosophy? But the reality is, you've got to all agree on the proper way to play different scenarios, and these guys have been scrimming. They've been watching film. Best Man has been talking to them about how the correct way to play different situations is, and I think that experience is what gave them the edge in this game.
Well, as we look on to what comes next, Oddball is going to be our next map that we'll be taking on. And Tony, it feels as if all the momentum has shifted. It was a 2-0 lead for GBX, but Shopify Rebellion, it felt as if they were always winning in that game. Even when we saw the trip caps from GBX, it was always them trying to get back into the game. That felt as if it was Rebellion's control for 95% of it.
Yeah, to kind of, really what you guys were talking about. It's controlling those spawns and just making good decisions, no matter whether it was the AB or at one point even we saw a CB for a bit, and then we saw a bit of AC, and when we didn't see those, we saw a trip cap. At every step of the game, they really had control. Even when they would go a few down, the moment they come off a spawn, they were very quick, very decisive.
Well, we see what's to come next. Streets Oddball. It's a battle of attrition most of the time, Eli, right? When we get into these oddball games, what do you want to see from both these teams?
I really think it's going to come down to who controls that Bulldog and the Stalker. We've got so many players in this lobby that I have seen hit insane clips with that Stalker. I mean, these guys are going to be hitting crazy perfect kills. Suppressed, I'm pretty sure it's Suppressed's favorite gun in the game, maybe besides the Sniper. This guy's incredible with the Stalker. On the other side, you've Renegade and every member of GPX also extremely proficient with the power weapons. So whichever team holds it for longer, probably going to win this game.
Well, today has been a fantastic day, a day of a lot of firsts for us over here at LVT Halo. The first LAN event that we've thrown start to finish, right? And having these teams show up and play and have as good of a time as they've had, it's been really rewarding event for all of us here at LVT Halo, but also on the stream side, we just hit 71,000 followers on the stream. We've been getting tons of support from you guys. I just want to say thank you so much for everyone that's been following. If you've been subbing, if you're over there on YouTube, you know, we've really been trying to grow it up over there on YouTube. Please subscribe if you've been enjoying the content. It's really been a journey. I mean, Eli, even when you joined, right? You joined in Season 2 of the HCS. The amount of growth that you've seen from LVT Halo, what's the journey been like for you?
I mean, it's been awesome. First of all, thank you guys for trusting me to be a part of the team, but it's so cool just to see the support from the community at large. I mean, every single day, even when I'm just streaming on my own channel, people are stopping by, hey, love the work you do at LVT, love your casting. You know, so many people in the community are watching it, and it seems like that, like, viewer number, it surprises me every time. I do this little thing for some reason. When I, like, click on the stream, I, like, guess in my head how many viewers it's going to be before I get there. I don't know why I do that. It's just a thing. But it's always higher than my guess. Like, earlier I turned on, I was like, we'll probably have, like, I don't know, 2,400. I turned on, it's 3,200. I'm like, okay. You guys really came out to watch. I appreciate everybody. But it does seem like it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I love to see it.
The LVT family stays strong. Thank you all for watching as we are in our grand finals reset. We go to the streets oddball. 2 of 3 rounds will determine it for either team. And Soul Snipe hits the blueberry off the pad. Remote detonation to open it up for Rebellion.
That is quite the starting strat coming out of Soul Snipe. Eagle eyeing that sticky grenade and getting the remote dead. I mean, that's a great counter strat to bounce push onto Arcade. Now it's Mental grabbing hold of that ball. Over toward the A side is where they look to bring it.
Camouflage coming up now. It's so important for Mental to stay alive. The space that he occupies on the map is just enough to keep GBX back, but as he goes down, you start to see the swarm of red players push forward and start to take control of this map.
Renegade gonna do everything he can to try to stay alive there, but suppressed with camouflage is gonna be tough for him to get out. Well, here come the multiple members of GBX. The cavalry are in, and suppressed is dealing damage. Renegade takes height, somehow is still alive in this engagement. Not for long. Suppressed has the number on that one.
Really been scrappy battles here at the tower, and it all started with Suppress getting away with a camouflage that really GBX shouldn't have allowed. And even though they were able to find those finishing kills, they weren't able to rack up any time because of it. GBX now in a dangerous position, right? 3 players go down. You see the spawn all the way across the map, and check Mental and Soul Snipe's position. Opposite lanes, but look how far forward they are in this map.
Tusk was able to make it through the red room. Almost gets the ninja jumping over his head, does Mental. Tusk ends up going down. Another numbers advantage. Favoring Shopify Rebellion. Just about a squad wipe. If they can find the one-shot legend, there it is. Back on that ball. What a play by Rebellion.
Would love to see Suppress play fast. Hit this rotation as quick as possible. The spawns came in from PD for the side of GBX, and well, he gets there early. It's just Renegade they got to worry about. It's a sneaky Renegade as he tries to throw the blueberry on. He'll get the kill nonetheless, and he might just save this ball for GBX. That was almost a perfect play by Rebellion, snuffed out by the world champ.
I'm surprised that stick actually didn't connect there, but Renegade survives in the subway side, and Mental tries to mount a push. Almost goes down, but still grinding forward right now is Mental. There it is. 3 down once again. Go GBX. Rebellion should be hopping on that ball.
Found him getting a massive double kill for his team. The question for GBX is how close do we spawn? And the answer is just about as far away as you can get. It's going to be a tough ride for them as they have to push in from the driveway side, and Suppress having this red gun just makes that makes the entry point over here so much harder.
38-2 lead, still in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Seaside setup working out well for them, and we talked about those shots Suppressed with the Stalker. Wasn't able to hit those quite there. Cycle comes out of nowhere, though. Now we see Tusk with some good shots of his own, but Cycle survives. He's putting down damage.
Just fantastic work from them on this backside. Rebellion doing their best to find kill after kill. GBX, though, have done a great job of flooding numbers. You know, it's not the most efficient thing to do. It's really scrappy, but because they've done so, it's prevented Rebellion from, I think, getting too far away in this game. You're pretty content with only giving up a 40-point run. You know, yes, it's a great run from the side of Rebellion, but that really had the makings to be a 60, a 70-point run if GBX didn't make some massive individual plays. And that all started with Renegade finding big flanks at the big time.
Some great plays to slow down Shopify Rebellion, but now we're going to find out if GBX can halt them, stop them in their tracks. Taz bringing out the Bulldog. That's going to be a dump one of him. Another 3 down for Rebellion.
Well, with Camouflage up, this is going to be the fight that matters. Renegade, top fragger for the side of GBX, has gotten away with the Shroud of Invisibility. The question is, can he get forward and behind Rebellion without them noticing?
He's in there. Even the Bulldog, not enough to take down Renegade. Still has a bit of camo to work with, but Soul Snipe gonna sniff him out. 47 to 29. Rebellion still have the lead, but for how long as GBX are really starting to get into rhythm?
I would like to see Soul Snipe get that kill, but not try to play that ball. Try to stay alive as long as you can. Let your teammates get back towards you. Instead, he goes down, and that really opens up an opportunity for Legend to do what he does, right? Get behind, make quick flanks, and try to cause chaos for the side of GBX. Rebellion, though, get the lucky spawn. They're going to be able to refill this ball position quickly, and this could be a big run if these X-Slays go their way.
It's a big win coming out of Mental. Suppressed, able to get his pick onto Renegade. At least Tusk and Legend to work by themselves, trying to grind through the seaside, but they're being held down at every single entrance. The seaside belongs to Rebellion, and they're going to continue to put points on the board as they defend this active camo.
There's a value proposition to each death that you have in Halo Infinite. It's not about, you know, minimizing the amount of deaths. It's more about realizing when you can and can't die, maximizing the value, dying at the right time. What we've seen from GBX time and time again is they keep going 1 or 2 down before the push fully develops. You need to be getting in, getting that opening frag, and then being traded down. What happens instead is Rebellion finds the first pick. The rest of GBX try to save themselves, try to get that value still, but they're just always inherently down these numbers. And although they've been able to get this ball, they've lost the camouflage once again, and Mental has a big opportunity to cause chaos.
Renegade finds himself in between multiple members of Rebellion, but GBX perfect placing 2 players over towards those Bravo stairs, and Renegade once again staying alive, but he has no business doing so. Looks like he wants to draw this ball back, and with the shotgun, there's no way that Soul Snipe was ready for that.
Every single engagement of Renegade has felt crucial for the side of GBX. He wins the big fight when he needs to win. He's been able to survive massive encounters that's allowed them to now take the lead in this game. He's on the front lines as well, waiting for people to pass him with this shotgun. And so far, there's no quick solution for Rebellion. Things are disastrous as they go 2 down.
He's continuing to impress me kill after kill. Another cycle of slays go to favor of GBX. And with 10 seconds on the clock, this is the final push for Rebellion, trying to get into that subway side, but this angle is being held out. The line is being drawn in the sand. As I say that, at least Renegade by himself. A big 3 down by Rebellion. GBX not able to close it out. Can Rebellion do it?
Well, it was a hell of a nade from Cycle that created this opportunity for Rebellion to stay in this game. The problem is there's just no follow-up. It feels as if they're trying to survive, not trying to steal away this game. And Bound will put the exclamation mark down. Cycle, yes, he's had a fantastic round. Look at his engagements. It's just not enough. I'd like to see the rest of Rebellion start to follow suit, get as aggressive as he is, give him just a little bit more help. Though, it honestly impresses me when you look at the numbers of Cycle in this game. 14 kills, but what's on top of that, 13 assists and 14 to deaths. That's almost like twice as many engagements as some of his teammates in the same lobby.
2-1 series lead here for GBX. And as of right now, up 1-0 in the rounds, trying to make it a 3-1 at the moment. As I say that, GBX are the ones to go 3 down. Rebellion going to take advantage of that. Active camouflage is about to come up.
I see Suppress get really aggressive. He has this repulse in his back pocket. It could help him secure this as he lays down massive amounts of damage. Camouflage does get picked up from the side of Rebellion, and Suppress fries as he flies forward into the base of GBX.
A direct route leads right behind GBX and gets some good damage. Does Suppress, and right back to that Stalker he goes.
Enemy has the ball.
Not much shields to work with there. Mental trying to get his back, goes in for a bit of a ninja attempt. Not gonna connect, Soul Snipe by himself. Bound right on that ball.
It really feels as if we're seeing battles, skirmishes that result in massive losses for both sides whenever we see these gunfights. The map gets condensed down quickly, and we're seeing 6, 7 players go down in some of these engagements. And really, it comes down to the last Spartan standing. That's going to be the one that wins the game for their team.
Enemy has the ball.
We're seeing 3 members of Rebellion look to push out this PD side. Bound was forced to drop that ball and get in the fight. Can he finish it is the question. Apparently Renegade can. A triple out of the Demon, the main Slayer, puts Rebellion 3 down.
These next moments are going to be crucial for Rebellion. It could be telling of whether they can come back. Ball in the hands of Renegade on the opposite half of the map. In that center point, Camouflage comes to life. And when Rebellion needs to win the slays, that's when they put them 3 down. Renegade can only helplessly throw the ball out as he knows Camouflage is trekking him down.
39-14 lead in favor of GBX. Already up 1-0 in rounds. But it's Mental and Rebellion that do have that ball.
I love that Mental moves with this Camouflage to pick up the ball. The number one thing in Halo that surpasses everything else in the order of importance is timing. You cannot lose timing. It's important to get value where you can. Yes, you don't want your Camouflage holding the ball, but no, you can't afford to let it sit there idle.
We see Mental has made it through tires. Suppressed across the map. Good damage out of Renegade. Suppressed is still there, but it looks like Renegade's giving out that communication, and they're able to clear out that A side. Psycho and Soul Snipe are still pressing forward, and Psycho is dealt with. Perfect shots out of Renegade.
Renegade. Oh, he's gonna do it again.
No,
3 for the Demon. Does Suppress march forward? The overkill on the table. Here it comes. Suppress takes massive amounts, and it'll be a 3.5. for Renegade, and he has been the reason for GBX being in the position that they are at a dominant round 2, as Renegade gave them the jump start needed to win round 1.
Yeah, this is where things go from bad to worse here. Rebellion needs to find a way to change the tides. It's a 73-19. One more good, 1-2 round of slays, and that's it, at least as far as this game goes. Cycle, though, puts that shotty to work. Rebellion holding the line with this setup. Will it hold out for them?
Suppress notices his teammate spawn across the map. He instantly throws it out into the middle of the map, understanding that they'll have a better chance to fight on the follow back.
See the pings going down. GBX focusing their attention through the A side. Legend does find Psycho, but looks like Mental was able to alleviate at least some of that pressure there. Suppressed right through the mid-map. Takes down Legend, takes down a second. That's gonna be tough. Suppressed making waves.
Triples here and there that might just be more. Bound. Not able to stay alive. It'll be 3.5 for Suppressed. Trading out triple kills. Legend will be the one that secures the Camouflage. 3 just not enough for Rebellion to get away and secure this camo. Legend could win the game for his team right here, right now.
Some decent kills out of Suppressed and Shopify Rebellion, but no ball time whatsoever. When GBX are able to slay out, they're on that ball. Now it's about 80 points and counting. Rebellion have to make something happen here off a spawn. Otherwise, this game is over.
Renegade, I like how he's pushing back. He wants high ground as he knows the push is going to come in from the B side. Gets info for his team, and it's going to be Renegade and Legend that shore up on the left side. Bound left out on island, and here we go. Rebellion breakthrough, but do they have the time? No! GBX match point.
3-1 series lead. It was GBX that won in that winner's bracket finals to give them that advantage. Shopify Rebellion came out with that heat. they reset the bracket. Hopefully they didn't run out of steam.
2-0 in the oddball. Rebellion had their moments, but it felt as if GVX found a solution and were able to exploit some weaknesses on the side of Rebellion. Eli, what did you notice?
That stalker control was absolutely unreal on the side of Renegade. I mean, once he had it in his hands, he was just an absolute Terminator on the map. And it felt like, yes, Rebellion had it at times, but ultimately did not have it as much. And that's a big difference maker. It outputs very high DPS. And when these two teams are so close in DPS without the gun, you know, just adding that little bit of extra edge can make all the difference in each of these gunfights. So right here is when Renegade starts popping off. Perfect triple shot on Cycle. Soul Snipe's already weak when he shows up. And Mental gets the work for the triple as well. And you know that a suppressed peak that he was probably going to go down to.
I wish he would have peeked a little bit earlier, because you just know that one's going to be an overkill.
Right.
But I mean, like, Suppress had a great follow-up as well, right? He gets this triple kill, but why isn't Rebellion able to find that value? You know, he gets 3 down, but Camouflage ends up into the hands of Legend.
Well, look at the route that he took to go for Camo afterwards. He's walking front C where he should be predicting his opponents to spawn. I mean, there's nowhere else on the map for him to spawn. His teammates are at A watching from the top. You kind of have to predict that those players show up there and maybe drop and pick the ball up from the shoddy window, but maybe a bit of overheating, goes for the overkill, thinks that maybe he can find some timing on the Camo player, but he's just getting shot in the back by spawners, and as soon as he gets shut down, they have no chance to convert that triple kill into ball time.
We move into game 5. Solitude Slayer is what's to come next, and we saw a map that swung out of control. GBX able to win 2-0. Rebellion seemed to be on that back foot. We move to a map that can quickly get out of control. How do we see Shopify Rebellion bounce back in this next game?
It's going to be tough. I mean, you already lost to Live Fire Slayer in that game number 2, and Solitude's a pretty punishing map, very similar to Live Fire, where they're able to get your 3 down. They're going to manipulate those spawns. You know, obviously not an S7 sniper, but a shock that you have to worry about, a camouflage to worry about. It can be a similar fate here for Shopify Rebellion if they don't dig deep.
Rule last time we were in Slayer was momentum. We go into Solitude. What do you want to see the key success point for either of these teams to win this map?
I almost feel like it's even more important on Solitude because the spawns are so easy to predict. I mean, same with Live Fire, obviously, but if you can predict a spawn like Tram, for example, and then you send a guy through Loop, you send a guy through Glass, you send a guy through Yard, you send a guy through Driveway, where are those Tram players going to go? There's nowhere to go. And I think that these teams are so good at collapsing on the next spawn that the team that gets the early lead is going to oftentimes run away with it, but if they can ice up and get a 3 dead from their back foot, maybe set a trap here or there, they could potentially flip it into their favor.
Ladies and gentlemen, could be the final game here in the series if GBX are able to come out with a big win here in the Slayer, but something tells me Rebellion, they got something to say about it.
Rebellion were the heavy favorites to win this tournament. I've had so much success online up to this point, and now their back is against the wall. They can falter no more. Soul Snipe with the early camouflage could be the difference maker. Able to find the first, but the follow-ups are all around him. He's taking damage, trying his best to survive. He sends a toy the other way, but no connection. Renegade will take over the mantle of the shock rifle.
Gotta love the commitment to staying alive from Soul Snipe, using that repulse to send that player back, but only delaying the inevitable, so to speak. Meanwhile, it's Renegade bringing that shock up to S4, watching his teammates back. Shopify Rebellion fighting back.
So often when I take these pre-angles, if my teammate comes around the corner head level, I'm ripping it. You know what I'm saying? It's an impressive display from Renegade as he's ready for any push, but unfortunately for him, his teammates all fall surrounding him. And yes, you might have the sniper rifle. Yes, it can make a big impact play, but you need to have the support systems to allow you to play that power position. They fall apart, and Rebellion is able to maintain their lead and break the control of GBX as Tusk is left alone and stranded at tower one shot.
Yeah, I feel like you want to control Snipe side on the map, but you also don't want to get trapped here as Rebellion look to take space surrounding Tusk. and the remaining members of GBX that are simply coming off a spawn. Long-range shots connect well here for Tusk. Cycle still pushing forward, though. Tusk forced to back down, catch a new angle. Camouflage just came up.
An interesting strategy from Rebellion. They knew they had the spawn trap over at Tower, and they heavily pushed through to Blue to try to take care of that damage. And yes, they get a couple kills, but they left Loop open in the process. What this does is it allows Renegade to come off of spawn and not have much resistance when grabbing this camouflage. And we're talking about a 2-kill game. A camouflage that goes the other way could be the difference between winning and losing.
As of right now, you allow GBX to claw their way right back into it. Only down by 1 kill, in fact, tied up. And in fact, we see a lead change here as the tide shift towards GBX.
I love Renegade's control on the map. You think they have a coach behind them. The way that he was able to grab camouflage, move masterfully back towards yard just as that thruster comes up. So important to have control of the utility on this map. And he goes from one goodie to the next. Guess what? Shock Rifle's coming up, and it has Renegade's name written on it.
Soul Snipe, you better be careful. Mental puts down some cover fire, allowing him to try to get out of there. Meanwhile, for Screen, you did see Suppress drop a double before getting dropped himself. The one-shot Renegade trying to avoid the grenades. Soul Snipe can't avoid that.
Don't do it again. No, Renegade shut down, but it's about the value. How much do you get out of every life? Surrounded by the enemy, one shot as artillery rains around. Renegade thrusts his way into an extra kill that makes the game even. Each one of these kills are going to be so important for GBX to close out this series.
Tied up at 25 apiece. Mental working a bit of a 1-2 combo with Cycle, trying to clear out this yard side. He wants to get the shot over towards top gold. He wants to have a clear angle on the map. Body shot into Bound. Doesn't get the kill. Renegade does.
Big kills at the right time for GBX, but they don't have control of the map in order to safely secure camouflage. But Cycle was able to sneak away. Players were over at the loop. He just didn't care. And now, with great timing, he finds the first pick for his team. They know the rest of GBX are stuck over at the loop. It's time for Cycle to gain position, but wait and be patient for his teammates to meet them. It's a 4-on-3 fight at the yard. Cycle has perfect position as they rain down lead.
Cycle with that gold side control. Soul Snipe was forced to back down, but has his teammate with them still. Cycle ends up cleaning it up. Still down by 1. Not after that slay.
I love Cycle's movement on the map. He always seems to be at the right spot, right time, supports his team masterfully as he pushed up around this yard area. He gets rewarded at the end, gets the 3 thrusters in the back pocket, and this could be the moment where things change for Rebellion. They have control. GBX trapped over at the Nest and Hotel spawns.
Such a close game here. Rebellion obviously know what's on the line here. A win can not only keep their tournament life alive, but also give them momentum. Maybe we get ourselves a game 7, but it starts right here, right now on Solitude. 2 kills between them. Soul Snipe makes it 3. He's in between 2 different members of GBX. I don't know how he gets out of this alive. Well, apparently it's through the power of friendship. They got Suppress coming in, cleaning up house. Soul Snipe is alive, and now Rebellion push forward.
They've reached the 40-kill mark first, but it's been the delinquent duo on the side of GBX that's kept them in this game. Bound and Renegade sitting at 14 apiece. 28 of their kills are from these two. It's time for them to show up when it matters most. Camo and Shock Rifle on the map. Can GBX finish the series here and now?
Big time damage out of Suppressed. Tusk still the one allowed to get away with this camouflage, though. The pings are going down. They know that Cycle has the shock. It looks like Cycle, he wants to retrieve back to his spawning players. He wants to make sure that they're able to get some teamwork going on here to the yard side.
Cycle has an opportunity to close it. 2 in the chamber to take anyone down. It's important for him to be patient, though. Don't try to do too much. And Tusk sneaks upon his prey. There's the first. Cycle to beat the second. But big shots from Cycle keep them at game point. 1 more kill.
I don't know if Cycle even saw him there with that camouflage, but rips his head off. and Suppress gets himself one. That's 50-42. Rebellion, they stay alive.
A puff of victory for the side of Suppress and the rest of Shopify Rebellion. It was GBX that felt as if they were on the precipice of taking it away. Renegade playing a fantastic game. The delinquent duo, the Demon and the Devil, Renegade and Bound, just absolutely dominating on the map, but not enough to win the game. Eli, your thoughts on how Shopify Rebellion was able to take this away?
They just did such a good job of watching each other's backs. Every single time one of them took damage, there was one more nearby to help them either escape from the fight or finish the fight that they had started. It just felt like those were the difference makers. Whereas on the other side, yes, you got Renegade and Bound making these awesome individual plays, but overall the teamwork just not as cohesive. They're more often caught off guard or by themselves, and Shopify took advantage of that.
Shopify were able to survive, but Tony, at times we saw Renegade and Bound do what felt like the impossible. I mean, this play itself, I felt like they were going to win when we see plays like this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they went combined for about 30 kills, and I mean, I think maybe 9 or 10 assists as well. So it was a crazy amount of damage and kills that they influenced on the map. But Shopify Rebellion, they're damn good. And firepower is not going to be enough. Not against Shopify Rebellion, not on Solitude.
An unreal amount of damage from Cycle right here. Just turns, gets that prey. Really, the difference between this play happening and not happening is Tusk hitting a headshot, right? He hits the body, Cycle able to stay alive for that just second more, and now we look towards the future, and we talked about it in the picks and bans for this best of 7. Bound said, hey, we're going to play Aquarius twice in a row. First on Flag, next on Slayer to end this series. Shopify Rebellion, notoriously one of the best Aquarius Flag teams in the game, period, with what we've seen the last few weeks. GBX, it feels as if this is almost fated to go to a Game 7. Eli, what's your thoughts on this next map?
I mean, this was the most exciting game type of the tournament so far in the winners bracket finals. Shopify are up 4-1 with what, a minute and a half on the clock. GBX running 4 caps in a minute and a half. I mean, I highly doubt we can possibly top that if we see this game type again. But at the same time, it does show that Shopify was the better team at this game type for the first 95% of it. So you can understand why Renegade vetoed it in the first best of 7 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, remember, like, back, it was 4 flags in a row. That was in the winners final, right? We're back to Aquarius once again. Do you think Rebellion had that on their mind, or are they saying, like, yes, we are fundamentally the better team on this map?
No, I think Shopify are going to be okay. You know, like Eli just said, they were the better team for about 90% of the game, and just allow things to get out of hand a little bit. I think they will keep that in the back of their mind, but it'll be more of to motivate them and to educate them. Like, hey, look, let's make sure that we're minding our P's and Q's, that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. We cannot allow things to get out of hand. We cannot be cycled and then allow Renegade to run back-to-back casts. Remember, there was a big relay that kind of started that ended up bringing them to 3, bringing them within 1, and then they didn't even need overtime. They didn't even need sudden death, it felt like, to actually finish it. So I think, if anything, it's more of a learning experience for Shopify Rebellion, and it won't happen again.
Aquarius feels like the first map in Halo Infinite that, I hate to use the word, but that feels solved, Eli, where it's very simple for these teams to know how to execute and win on a game of Aquarius Flag. Can you walk through how this map has been solved and why you think teams have become so efficient at playing it?
It's probably the easiest map to predict spawns. I mean, if you are in their util and their flag, they only spawn fridge. I mean, yeah, sometimes they spawn a little bit further at P1 if, you know, you've got significant pressure in their base. But the thing is, it's so easy to set up a flag run, but the other team also knows how to set up their own flag run. So it's become this weird game of, like, just controlling the middle of the map primarily and just setting up the conditions for the flag run. But at the same time, I would say that Legend is actually changing this game type a bit with his own playstyle, because he doesn't just run it car side every time. He's launching the flag to the courtyard as frequently as possible, just getting behind enemy lines. I think he's going to be applying maximum pressure to Shopify, and if they don't find a way to shut him down, he's going to be a big problem for them.
Well, what's your thoughts on that theory of just pushing the flag out, getting aggressive, being on those flanks, and saying, hey, as long as that flag is out, I'm creating opportunity. I'm making the game not by the book and not being solved. I'm going to create chaos in the game. Why do you think Legend does it, and why do you think he's seen success by doing it?
I mean, he's so good at finding those timings to where he knows when it's going to work. And then on top of that, like you said, yeah, it's disruptive. It creates chaos. And I think that himself and the rest of his team on SSG, they operate very well in chaos. And another thing, like Michael Jordan said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right? So you also don't cap 100% of the flags you don't pull. So by that logic, the more flag caps the more flags you pull, you're probably going to cap at least a handful of them, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Grand Finals reset. Rebellion 1 game away from sending us into a Game 7 with a GBX and Bound that grab a hold of that overshield. Overshield shred.
Well, Bound immediately able to find those 2, and 3 going down for Rebellion. Yes, this might be one of their best maps, but GBX come out the gate hot, and they're already looking for a first flag grab.
Some defense coming out of Shopify. Rebellion off a spawner trying to keep GBX out of this base, but it looks like GBX turned 1 round of slays into 2. Full squad, white flag being run.
Bound being so fast and efficient with this flag run as well. Rebellion aren't even going to have a chance to stop this off the spawn as the players of GBX form a strong line of defense. And what was defensive might just become offensive because of Tusk's position behind the players of Rebellion. He finds the next, allowing his team to start pushing forward once again.
What a lead in favor of GBX. And a killing spree out of Bound. Hasn't died 1 time so far. Mental approaching the utility side. You better watch out. There's 2 members of GBX that are looking to hold you out. Some well-placed grenades here. Even the heat wave. Not enough to get control of the utility.
They held the Gears of War champ at the back door, but not able to contain him. He gets into the base and he's looking to make it mixy. The heat wave gets 1, but the rest of Rebellion fall suppressed, not going to be able to comfortably push up to the position to pull flag as GBX have a chance to take top control.
Another overshield about to come up, and you're seeing Rebellion start to focus their attention over toward the P side of the map. Legend and Renegade recognize it, but Renegade going down. Legend be by himself, looking to stay alive, gets himself a kill, and now Bound with the follow-through. What happens with this overshield?
Dosh trying to keep them away. He will be able to grab this for essentially free, right? Just a couple shots across map, pushes Rebellion far enough away. Now Tusk has big opportunity for his team to throw this second cap on board, and it starts with the first slay.
There it is, but the player was able to get behind over toward the P side, but a huge double on a Tusk. Not quite the triple. Mental stays alive over toward the bottom P side, but that's not going to stop Legend from playing the util, playing the car side.
So often you're going to see Legend be on the front lines and try to develop fast and efficient flanks. He's oftentimes, I'd say 40% of the time on the map, shooting someone in their back.
Numbers advantage favoring Rebellion. Once again, that thrust is so tough to deal with. Soul Snipe lives, but Tusk taking a bit of a longer route, one that Soul Snipe doesn't expect. Cycles in there to help, and Soul Snipe gets the kill while also staying alive. Legend threading the needle on that one, but it's still with 3 down for GBX.
Legend with the great shots and able to get his kill. Here comes the flag for Rebellion, though. GBX having to do their best, but remember, Legend, he always likes to get in these back lines, and he finds another back to shoot. He is one of the best players in the game, if not the best player, at finding the correct timing and being able to get the important kills on the map.
He forces his way through and just creates havoc. But still, it's Rebellion clearing out GBX from the map. This 50% control now belongs to Rebellion. In fact, they want more. They're in the util, in the face of GBX. This could be a flagpole if they play it just right.
Legend gives the left, right, able to hit a nasty strafe that allows him to get this kill. But although this flag is out, it's a bit of a red herring. The thing that's important is the overshield, and that's what Bound puts on. Double shields for the Devil as he pushes forward, able to get shots down into the util, and they're willing this flag, a scrappy flag that moves its way past the half line.
Overshield to work with, but apparently doesn't need it. A bit of a jiggle peek action with that straight leads to a double out of bounds, and now the rest of Rebellion are trying to hold this flag out. It won't happen. GBX up 2-0.
This has been all GBX. It really hasn't felt as if we've seen the same fight out of Rebellion. They haven't been able to get into this base. This is their first opportunity, but you have to find Tusk first. A couple grenades get great damage, but we need to see fast follow-throughs from Rebellion. It's not about getting a kill and using that as your timing. You have to get a little bit of damage and trust that you can follow up on those kills. Instead, they let Tusk regenerate those shields, and he shows how punishing it is when you do not finish your food.
This game running a lot different than it did the winners bracket finals, but it could be the same result if Rebellion don't put the pedal to the metal here. 2 caps already for GBX. Rebellion, they've gotten some clean slays. They've gotten in the base of GBX, but haven't been able to convert just yet. But with the 3 down, Rebellion start the flag, and it's already in the util.
Well, it's a foot race to the other side, but you have the fastest sprinter in the HCS on the other side. Legend able to instantly find his way into the back base. It's going to come down to the first pick.
Legend does make his way through and gets the kill. Flag is out. It's a stalemate already. He's playing for the return, but suppressed with a pivotal kill at that. They should be able to keep it alive. That's exactly what Rebellion do. Now flag in the mid-map. Can they get the return? No. Bound. Relaying forward.
Rebellion were able to find 2, but you have to stop Bound at the front door. Don't let him into the back base. The call is coming from the building. Legend able to use that to his advantage. Double shields for him as he's able to find another kill on the map. Yes, Rebellion have this flag at home, but GBX is making this tough, and Renegade has 2 in front of him. Renegade gets the big kills. Goal line stand for GBX.
Bit of a late jump as well, but Cycle still drives him out of the base, still gets the pull on the flag, but Renegade is still alive at the moment and now being patient, waiting for Bound to push up here, and this could be it. This could be the return. Down to 1 shot, Legend is there, the return is out. That's a triple, that's a 3rd cap.
And the cap goes in while Rebellion go 4 down. GBX will be able to be at a vector of attack once again. Tusk all the way into the opponent's util, understanding that just 1 kill can be the difference maker. Finding this BR, he's gonna get an easy back smack. The flag is out. This could be the dagger.
3 down, go Rebellion. Suppress, the only player alive, just waiting for Tusk to pass. Beautiful nade, beautiful double. Renegade with the cleanup kill quick, but now the rest of Rebellion are starting to quickly move into position. Soul Snipe with some damage. Renegade with yet another. Can Rebellion get the return?
Rebellion keep going 2 down. It's a desperate push into the middle map, and Renegade cuts them down. 1 more for him. Suppress able to find 2, but wasn't enough for Rebellion to stop this flag.
Flag moving forward. A 4-0 start coming in from GBX. It's not looking good for Shopify Rebellion.
4 on the scoreboard, 4 minutes to play. 4 players that need to clutch up to push themselves to 1 final game. Overshield will give themselves an advantage that Soul Snipe cannot overcome. Rebellion are in desperate dire streets. They have to find a solution in these final 4 minutes.
No more Overshield to work, but still has that thrust. Trades out his life with Suppress there. As we switch gears over towards Tusk. BR is out. Have to hold Rebellion back, but it's Mental on the opposite side of the util.
Great shots from Renegade. He pushes these players forward, and Rebellion, it's really going to come down to just winning the sleigh battle.
1 more cap needed. Rebellion down by 4, 3 minutes on the clock. It could be a crazy comeback, but another 3 down goes Shopify Rebellion. Legend over on the YouTube side does have a player to work with. It looks like they're going to push past or over towards the 50% portion of the map, but Psycho is there. Rebellion is all covering the car side. This is what you want to see.
Only 3 minutes left on the clock, and Rebellion keep going multiple down. 3 for Tusk as Soulsnipe's the last one. Soulsnipe might just meet his maker. He'll get the kill, but Renegade's in the house, pulling the flag. This could be it.
Suppressed with some cross-map shots onto Legend. Flag is stopped just short, but you're seeing multiple members of GBX moving up, moving through Rebellion. Another 3 down. Is this it?
4 minutes turned to 2. And it's a last desperate play for Soulsnipe. He's caught as he comes through. The flag is coming home. This is it.
5-0. And a very loud GBX. They get through the elimination bracket, make it through the grand finals. Get the reset, but not the win here.
And it's Aquarius flag that will create nightmares for this Rebellion roster in the winners final. They went down in a stunning finish. In the grand finals, they lose their chance at first place. 5-0. I don't think anyone expected this thing to happen. Eli, GBX just looked that damn good.
That was impressive. I mean, the relentless pressure. Shopify did not have an answer for it. I mean, GBX was in Shopify's base from the time that game started until the time it ended. They made it impossible for Shopify to get any type of footing mid-map. They could not even think of getting the flag out. The one time that they had the flag all the way in their base, they were not able to stop the goal line stand from GBX just applying infinite amounts of pressure in their base until they absolutely had it returned. And I feel like at that moment was kind of where things fell apart.
I mean, it was just fantastic work all the way through for GBX, and honestly, it's impressive to finish this off with a statement that they did against Shopify Rebellion on one of their best maps. To win in this fashion seems to be something truly special, and it felt like this goal line stand that GBX had was a real difference maker in this game. Rebellion fall short. GBX are your champions of today's tournament. Mikowski, welcome to the desk, and what do you think about our grand finals?
If we get half of that in London, I think we're going to be in for a special treat across the pond. But I made a prediction, and I was the only one that predicted GBX to win this tournament. And a big reason why, we had a conversation with Bound last week, Eli and I did. And Bound's level of confidence when we asked him, kind of feels like there's a big 6, and he was maybe a big 4, and he goes, whoa, 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 pump the brakes, fellas. Until Shopify do it on LAN, we're still the big 3. We're still the best team in the world, and we will always beat them on LAN. When I heard that from Bound, I knew they were going to win this tournament. That level of confidence, it's not manufactured. It's not made up. It is true. It is real. And when you got Bound and Renegade rejoining teams, when you got Bound and Legend, who are already one of the most dynamic, if not the best duo in HCS, it was no surprise to me that GBX took this tournament.
Yeah, I also think that it can't be understated that we have 3 players that are in the contention of being the best player in the game on this roster, right? Obviously, Legend has come out from Europe, joining a North American roster in Space Station Gaming, and has quickly taken over the HCS. We've seen Bound come in, that Rookie of the Year performance that he had in year 1, and solidifying himself in year 2, and hoisting the trophy in year 3, and Renegade, the demon that won the World Championship just a few months ago. When you add these 3 to a roster of a player like Tusk, who seems to be a glue player, a player that has coaching experience with that FaZe roster in Season 1, this was not a roster that was built to lose, Eli, and what does this remind you of?
I mean, this kind of reminds me of, this is a throwback, the Dream Team back in Halo 2. Remember when Strong Side, Vash, Defy,
oh my gosh,
and they all come together, and
Vash, their Ponzors.
They had to add a Dream Team clause to the rulebook because they had enough points between 4 players to be a top 4 seed, but they didn't technically have a seed because it didn't follow the other seed guidelines. So they had the dream clause so that they could maintain a top seed. And it's kind of what it reminds me of. It's just 4 of the best players in the world just coming together. And this time it's for a local, but you know, you have to wonder, would this be a feasible team at some time in the future? Who knows?
Does this give the Big Three even more confidence than they already had? Because right now, Shopify are the biggest contender. They're the biggest threat to occupy that Big Three space. Sentinels look really strong with precision on the squad. Who knows what complexity can do if Spartan's able to refine his form and fit in as the 4th on that team, especially when you look at a composition conversation. But what does this do for the Big Three? Did the rich just get richer? Did the Big Three just get bigger? Because everybody at home on Optic, FaZe, Renegade, a part of that squad, the rest of SSG, not here this weekend, Eco and Stellar, they have to have gotten a lot of confidence from this because, again, the conversation goes back to Shopify has done this online, but there's levels to this. There's difference to online performance versus on LAN, and we got to see a full helping of that this weekend.
Well, I'll give you a hot take. I feel like this helps solidify Shopify Rebellion as a contender for the Big Three because the one thing they needed was a reality check. Play on LAN, see where you really are, where are you standing, know what your weaknesses were from this weekend, and understand what you need to work on coming up next. I think this was the best possible thing for them.
I agree with that too.
Not the fact that they need to be humbled, but just to understand that, yes, there's still work to be done. This momentum isn't just enough to carry us forward when we go across the pond to London and to try to win.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. It's like if they were to win this weekend, maybe they don't try as hard between now and London, you know, but this gives them a reason to practice even more, to take a harder look in the mirror and see, okay, yeah, we obviously can compete. We took lots of games from these guys, but why did we lose so many games? You know, they've got to go back to the drawing board and just take a look, you know, take a look at how they've changed their play from online to LAN and make those adjustments before London.
Shopify now have the best, most valuable VOD reviews to look forward to after this tournament. I always talk about, especially when Eli, we're doing semi-professional, win around 1, win around 2, open series matchups. Those are such great opportunities to take the L and learn from it. So I agree with you guys. I think this actually bodes really well for Shopify. It bodes really well for the Big Three. It just means to me that the competition has never been better.
Well, joining us is the champ, right? Yeah, one HCS Arlington, but I have a feeling that this one just means just a little bit more to you Bound here today.
My first local win.
Your first local win, right? You said you've never been to a local LAN before either, right? Today.
Wow. First one.
Hey, how do the grand finals feel? I mean, hey, winning on Aquarius flag, 5-0, getting the job done. What's the takeaway today?
I mean, we're not even a real team, but it was just I guess it just shows that we're still all individually good, and when you just make it work, you know, all 4 of us, me, Tuss, Sean, and Legend. I don't know. I mean, the game just felt good as fuck on LAN, and that's good to know going into London because the game's pretty bad online. So yeah.
Hey, well, I have a feeling that you guys aren't going to be leaving the venue anytime soon. Like you said, LAN feels good. You guys going to try to smash as many games as possible after this?
Probably not, just because we have such an early flight.
Okay.
I gotta be at the airport at like 3 or 4 a.m. I got to scrim once I get home too. So yeah, I'll probably just go chill in my hotel room, get food, something. I don't know, but it felt good to win. It felt great. Winning my first local, so. Yeah.
Your first local. I mean, hey, fantastic work. You were saying you were getting loud, right? And it's like, you know, how does it feel to be at your, you know, quote unquote, the first local, not having those noise canceling headphones, knowing that when you're screaming over there that they're hearing what you're saying? Did you have any special things? What were you trying to pull out? How were you trying to get in their head?
I mean, yeah, just screaming because of the noise cancel. I didn't realize how big of a difference the noise cancel makes, but you can just hear everything. Like, there was a lot of times, even when the crowd were cheering, like, at the beginning of the game, just because we're starting the game, that we can't even, like, say our starting track because we just couldn't hear each other. You know what I mean? It was just crazy. I don't know. It was cool, though. It was cool. It was cool just, like, experiencing the local and just getting loud, you know what I mean? Because I don't really get loud, but I feel like the local vibe, you kind of have to get loud because it's all, like, personal.
I went to the back after, I think you guys went up 2-0 in the grand finals reset, called the wife, checked in on her, see how she was doing. And in that moment, I got to see you and Renegade walk back there and strategize how to put the foot down, how to finally finish off this Shopify Rebellion roster. What was it like teaming with Renegade? I felt like I saw something I wasn't supposed to see, right? They tell you it's supposed to be Bound versus Renegade, but you guys look pretty good together. What was it like teaming up with him once again?
I mean, yeah, me and John, I feel like think very alike. We're just super confident. We could lose a Slayer 50-0 and we're like, whatever, we didn't get the power up. And so, anyway, who cares? I feel like nothing can really phase our confidence, and I think we just win anything. So, yeah, when we were strategizing back there, I don't even remember what we were saying, but we were just like, bro, who gives a fuck? Let's go. Let's win this shit. And we just came out and just played great. So, yeah.
Awesome stuff, man. It was really cool to see you and Legend, guys now roommates. I'm sure you've gotten closer and closer since he moved here. What's it like playing with him? I mean, he's been winning in Europe forever. Only recently came to the States. You guys just got your first win on LAN at Arlington. It felt like you two really just have a built-in chemistry between you two now. Like there was multiple games where you two were the front runners in kills together, and we're just always flying together. What's it like having a teammate like that?
Yeah, I mean, me and Legend are kind of like yin and yang on the map when it comes to just like running to run at people and just make plays. I feel like we both kind of look at the map the same, where like we don't really care about power weapons or like really anything. We just want to go out there, kill them, make the play, and just like this is like that one little play we're just looking to make every time. And I feel like me and him are just like super good at just like working together and making that play.
Love that.
Holy shit. Oh, my bad.
I think your first words that you said on
it's because the mic's so close, bro.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Do I move it away?
I'll say I've asked about 18 times for Tuss to come on broadcast. He said no. He said no because you're saving it for a special time, right? You're saving it for the very end.
Bro, I just have social anxiety, bro. Like I don't know what like, being up here. Like I don't know where I'm looking, you know?
Hey guys, W Tusk in the chat, right? Make sure you give this guy some love.
The camera's right there, I think.
Because he played incredible this weekend. How'd you feel? Winning it, getting that local experience once again.
I mean, it was fun. Everyone on my team was like really good.
Right.
I'm really good friends with them, and they're really fucking good. So it was just fun playing with like really good people. And then Shopify's a good team too, you know? It's a local.
Right.
I'm so awkward.
No, that's all good. I'll say that. Do you have like a lot of local experience? Did you used to? No. So is this your first local? Do you play like a lot at home with any friends on LAN?
No, I only play online.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Not a LAN guy.
Wait, what'd you say, Ben?
I was curious if it was your first local like ever. Like you never played like a 1v1 on local or anything?
No.
Damn, all right.
Hey, yeah, you know what? You're batting 100.
Let's
right?
go. I'm done after this. I'm retiring.
You're retiring? You're done?
I'll never lose again.
Thank you.
All right. Well, what's it like for you in the future? What's your plans right now? You're heading over to London? You compete? What's the plans?
No, yeah. I mean, I'm going to London with my team.
You're going to London, right?
I don't want to go to London.
You don't want to go to London?
I hate traveling, bro. If I could teleport to London, there'd be no issue.
No issue.
Yeah, but I have to fucking. Can I cuss?
Yeah, no, you can. All right. It's fine. It's fine.
It does it first.
It's just natural right now. So like, no, I mean I'm from California, so it's like what, like a 12-hour flight or something. It's just not a good experience. You know?
It's probably longer, to be honest.
But yeah, I mean I'm playing with Skeptify, Sab, and Suspector on C9, and we're going.
Yeah. Love it. C9 representing. I saw you with the C9 merch. You were looking fly as hell.
Oh yeah.
How's it been like with the new team? You guys had big shakeups throughout the last couple weeks. With your roster, it seemed as if it was going to be one thing, and it was like a complete catalyst throughout the whole amateur scene. Can you walk us through what happened in the last few weeks getting yourself on the C9 roster?
I mean, basically, when Gilkey got poached to native, right? Sab had hit me up and was asking if him and Aiden, if we were potentially interested in having them on C9, and which we were, obviously, right? And we were trying to keep it like low key, but somehow like the day before like we got approval, it got out, and then Diagram and Rami found out, so it just became a big scandal about like
yeah,
if they're getting to work or
there
us.
was like two Cloud9 teams at the same time, but you didn't know who was Cloud9. It was like weird. Yeah.
I always saw the still deciding team, and I was like, are they saying that like Cloud9 is like still deciding?
Yeah, it was basically that.
Yeah,
because it was like 50-50, like between like our roster and theirs when it was Rami, Diagram, King Nick, and Collect.
Well, I'll say like I felt like the still deciding roster was really good, but then when you guys needed to like show out to the org that you are the team to pick up, it felt like you guys were dominating in the open series. Can you kind of talk about like how that improvement's been for you and why you guys have been seeing so much success online recently?
I just think, I mean, I think we're more consistent now just because Sab and Suspector are kind of like what we needed in terms of just consistency and like structure when it comes to like how we want to play the game and our small talk and our setups and all that. And not to throw anyone under the bus, I just feel like sometimes with Diagram and Rami, and they're good players, the only frustrations I had sometimes would be like, like a lack of comms, so like I don't know what's going on, or like a lack of effort. You know what I'm talking about? And I mean that's all of us too. So it's not just them, but like that's why I wanted to make the change in general, just because I was like, I feel like with Savage Suspector, I know what I'm getting, and I know they're gonna try, and like I know they know how to like play the game like the way I want to and stuff like that. So that's why we just made the move, basically.
Right?
Yeah, I would say that Suspector when I got to work with him, just as a coach, I could tell he's like one of the hardest working players that I've ever come across. Guy's always grinding. He's always thinking about the game. He's always trying to help his teammates out. He's just a very nice, helpful player. He's ultra competitive as well, so I can definitely see that. I wanted to ask you what it was like, or like how you see yourself fitting into the team that you played with over the weekend with Bound Renegade and Legends. Like I was trying to break down the team comp, and I'm like, I don't want anybody to think that you're like the anchor, because you're playing with these guys in 8s every day. You're keeping up just fine.
That. Okay, I think I mean, like I said, it's different from like the viewers' perspective, because I think majority of viewers don't think I'm good. And
right.
And that's fine. No, that's really fine, right?
Yeah.
And I play with Bound Renegade and Legend.
You play with
all the time, and
every day.
they think I'm good, right?
That's
Which
all
is
that
fine.
matters.
So like, I mean, it makes sense for you to think I'm the anchor, because it's like, bro, they've all won an event, so it's like if we lost here, like I'm getting
we're just blaming
taken.
Toss. Right. Who cares? We're tossing our team. Who gives a fuck?
Toss 30 every game and we lose, it's my fault,
Right.
But obviously, like I had around bad games, but just playing with them here, I mean, it's funny, but like I was basically just trying not to fuck up, because like we're probably just gonna win the games if like I don't scam and like they don't scam.
I mean,
so
no, the game
we'll
one of the first series we played against them, the Aqua flag was crazy. Like, Tuss was 8-22.
I was getting slammed, bro. I was like, thank God. No, we kept 4 flags 2 minutes. I said, thank God, bro. Didn't have to deal with that game 1 slander, and then we won the next 2. So I was like, let's go.
You are like a money 8s, money 2s demon, right? It's you know, obviously people talk about like Bound, Boo Boo, Renegade, like all those guys when they play 2s, but you're always there and playing. And what is it about like Halo, competitive Halo, where you're like, you always seem to be the first one to be like, hey, let's play some money 2s, let's play some money 8s, let's get the grind going.
I mean, no one has like, bro, this could be the last year of Halo
Tuss
Infinite.
just has a lot of passion.
Yeah,
as a player,
I mean, this could be the last year of Halo Infinite, and I'm not like, this isn't shit at other people, but it's like, bro, I feel like this event should have had a couple more teams, like,
I agree.
Would it have been like more like fantasy rosters like us? It's like, bro, if this is the last year of Halo Infinite, because I don't know if it is, right, but it's like, I mean, this is a pretty like cool event
It's
to
just
have.
good practice,
It's
especially
good
for
practice
London,
before
too, yeah.
another event, bro, and then it's just like, where's the passion? Like, what are the other people doing? Just staying at home? I know some teams are screaming, and I'm not saying like there's huge value to come out, right? But I'm like, there's no reason not to, kind of in the same way.
It's like everyone's first chance to play LAN on the new network model. So like, since you guys are here, you guys kind of have a leg up in a way against the competition. And London, you got to adjust to it, see if you got to adjust your settings, FOV, whatever. But
I had to adjust them.
I had to adjust my FOV. I felt like it was like jarring, the difference, honestly. But yeah, no. Congratulations, guys. That was a lot of fun watching you guys. And
oh, wow, I was curious. Why is there no trophy?
I talked to Lee about it. He's like, "Do we need a trophy?"
I'll take a
I was
3090
like,
as a
trophy.
we'll take you to the $2 gift shop. You can pick whatever you want.
Oh, one of the Disney shops.
We'll take you out wherever you want to go. You want to go to Brazilian Steakhouse?
Sure.
Yeah, come out with us.
Sure.
We'll go all eat at the Brazilian
Universal, bro.
Steakhouse or something.
Sure.
That'll be your trophy. A bunch of meat tonight. But
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Hey,
I'm just saying, I'm responding. I'm not hearing. That's all I'm saying.
My fun story with you, Tusk. I always tell people this. I was teaching one of my friends how to play Halo 5 last year, or I think like sometime mid last year. And we're just in custom games, and I see a custom browser up on Halo 5 PC. It's just one player in it. I'm like, what the hell? It's literally 3 a.m. I'm in Nevada. I'm on the West Coast too, by the way. I joined it. It's just Tusk running around on the map 30 minutes in, waiting for someone to join. It was 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. Probably just woke up or something.
So
like that.
why are
Probably
you
bored.
running around on Halo 5 in 2023 at 3 o'clock in the morning?
It was not last year, was it? It had to be.
Dude,
2
it
years
was
ago.
definitely last year.
What the fuck?
Look it, man. I don't know, man. I just needed to like auto stabilize for a bit or something. I don't know, bro. Kelly,
You weren't even on the jump map. You were just on Kali, dude.
That is
It is what it is. I don't know why I did that. I can't tell you why, but glad you joined up, bro.
Either way, he 1v3'd us. That was the.
No, that's an insane story.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely love. I will say, man, if we install Halo 5 on the PCs, will you guys play?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, sure.
100%. Like,
No, we might need to like install.
It has to be like
Halo.
off season though, and it has to be like.
Oh, I thought you were talking about right now. Is talking about like a future tournament?
Whenever.
Oh, sure, whatever. I don't care.
Hey, I'll say you're on the West Coast, California.
Yeah.
Where in Cali?
Chill.
North or south? Is what I mean.
Southern.
All right, bro.
Lives in a
I
desert.
run a Vegas LAN once a month.
I'm not going.
Come on. It's a short
Instant
trip.
denial.
I'm staying home, bro. I'm staying home.
Dude, I need you to I'm losing money every fucking time because like Kid Nasty's over there running my shit.
Kid Nasty goes?
Yeah, he comes every week.
Might have to go.
We might have to go.
It's like it's Kid Nasty, Purse.
Is he bossing up?
We got some shooters.
Nah, I'm good, man. I'll stay at home. I'll stay in bed.
I'm gonna work you out. I'm gonna work on getting you out one week, just one time. We'll have a big fun time.
Okay.
We got this tournament, right? It's all about reigniting local Halo, right?
Yeah.
And that's the big thing. I want to see local Halo. I want to see. I mean, yeah, two players in one household over there, right? Bound. You got Legend rooming with you. Go start your local scene. Go run some. Dude, money aids. Y'all
like
be running shit.
Scene, but I don't know. I don't even wake up. Like, I wake up at like 4 p.m. every day.
That's what I'm saying,
you know what I mean?
bro.
Like, I wake up for
I'm a degenerate, but you can't.
Yeah, where
Yeah, I know you were on Halo 5 at 3 a.m. playing with no one.
That's just a random occurrence, you know. Like that could have been anyone on Halo 5 on that day.
I don't think it could have been.
No,
But,
I don't think it could.
No, not at 3.
I don't think that's how I would not leave my house. This is how bad I am. I would not leave my house if I didn't have events to go to and get my hair cut or some shit. Like, it's sad, bro. Oh, let's wrap it up. My bad.
No, it's no problem. All right, Bound. Any last things you want to say? Anything you want to get off the chest?
Shout out my girlfriend. I know she's up watching late at night. Yeah, great LAN.
Hey, fantastic. Tuz, I will say thank you for flying out. I mean, all the way from California, right?
Yeah.
Long flight. You got here. You won. You played well. Anything you want to say? I want to, first of all, chat. W Tuz. W Bound. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for coming out. Where can we find you on socials? Anything you want to say?
Twitch.tv/Tuz, Twitch.tv/Tuz, Twitch.tv/Tuz.
What about your Twitter? What about your Twitter?
That's fine. Twitter.
Yeah, fuck his Twitter.
Tuz
X,
XII. I mean, I don't have anything to say.
Add him on Xbox.
Thank you. Love you, Mom. That's why anyone supports me.
Hey, W Mom.
W Mom.
And shout out Bound's girlfriend. Let's go.
Hi, boys. Thank you so much for watching this event. 2050, our gracious tournament organizers here today. Shout out to the Orlando Esports LAN Center on International Drive. We're going to Universal tomorrow. Some of us getting flights. I mean, you can push it back. Flights for these two.
Like 3 times.
Roller coasters for us. That does it for our event here today. Thank you for watching our champions, GBX, Tusk, Bound, Renegade, and Legend getting the job done. Thank you for watching. And we'll have more Halo stuff in the near future.
Peace.
Ready. Snipe. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Ready. Triple kill. Killing spree. Reversal. Snipe. Double kill.